Okay. You should be able to do yours now, Christy.
Well, it already went, I think, because it said end stream now, so it must be on
Okay.
mine.
Yeah, it should do it automatically.
Okay, welcome. Welcome. We are going to, I guess, talk about what's going on today and yesterday and this plea deal and what everybody thinks about it. And oh, who knows?
Yeah, and I'm here. I'm just trying to fix my Facebook on this thing.
I mean,
So that-
really, no shock that Trisha's, having issues.
Actually, I think it's doing it now. It says it's live now. So yay.
Yay. I'm trying to see if I am or not. But
You should be on YouTube. Like YouTube usually is good. It's this thing that wants to act crazy. Facebook is crazy the way it does. It's doing it now, but like if I don't go turn on my comments, nobody can comment or anything, and you have to do that on every stream, and it's ridiculous. But
yeah, I don't think I am on mine.
hang on, let me see.
No
Yours
big.
should be. Let me make sure. If it says in now, it should be. But hang on.
Yeah, maybe it. I went to live and it don't show anything.
All right, hang on. Let me see. Let me go to StreamYard. Okay. Yes.
No biggie either way. I see you.
This can stream.
But
What do you two want? Hey, Meg.
yeah. Hey, Meg. Okay, I'm not live. I didn't think so.
Okay. Why is it not live? Hang on.
I mean, it's no big deal.
Yeah, it's not because I want it to go to your thing.
Hi, Swamp. We were just asking about you backstage that neither one of us have heard from you in 2 days, and we wanted to see what you thought about this BK pleading, his plea deal that he's supposed to take.
Hang on, Chrissy. Yeah.
See.
I mean, I know you're asking questions anyways. That's good. I'm trying to.
Oh, yeah, Meg. They're going to be out in full force for sure now. Straight to profile viewers comments. Yeah, I don't know. It's not giving me an option on my side over here. So at the top, I see you and I see your Facebook, but that's it. Like I said, worst case, I'll share it once we're done. I'm not too worried now. I'm the same way, Meg. Same way. I just don't think he did this alone. I really, really don't. But, if there is somebody else that did this with him that maybe is not alive no more, would that make it that he would have to do this? That, he'd have to take the blame for it all? I've thought that too. I don't know. It's not making sense to me, not now. I don't understand why now. And I've always said I did think he was part of this. I just didn't think he did it all himself. But I'm starting to wonder if, maybe he was just a driver, or maybe, he only had some part in it, but the other person isn't around no more, so they can't take the blame. I don't know. I'm just spitting word salad right now because I don't know. Hi, Kane. Yeah, that could be too, Meg. See, I can show it and everything on here. Comments and that. And usually when I'm your sidekick, I can't do that. Only on mine. Hi, reading Canebo.
All right, hang on. I'm fixing to kick you and then go to this new link, this link I'm sending you now to see if it'll let you do it. It should.
Oh, okay.
Actually, no, you drop off and then,
How do I drop? Just leave studio?
yeah. And then go to Discord and get this link.
Okay. I'll be right back.
Sorry, y'all. I don't know why it did not. I probably didn't hit something right. I'm sure. Hey, Kane, McP. Hey, Kiki. I don't know if I said hey to y'all. I think I did. I just can't.
Back. And still no option.
What in the freak?
Time by later retract. That's what I think too, Kane, because he has a 30-day time period to retract and say whatever. And I think, then that's going to obviously change trial date because of that. So then that would also give the, delay that they needed, the postponement that they needed, and buy them more time. That's the only thing I can come up with too on why Anne would even consider accepting this now. I would never take a plea where, okay, I guess maybe if I did do it, but even if I did do it, I'm still would rather go to trial and take the chances of getting a mistrial or a hung jury, or, there's just not, enough evidence or whatever before I would just bow down and give up. Yes, Lana did make good points. Lana. I always get it messed up. Some recent documents said he was going to probably steal everything.
I think it's StreamYard. There's freaking issues. That drives me nuts, though.
Yes, Meg, me too. And really, even if it does get the death penalty, do you know it takes 20, 30 years sometimes before they ever get to that? It's not like they're going to grant it and the next day he's gone. I would take the chance to be able to appeal again, and I don't know. This don't make sense. Unless it's the 30-day, buy some more time. It's right along the lines of it does not stand a chance in Idaho court. Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
This is absolutely absurd.
Exactly, Meg.
Chrissy, guess we'll upload it to your thing because I think it's StreamYard because everything's checked for you to be able to do it. Yeah, that's stupid. I don't know what's wrong with this stupid thing.
Yeah. Like I said, no worries.
It's acting crazy. That thing is absolutely ridiculous.
Well, hold on. I might have figured something. Hold on.
You know what? Because you're an administrator, I think you got to add YouTube.
Yep, I'm doing it right now.
I'm an idiot. I added her as an administrator so she can do everything I can do. And when you do that.
Now we're live on my end.
Okay. Yep. Now I see it. Okay. Sorry, y'all. I was stupid for a minute.
Remember, next time I got to go up beside your name, your picture, and hit the edit.
Yep. And hopefully it'll just do it now. I forgot because when I made you administrator on this, you just add your YouTube like I do mine. And that's what we thought about at the same time. That's funny.
We
Funny, funny, funny.
got it.
Okay. Sorry, y'all. That way. Okay. Now we're together. You know, it's never that organized. If it was, then we would be called actresses instead of YouTubers. I'm sure. We would be getting paid a whole lot more money too. We better be. But I don't know if I would want to deal with the Hollywood crap. So I'm good.
Yeah.
I see you, Kane. I know I'm surprised you're awake. I just remembered you told me at 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock or whatever time it was this morning that you didn't know if you was going to be awake. Hey, everybody coming in.
Yep. Hello, Leah. And hello, Trisha. You showed up. Glad you made it. Hi, Kane. Hi, True.
You know, I didn't even write that. That sent it for me. Oh, it did yours too. You said hello, everyone, too.
At the same time.
Great.
It's funny.
Okay. Now that we're amazed at this. What is that, Kane? Is that our live? Because I don't want to click on this and it be.
Well, it says live, so who knows? Okay.
It wasn't under Christy's live?
No, it wasn't under the one I posted. The first one.
Okay.
So that's why. So I'll have to remove that one on my page.
Yeah, it should still hopefully give everybody a thing that says you're live.
Yeah.
Sorry, y'all. I added her as administrator, and so now she has to manually.
Okay. Thank you, Leah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Very, very good. Okay, so we're live everywhere. Everywhere we're supposed to be, that is. Everywhere we're supposed to be. Well, oh yeah. So I don't really know what's going on, y'all. I thought of this last night. I told Kane and I told Christy this, and I don't know how this works. So before everybody starts yelling, they can't do this and can't do that. I don't know the ins and outs, but Trump does not like that Josh guy. Isn't that his name? I never can remember that man's name. Joshua Hurt or whatever his name is. Because Trump said that he had fired him or they had to resign or whatever. So, and this is kind of far-fetched, I guess, if you think about it, but I would think the 30-day thing that Christy was just talking about makes more sense. But the only other thing I can think about, if they don't have something that puts him there, that they've been keeping back or that they just found. But I think if they have anything, it's something they've been keeping back. But Trump could, and it's not going to be Trump that goes through and reads his case because Trump doesn't do law. He literally has to have somebody legal in law. But if noted about the case, he could pardon him he's not going to do it if there's hardcore evidence that Brian Koberger did this. But because the way Josh and them do things, I don't know. Kane's do you think Trump knows about this case? I was like, well, shit, everybody knows about this case, but he's got to be watching it since how he gave Josh those two options or whatever, when he got in office. But I just can't see. Listen, I know to get the death penalty off the table, but Brian Koberger doesn't care about being around other people. So the isolation part, you know what I mean? And he would have 40 years before it would probably go through appeal and the death penalty at least would be taken off the table. So I can't see him doing this just to get the death penalty off the table like that. I can't see Ann Taylor even letting them. I can't see Ann Taylor going to the prosecution asking for a plea deal unless they found something that, literally places him at that house, like a picture of him walking through the door or something. Even if they found something related to Brent Kovaco, which I know a lot of people think that's far-fetched, but him and Xana he knows Xana and Xana's dad because he's Facebook, and I don't know if I can still find it. I didn't take a screenshot. I didn't do nothing then. I don't know why. this was all still new about Brent and stuff, but Brent was talking to Xana or commented on Xana's photo, a gymnastics photo on Facebook, and was talking to her dad like in the comments. So,
Yeah.
oh, he can't pardon state cases, only federal.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that. Meg, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But I guess they could have something done though if there's no evidence and they think that. I mean, I don't really know what the hell they could do, y'all. I'm just trying to think because I don't understand why he would. Oh, the governor can pardon state cases. Okay, I got you, Meg. Thank you, because I showed it and I wasn't thinking about that either.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, and that's far fetched. I don't know. I mean, I really don't. I don't understand. They didn't fight this hard unless this is a government distraction because they don't want us looking at China and Israel, all that good shit. I mean, not that this didn't happen. It happened, but they've drugged this out like this for that long. I mean, you know, I don't know that. I mean, I'm not going to say they wouldn't do it. I'm just saying that I've never seen a case like this. I've never heard of a case like this. I mean, can the judge keep him from being able to have that 30-day or use that 30-day? I mean, because he don't have to sign it for 30 days, right? Yeah, I have no idea about this shit. I have no idea.
Good morning, Ro.
They pretty much they've done. You know what I mean? They know they can't get out of it at all. Like, I know that our system can be corrupt, but there is still a chance if there's no evidence, then, I mean, there's a chance that somebody in the jury would be like, wait a minute, I'm confused.
Yeah. Hi, Rock Chalk. Good to see you. Ro and Stormy and anybody else I missed. But
I mean,
yeah.
and you know, people's called the governor's office and complained because I mean, I have, and even if federal can't do nothing, I've called, you know, that lady, I don't remember her name now, the blonde lady, the Trump's got in office because this stuff is crazy. And even if he pleads guilty or whatever, the prosecution has still, I mean, there's still some crazy stuff going on. And I'm not going to say, like, there's some people say there's no way Brian Koberger could have done this. That's crazy to say that because, yeah, there's a way. I don't think it has to do with whatever they're saying it's for. I think that if he had something to do with this, then he was not alone and he was paid. I don't even think he was paid to do it. I think he owed somebody something and they had something over on him and he did it. I don't think he's some just crazy psycho jealous of these kids, gotta go. I don't think all that because that's just makes no sense. But I mean, even Sloan Bella said he was in the house though. I mean, not that he didn't do the crime, but he was in the house. So I mean, maybe he took, I don't know. It's driving me nuts because I don't know.
Yeah, I've always.
But I wonder if they found Brent Kopacka's DNA on unknown DNA, and then they're not going to bring him in it because now, of course, the cops, oh, he's a veteran. They didn't care when they did what they did, but you know, and they can't. But then you would have to tie Brian to him because they keep on saying Brian, and I don't know if he's got a link back to Pennsylvania, but if he was doing DRUGS, I think that's where I think Brent may be where the 1122 house could have been getting some of their stuff. Maybe not. That's not fact. That is alleged. That's just my thoughts. Maybe or something going on. You know.
Yeah.
And that has nothing. No disrespect to him about his veteran status. Like I'm not talking about when he was in the military. He's not in the military right now. So, I mean, I'm still thankful for what he did. And I do think he needed mental help. And had he got what he needed from the veterans offices and doctors, then he might not have even turned to using DRUGS. But I do think he was doing something. And I mean, Brian looked like he was, not H, but he looked like he was doing cocaine or something. I mean, for real.
Yeah, he looked like he was days without sleep.
And I'm not judging. He don't have kids. He's not. I mean, he can do what he wants to do, you know?
Yep. Like I said, you know, me and you talked about it. I've always thought that way back in the beginning when that post was made about that they were in the back parking lot doing the DRUGs and, you know, seen them through the window and one went in and then, you know, Brian waited and, took off or something. I'm almost wondering if a good portion of that story isn't true. And they were back there, and maybe the other person went in first, and then he went in and seen, and then took off. Like there's so many different thoughts that I've had on this.
Yeah, I mean, he could have just seen it. And if Brent's not here anymore, if Brent did, then what, how is he gonna, and he may feel like if Anne found that out, I don't think she's known anything before now, but we can only speculate till tomorrow. This really could be just one of these things that they're doing this so they can push. I mean, I don't know. They could all be in on this. Hell if I know. And the reason I say that is because they didn't get with the parents first. And that is like a no-no. I don't know if there's anything legal that can be done about it, because I think like that's just a courtesy. Like, I don't want to say courtesy, like you should do that, but I don't know if there's a legal aspect to that or not. But it is I have never heard of them not, doing that.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And the judge could actually tell him he's got to go to trial. I mean, he could deny the plea bargain as far as we've been told.
Yep. And if he listens to the family, that's what the family's asking him to do.
Yeah.
So, I mean, tomorrow's going to tell us a lot. So, it's just.
Is it public tomorrow?
I believe so.
And I know some people was asking about, don't everything have to be unsealed? No, it does not have to be unsealed right away. And I don't know what the legal thing is for it to be unsealed, because Delphi was not unsealed right away.
Yeah.
Technically, I think it's supposed to be, because we have the right, all that good stuff, but I don't think they're going to unseal everything. It's going to take 5 years, I think, for them to unseal everything. I don't think they're going to do it all at once. I just don't.
No. Especially if there's, more than we know, and they're trying to hide that. They're going to take their time at releasing that stuff. I don't think it'll be right away either. I don't know. I'm starting to wonder if it's just not.
That River Bear Teacup said all that has happened. So let me put this comment up here, because let me get to my StreamYard thing.
Nipple twister cane.
Okay. All that has happened so far is the defense asked the prosecution to present a plea deal. MSM is insane for saying he is going to agree. They don't know that. Oh yeah, that I was wondering that too. I don't even know why I think that the defense has to ask them that. Like, that's probably something Ann Taylor, because there's a lot of stuff Ann Taylor has to do. We're like, why is she doing that? Because she has to. It's part of what they have to do. And so I was wondering if they actually had to put a plea deal together just to. I don't know why. I don't know all the laws, y'all. So some things that sound crazy to us, that's Ann Taylor's doing because she literally has to do it. So
yeah.
And I was wondering if that's what happened. And what they got told was they had to put a plea deal together, and one of the parents just took it as, Ann Taylor's going to take it because she asked for it.
Yeah. Yeah. It could, definitely.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, River. What I was thinking is maybe the prosecution turned something in last minute, like after that or something, that they had, that they could have even been holding, that like puts, I don't know why they would wait this long. We've all discussed that, but every time I do a reading on it, when Ashley's done a reading on it from the Reckoning Code, there's something that the prosecution did not want to hand over until they had to. And I don't know what that is. And so that's the only other thing I could think of. But it could be exactly what you're saying, that they, but the news and stuff, like, why would they? I know that they don't tell the truth all the time, but
I agree with Chuck's comment too. I think Ann, if this is true and this is what's happening, Ann definitely seen something changed recently. This wasn't that, you know what I mean? Like, something had to have changed recently for this to come out right now. And maybe Ann did see something that she didn't before, or maybe this is just like I've said, and it's to buy the time. Who knows?
Yeah, because it's like Chrissy said, if they wait the 30 days, if you don't sign it and he tells them the 29th day that he don't want to do it, it's going to be, they've done put off this time. So they're going to at least push the trial back, I would think 30 days, unless Judge Hippler's just like, nope, because y'all did that. So y'all, and he might tell them that tomorrow. If this is what you're trying to do, then, I mean, I don't know what's legal about that. Or, I mean, I don't think they care because they just been doing stuff that I don't think is legal anyway. But, I'm not real sure.
Yeah.
I don't see Ann taking all this time. Like, this could have been, I would also think if the prosecution was holding something that was this, like, they were already supposed to turn in the evidence. So I don't know.
It's just weird timing after all these leaks, and we're going to get, another freaking movie coming out, and I don't know.
I don't think he's going to sign it tomorrow. I mean, he may, but it's just kind of wild to me. He could, because my intuition on this one's just kind of shot because, like, it floored me yesterday. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
So
I don't think so. I don't know if it's something he has to, like, sign it tomorrow and then they give him 30 days. And if he changes his mind in that time period, then, or, is it something?
She thought she was getting nowhere with the judge. That it's not going to be up to the judge. It's going to be up to the jury. And like I said, if they don't have any proof, it is worth, hey, Hershey, it's worth taking it to try. I mean, in my opinion, I'm not a lawyer though, so hell, I don't know. But
Michelle, hi, Hershey. Joey, I see you. Yeah, I just don't make sense.
And maybe somebody said that they know him. Maybe there's something he knows, and he's scared that if his knowledge he has, that they're just going to fry him at trial. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, but at this point, I'd be taking that risk because at least then, even if you do get charged and you get the death penalty, you can appeal it.
Yeah, and I want to know who the other DNAs are. I mean, because that's crazy. Yeah. Like, they wouldn't be able to give him the death penalty anyway if there's other DNAs. They should not be able to because, you can't. What?
Yep. And he could go and he could get charged, but they could drop that. They could take the DP off the table and still, he has so many better chances just to keep going.
He can appeal it. I mean, he can appeal. And the thing is, because they have violated his rights and stuff, like, the Supreme Court is not Idaho court,
No. And that's what this comes down. And it's not even whether he did or didn't do it at this point. I'm just more mad at the system for our rights because they have not proved to us that he did this.
And the thing is, it's not, if there's no proof, like, it's not if you did it or not. It's if they can prove above reasonable doubt that if they can convince a jury of that, because there's no film that we know of him actually doing it. So there's no way that it's not, even if there is no hard proof like that, it's not whether somebody did it or didn't do it. It is whether you can get above that reasonable doubt or not. That's all. That's what that is.
Yep.
And that's how our system works. And I mean, do I want him to go free if he did this? No. But if they don't have any evidence, you can't. I mean, I don't know what to say about that because that's a hard situation. But that's how our system is supposed to run.
Yeah.
And what's sad is he could get off from this and in 20 years say, I actually did it, and then explain to everybody how he did it, and there's nothing that can be done. But that is how our system runs. I mean, that is the way. And the reason is because it's supposed to be investigated. It's supposed to be done right. But, I mean, I can't see the other lawyer, Massoff, I always say her name wrong, just saying, okay, she's not one that's just going to say she thinks somebody's innocent, y'all. That woman ain't just running around saying, I think they're innocent, that's not what she's doing. That woman is very sophisticated, very good at what she does, and she works on a federal level a whole lot more than I think state. So she's not just running around saying folks are innocent because they don't do that. So that's another thing. It's just weird.
You know what, Rock Chalk? I know what you're talking about. I watched it on my local news this morning, and they interviewed Ben Mogan, and I have to agree with Rock on that one. He didn't look too well himself.
Probably not, because he was not okay.
Well, he seemed to be like, plea deal wasn't that bad of a deal, which kind of had me a little shocked with how he acted.
Yeah, we can play that. Where's it at, y'all? Or somebody, does one of the mods have a link? What is that? Hang on, let me put it up here. Hang on.
Interview from this morning.
Oh, I thought you were talking about in here too fast. I was like, you shouldn't be blocked on mine or Christy's. And I was saying that for Christy because okay. Does anybody have the link to that interview?
I'm trying to.
Too hot, too pretty.
That's a good one.
And see, it does make me wonder if the fucking prosecution didn't just send, like, basically make the parents think that he was going to take it, since how, you know what I mean? I don't think they just made it up. That I think if that happened, then the prosecution, when they talked to the parents, were like, yeah, the defense is asking for us to do a plea deal, so we think he's going to take it. And that may not even be what's going on for real.
We both did it again. We wrote fleas at the same time.
Oh. Lord have mercy. You know what? We're not writing that. Did you write fleas?
Yeah.
I didn't write it, but I said his name, and I think this thing has voice thing or something too. I'm not sure. I don't even know how to. YouTube has it or something.
I'm trying to find that interview.
No, Kane, if you have that link, we can watch that too.
What links he have?
Yeah, we know only prosecution can enter a plea deal. That's what we were saying, that the defense might have asked the prosecution to do that. That don't mean they're gonna do it. I mean, oh, I gotta go to YouTube. Hang on, y'all. I'm sorry.
Wait a minute. Rock Chalk, are you in mine? Because if I mod you, you can do it. So add as moderator.
Oh yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about that.
There, Rock. I modded you so you can drop the link.
Okay. All right. And you have to go to YouTube, Christy, like to get the link, because you can't open it in. I don't know why. Or you have to copy it and then paste it, because you can't open it in.
Oh, okay.
StreamYard chat. I don't know why. It would be difficult.
Okay. Okay.
All right, y'all.
Firefly. Yeah, that's exactly it. There it is. Rock Chalk posted it.
Did you? Okay. Why is it not coming? Why stupid thing? Christy, click it, and because you can open it too and play it.
I don't know if it'll.
Oh, you gotta go to YouTube. Wait a minute. Hang on. Why is this thing doing this? I'm fixing to throw this computer too. Hang on. Oh, I'm in not live chat.
Thank you, Rock. Yeah, it won't let me even begin to click it.
Yeah, give me just a second. I'm getting it. I just was on the wrong thing. I don't know why they do this like this. It drives me nuts. It's so stupid. They want to make it difficult. They do a good job of it most of the time. You'd think StreamYard would have updated that by now, because that's wild. Okay, hang on. I got to turn my volume.
We've been hanging on. We're still hanging.
What was that going? I'm sorry, y'all. Hang on. Okay. And share the screen. 1 second, y'all.
Technology, I hate it, Stormy. I'll be 50 years old in 2 weeks, and I hate it. Let me tell you.
All right, let me change stages. Christy, I gotta add you. I had to add you to the stage. Sorry.
I was like, what was that?
Okay, share screen.
We're all hanging in there.
Okay. Okay, well, I love how that did not put
Hey,
us on the side. Hang on. Okay.
Again, thank you all for being here with us. Wait till I get 65. I don't want to. They say life begins at 50, and I'm like, hey, hold up. Can I go back to about 30? Because, nah. July 8th, I will turn 50, and shh.
She said, shh.
Yeah, shh.
I had to move us. Hang on.
41 or 39. I'd go with 39. I was 39 and holding for a good probably 6 years, and then I had to admit that I wasn't 39 no more.
Okay. Now, y'all, let me play this. Hang on.
Oh, well, thank you. Good morning, everybody coming in.
Okay, this is the, what is this? This is Maddie's dad, I believe.
We are tracking major developments this morning in the Musco murders case. We have learned that the suspect, Brian Koberger, plans to take a plea deal that would take the death penalty off the table.
KREM 2's Christian Garza joins us this morning with reaction to this decision, including from a family of one of the 4 victims who is not happy with how this turned out. Christian?
We are expecting that Brian Koberger will change his plea in court tomorrow. Families of the 4 University of Idaho students tell us they were sent an email with a letter attached saying he's agreed to plead guilty on all 4 counts of first-degree murder. Koberger is charged with murdering Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, and Madison Mogan in their off-campus home 2.5 years ago. The plea deal comes just 2 months before the trial was originally scheduled to start. In exchange for pleading guilty, Koberger will receive 4 consecutive life sentences. Prosecutors had been seeking the death penalty if he were found guilty. This plea also has Koberger waiving his right to appeal. Benjamin Mogan, Madison's father, sat down with CBS News to talk about this new development in his daughter's murder case and what it means not just for the victims' families moving forward, but Brian Koberger as well.
Yeah, it's going to be nothing nice to go through for the rest of your life. And he'll have to think about that every day, all the terrible things that he allegedly did. And, yeah, you know, there's pros and cons to everything. But if you get a quick death sentence, then, you know, you don't have to spend decades thinking about how terrible you made the world. Yeah, I think it's justice when you don't have to torture families that have been already through the most horrific thing they could ever imagine, you know.
After the decision to take the plea deal was made, another family of one of the 4 victims, Kaylee Gonsalves, sent a strong statement about the plea deal, saying in part, the Latah County Prosecutor's Office's treatment of our family during this process is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. We weren't even called about the plea. We received an email with a letter attached. That's how Latah County's Prosecutor's Office treats murder victims' families. Our family is frustrated right now, and that will subside, and we will come together as always and deal with the reality that we face moving forward. We have that full statement from the Gonsalves family up on our website, creme.com. Details for this new development in this case are still limited, but we are keeping an eye on what you at home can expect from tomorrow's court hearing. In studio, Christian Garza, Creme 2 News.
And our Amanda Rowley will be in Boise tomorrow to report on the Kohberger plea hearing. Watch for her reports from the courthouse. We also plan to bring you the hearing live on Creme 2 Plus. You can download it now on your TV and watch for free.
Okay, y'all, I'll remove that for a minute so I can go get the other links. Okay, what was the next one? Was about Kaylee's dad's interview. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, who had that link? I don't remember now. Kane, one of them. Oh, I bet you that was it. Was that it with Banfield? Probably. All right, 1 second, y'all.
Rock Chalk just dropped one too.
Okay, got you. Me and this thing is 5 because it's being split. Here we go.
No, we're not cloning you, Kane. Gosh, we couldn't have 2 of you. No way.
Okay. 1 second.
Yes, Rock is always pulling through. Got her links out for us today. Thank you.
There is breaking news and there is breaking news. And when you do a true crime show and something happens at the level it happened today, this is sort of calamitous, so to speak. You may have heard by now, but that man, Bryan Kohberger, has decided to throw in the towel, so to speak. And the government has tossed that towel at him. Bryan Kohberger has agreed to take a plea deal from the state of Idaho in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students 2.5 years ago. I didn't expect this, y'all. I did not expect to come on the air with you. I'm on vacation right now, just so you know. I did not expect this 1 month till jury selection. I already had my plane ticket booked. I was ready to go. And I expected to be in Idaho pretty much until November, when a jury would decide if he was guilty or not guilty, or would be going to the death penalty, right? I did not expect a plea agreement this close to trial, but there are all sorts of reasons why this may have happened, and I am going to go over all of them with a lot of very special guests, and one of those very special guests is Steve Gonsalves and his attorney. They are going to join me in a few minutes for their first national interview, and my heart is absolutely breaking for them. This was not what they wanted. This was not what the Gonsalves family wanted. They were vehemently opposed. I think it's more important to say they were vehemently opposed. Kaylee on the far right, her family has fought tooth and nail against any kind of concession on this. They wanted to see this all the way through to what they had hoped would be a firing squad. Xana Kernodle's family, apparently, according to TMZ, very upset about this. They spoke with an aunt of Xana's who said they are all upset. Maddie Mogan was best friends with Kaylee. And so Kaylee's family knows the Mogans, and they seem to be in lockstep. Ethan Chapin's parents, you know, it's been a little different for them. Stacy and Jim have struggled as mightily as anyone else with the pain and suffering they've been through. But as far as death penalty was concerned, it just wasn't the highest priority. It was not going to bring Ethan back. Did they change their minds over the months and months they've been waiting for this justice? I don't know. They're very, very quiet about this. There are two people not on that chart, and they are not in this picture either. They're cropped out because they survived. They are the two surviving roommates from 1122 King Road. They are also victims of this crime, and they also have a say. I can just guess that Bethany and Dylan did not want to go to trial because they have lived hell as well over the last 2.5 years. And going to trial and getting up on that witness stand and saying what they know while the world watches and then dissects everything about them like they have before, I imagine they did not want that. But I can tell you this is a horrifyingly difficult decision to make. Why the prosecutors offered, only they can tell us that. And I hope one day they will. They may not. Why Bryan Kohberger accepted? Oh, I can definitely weigh in on that. They had him dead to rights. And when I say dead, I mean dead. They had him dead to rights. I said the same thing about OJ, though. And so I know better than to say slam dunk 100%. There's always a little bit of room in reasonable doubt. So there's always that risk. Did they have him 100%? As far as the facts and the evidence, yeah. Was there a chance someone might get on that jury and hang it and cause a retrial? Yeah, sure. Was there a chance that maybe they would convict and not choose death? Is that possible? Would a jury convict maybe and say, but we can't do death penalty? Saw it in Jodi Arias. So yeah, that's a possibility too. So these are all part of the recipe, right? Bryan Kohberger will be standing up and saying that he's guilty of killing all 4 of these kids on Wednesday, 2 days from now. Brian Enton has been on this story since the beginning, and he broke this news today about the plea deal. He joins me live now. You and I have been sort of talking all day, whether it's been on the phone or over the airwaves, that we're both pretty gobsmacked by this. There's an emotional toll that, you know, these families go through, and then you become very invested as a reporter as well.
Yeah, I mean, I told you earlier, Ashley, I was totally shocked by this in the sense that people have been asking me for the last several months, do you think that there is going to be a plea deal? And I always very strongly said, no, I don't think there is. I have not gotten that inclination at all from the prosecutor. I have not gotten that feeling that that is what most of the family members want, and they have a really solid case. And that is how I always felt and what I told people until Friday, until 3 days ago. And that is when I learned that there was this meeting with victims' families and that this first came up. What would you think of a plea deal? And what happened after that is strange because it happened quickly and it happened over the weekend. It was last night. It was on a Sunday night that the prosecution sent over a proposed deal to the defense last night, saying, look, you'll get the death penalty off the table if you agree to 4 consecutive life sentences back to back, 10 years also on the burglary charge, waive all rights to appeal, which is big. You can't appeal. You'll be in prison for the rest of your life. And then prosecution will also seek restitution to pay for some of the funeral expenses. So that offer went out late last night on a Sunday night. And then it all happened very quickly today. We get the news that he accepted the deal and that the trial will not be happening. And now there will be this plea hearing on Wednesday.
You know, this has sort of rattled everybody following the case. It's certainly rattled the family. Steve Gonzalez, as I said, is coming up in just a moment to tell us what he's gone through over this last 3-4 days. And then today, he's got a lot to add to some of the public statements he said online. And so that is coming up. Brian, I opened the show by saying they had him dead to rights. And I feel as though when you and I watched bits and pieces come through the gag order over the last 2.5 years, we felt like it was impossible for Ann Taylor to climb that hill to reasonable doubt. Do you have any idea whether there'd been discussions throughout the last 2.5 years ever about getting to a plea deal?
Not that I know of. I have never heard one thing about a plea deal until Friday. That is when I found out that these discussions it started. Maybe they were happening in secret before. I believe that there was this negotiation happening behind the scenes between the prosecution and the defense. I don't know how long it's been going on for, but you mentioned the evidence. I mean, there's so much, but I mean, his DNA was found on the knife sheath in the house where the murders happened. His Amazon history showed that he bought that K-bar knife used for the murders. The cell phone pings took him to the house over and over again and drive.
What happened? Trisha, did we lose you? Trying to see what happened. I don't know. She must have froze or something. Let me see if I can. Oh. Rock, I have a laptop. Thank you, Stormy. The bullshit meter kicked in. Here comes Trisha back. Give a minute. Add to stage.
Oh my God.
What happened, chick?
Am I on? Hang on. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
The heck? Okay. I was making sure. I hit the plug on this stupid computer and I didn't mean to, and it like turned everything off. I was like, oh crap. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. Lord have mercy. Okay. Hang on one second, y'all. Let me get this thing back. It's right where it left off, so I just redid all the tabs. 1 second.
I don't know where she went to. Oh, we do a lot of hanging on with Trisha, don't we? Hang on. Here we go.
Maybe they were happening in secret before. I believe that there was this negotiation happening behind the scenes between.
Thank you, Rock.
His DNA was found on the knife sheath in the house where the murders happened. His Amazon history showed that he bought that K-bar knife used for the murders. The cell phone pings took him to the house over and over again and driving by the house. The surveillance video showed his car going up the drive. I mean, the evidence was a lot. But, you know, again, I told you this earlier, in some ways, just for those of us following it, I almost feel duped because not only has the prosecution sold this bill of goods that they were going to fight this till the end, but Ann Taylor, the same thing. I mean, she said openly in court that she personally believes that Bryan Kohberger is innocent. And now she also just, you know, basically is ready to sign on the dotted line. I don't think anybody saw this coming.
I will always say a defense attorney, you know, has to believe in their client. They have to give them the most fulsome defense. That's America. Everybody gets equal justice. It's what makes us incredible. So I won't fault her for throwing her, full faith and trust into her client. But I will ask you this. Last week, there was a ruling that came down saying that Ann Taylor was no longer able to assert an alternative perpetrator theory in this trial, which would have meant that Bryan Kohberger could say, I think Joe Schmo, Jack Smith, and John Schmay all had evidence that showed they could have been in that house, which could amount to a little bit of reasonable doubt for a juror. They got smacked down. The judge said, you don't have enough evidence to raise those kinds of allegations against real people whose lives could be destroyed. Do you think, Bryan, that might have been the proverbial nail in this life without parole coffin? Meaning Anne looked at her client and said, Bryan, I can't save you now. I can't mount that defense. I can't save you. Make a decision, either yes or no. Take the deal, or you may end up in front of a firing squad.
It's possible. I mean, look, the four alternate perpetrators that she wanted to name, and we haven't reported the names. We know some of the names. I mean, these are people who the names came up early on. Even the judge said it's a bunch of BS. They were not the killer. So to think that she actually expected that was going to go her way and she was going to be able to bring those names up during the trial, I would suspect she knew that the judge was going to rule against her, because even early on, he said, you need more evidence here. This doesn't add up. She asked for a delay. That was denied. I wonder if she has been trying to perhaps convince Bryan Kohberger for some time to be open to a deal. Maybe he's the one who wanted to keep pushing forward, and she finally convinced him, we need to do this. But again, to my knowledge, there was no offer of a deal officially until Sunday night. So this all happened very, very quickly.
Do you have any idea if Bryan Kohberger's family is going to fly out from Pennsylvania either for Wednesday, where he has to stand up and break everybody's hearts, break his family's hearts, break the victims' families' hearts, and say, I did it. I killed each and, he'll have to say to each and every charge, I killed Kaylee Gonzalez. I killed Maddie Mogan. I killed Xana Kernodle, and I killed Ethan Chapin using a knife. He's going to have to do that. Do you think that his family is going to come out and stand behind him for this?
I don't know. My gut says probably not, considering they have never been to Idaho to visit him in jail, and they have never been to any of the hearings in Idaho. Granted, I did see them in Pennsylvania after he was arrested, and they showed up for that. I've reported on in the past, there's financial issues there. This all happened so late. I mean, this hearing is the day after tomorrow, Ashley. Can they make plans that quickly? Can they afford a last-minute plane ticket? I mean, think about the victims' families. They were getting ready for a 3-month trial starting at the beginning of August, and now they're told on a Sunday night something's happening, and then suddenly on Monday, oh, by the way, yes, it happened, and this is the hearing now going to happen on Wednesday. So, I mean, for both sides, this happened so quickly. I don't know that his family can really figure out the trip that fast.
Yeah. All right, Bryan, you've done incredible work, especially breaking this news. This is just so, I don't know, the whole earth just kind of tilted on its axis for those in the true crime community. I really appreciate your hard work on this, and I know it's been a backbreakingly long day for you, so thank you.
Thanks, Ash.
I want to bring in Steve Gonzalez. He is the father of Kaylee Gonzalez. His attorney is Shannon Gray, who has stood by him steadfast from the beginning. Steve, I don't know what to say. You're the first person I thought of when I heard this news today. I reached out to you right away, first to tell you how sorry I was, because I know how this is landing, at least I think I do. But I wanted you to have your say. I wanted you to be able to say out loud for everyone to hear what this means to you and your family.
This is anything but justice. This is the opposite of our will. There was no majority believing that this was acceptable. I want to honor all the police officers, the FBI, and all the people that work their tail off. The failure is at the court level, 100%. But the men and the boots on the ground and the women that were out there working, I want to honor everything that they did for our children, 100%. The fault is in leadership and the people that you place this evidence upon. They were weak. They decided to play God and decide what this man's decision should be, and not a jury, not a peers, not his peers. They, so that's where we are today.
Walk me through what happened. Brian Enton, did some really great reporting at the top of this show here, but tell me from your perspective how the last 3 days have played out.
I would say ever since Hitler has demanded an independent investigation, they couldn't get away from this case fast enough. They've done everything to make this case go away. So I don't know what that entails, but he said he was going to have an independent investigator, and all of a sudden we seemed like we were on rails to get rid of this case and make a plea deal. I mean, he's guilty. We all know he's guilty. There's more than enough evidence, but it's tough. It's tough to put a community through this, and it could be bad for reputations and business identities, and there's fallout. But this isn't the will of the victims. This is just one person making a decision, and it doesn't reflect what we were asking for.
Steve, did anybody ever call you from the prosecutor's office to just personally discuss this with you? Did anybody offer to meet with you in person to go over this potential plan?
We have meetings all the time on, particularly a lot of times on Friday. No. We had this regular meeting that we have to try basically do an update of what's going on, where things are at, because Idaho is actually an amazing state where it really does care about people. We just get one or two, people who just don't care about the victims and don't care about justice. And it's easy to take the weight out. It's easy to make an excuse and say, I'm doing this for the victims, even though I've never interviewed the victims. I've never really talked to them to find out what their true feelings are. So here we are. We're stuck, and we can't get out of it. I ask your audience if anybody knows Judge Hitler, reach out to him and ask him to put his foot down and not accept this offer. It doesn't reflect anything in Idaho. This is not justice. We had an outsider come to our community, kill our kids in their sleep while they're getting a college education, doing everything that they should do, and we don't have the courage to hold him accountable. No plea deal. Let's go for this guy. 100%. Let's do it. And that's how this family stands.
Steve, I know that, it's no secret your daughter Kaylee was so close with Maddie Mogen, best of friends. And I know that you got to know the Mogen family as well. Have you spoken with the Mogen family, and do you know what their reaction is to this plea decision?
We actually just had a meeting with the prosecution and just tore into it and made it clear that we were not in support of this, but we also invited other families into that, and I'll let them speak on their own that were part of that meeting, but we are in no way alone on this. Multiple families believe the same as we do, but I want to honor their abilities to speak independently and as their child. So I don't want to cross that line, but all I will say is there was no majority for this decision at all. And if they're not working for us, they're working against us, guys. I mean, we have to wake up to this. I mean, we have to hold people accountable. Coeur d'Alene just had a shooting where we attacked our firemen. People need to stand up to these monsters and stop freaking bowing down to them and giving them childcare. I mean, prison is nothing but adult childcare. You get free vision, you get free dental, you get free meals, you get AC, room and board, cable TV, internet access. It's ridiculous what we give our prisoners. Better than what we treat our vets. Our vets coming back from war with missing limbs. This is unacceptable.
Shannon Gray, I'm going to ask you to step in as well. Judge Hippler, Steve just mentioned Judge Hippler in this case. I have to ask you as a matter of law, would Judge Hippler have been fully integrated into this deal plan? Meaning, this is not a surprise to Judge Hippler. Is he going to have to weigh this and then rule from the bench as to whether he'll accept it or not? Or is it a fait accompli by the time they get this far down the road that the judge will accept it?
Well, I think a few weeks ago, Judge Hippler, talked about had there been an offer at all on this case. I think he mentioned it in the courtroom, and maybe that sparked something with the defense and the prosecution. I'm not sure. That being said, with a plea like this, it's with the life sentences and it's agreed upon by the state and the defense. There's small modifications sometimes that they can make to the sentencing regarding, restitution, some other things like that. But if the state presents sufficient facts to the judge or a plea of guilty to the counts, normally judges will accept that, and they'll let the defense know if they're not going to accept that ahead of time. So I would suspect that the plea will go through on Wednesday, and then they'll set over sentencing for a few weeks, and so the victims can be present to read victims' impact statements, etc. So
Steve, I covered a case where the defendant was so overwhelmingly guilty according to the evidence. And it was a death penalty case in Arizona. And that jury voted guilty, and they did not vote for death penalty. So that defendant, Jodi Arias, sits in a prison in Arizona as we speak, and she had multiple access to appeals. I wonder if there's any solace at all in knowing that this can't happen to him at this point. There can be no appeal. There can be not one squeak from Bryan Kohberger after he accepts that sentence at the end of this month, unlike what happened in Arizona, where there is always a chance the jury does not choose death. Is there any solace in the fact that you will at least have him silenced and there will be no appeals?
Absolutely zero. None. Could be no farther than how we believe. I want my community support. I want that jury to make the decision, not Thompson, not some old man who's 70 freaking years old deciding how my daughter's life weighs in a courtroom. That is not justice. That is not justice at all. I'll take my juries, I'll take my peers all day long. I'm sick of one man deciding or one woman deciding what a life's worth. So that's how I stand on that.
I fully understand how you feel. And none of us can understand what you're going through. None of us is walking in your shoes. And I'm just glad to give you this platform to be able to say these things publicly. And I'm also glad that you've got the support of Shannon Gray, who's just been a rock for you. Thank you to the both of you. Steve, please give Christy and your kids our love. We will still be here. We'll be here Wednesday. We'll be here at the end of the month, and we'll be here for you after that as well.
Well, thank you. And you've always been a hard worker, and that's why we've always tried to partner with people who put that extra effort. But we couldn't pick the prosecution. We inherited them. But everywhere we go, we partner with people like you who are relentless and tireless, and they just chase down the truth. And I really appreciate that's what you brought to our case. And when people reach out to me, I'll tell them that this is a network that you can partner with and understand that they'll be there to the very end.
God bless you, Steve. I think we just lost Shannon, but I'm sending you my my deepest love and wishes for some peace in all of this. And we'll talk soon.
Thank you.
Steve Gonzalez joining us, as well as Shannon Gray, who, like I said, we just lost his connection at the very end there, but we certainly got the comments that we needed from Steve's attorney. After the break, there's another member of the Gonzalez family, the youngest sister, who wrote something so incredibly profound that my 38 years as a journalist, I don't think I could have written. I wanted to read a couple of those lines for you from Aubrey Gonzalez, Kaylee's little sister, because it is just, I mean, it's just it's earth-shattering that she could come up with these incredible concepts in such a time of despair. And then also I'm going to speak with Mark Garagos, who's been through his fair share of very, very high-profile trials, and he knows the way the inner workings are. Like, do these adversarial parties, prosecutor, defense, are they so adversarial when the doors close to the courtroom? Or do they talk about things like this? That's coming up right after this.
A criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Kohlberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder, in addition to felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder. As far as Mr. Kohlberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student, Washington State University, and has an apartment residence over in Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He is being held without bond, and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon, and that a public defender has been appointed for him there. The process at this point is, since he was arrested in another state, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office.
We are back with this breaking news on the plea deal for Brian Kohlberger in the Idaho quadruple murder case, 2.5 years in and just 30 days, basically, till jury selection. My colleague, Brian Enton, who broke this story, is back with me live, as is Mark Garagos, who is one of the best attorneys in the business and has been through his share of high-profile cases. Brian, I want to start with you real quickly because you've got some reporting for me about what the prosecutors outlined to the families as their rationale for why this deal should go forward.
Yeah, I want to go through this list with you, Ashley, and kind of explain these different bullet points that they gave to the families about why they were supporting this plea deal. So they started with every trial, there's always risks. As we conveyed, we feel very confident about the strength of the state's case. However, this does not eliminate all risks associated with trial. They talked about a mistrial, hung jury, and the fact that this could result in the families having to go through the process again. They also said a month-long jury trial will impose an emotional, mental, financial, and physical toll on the families, friends, roommates of the victims without any certainty of an outcome. There would be some measure of finality if the defendant admits he was guilty of the murders. There is only one realistic way to get this type of closure, and that is through his entry of a guilty plea. So basically they were saying if the trial moved forward and he was pleading not guilty, they would have never gotten the satisfaction of a guilty plea. And this was interesting. They said that sadly, as many have experienced, there are individuals out there who believe in conspiracy theories about this case, believe the defendant to be innocent or support the defendant in some way. We know the sentiments of support of defendants have been unbearable. We can only hope that at least some of these people will turn their attention to other matters if the defendant takes responsibility and admits to his heinous crimes by pleading guilty. And the last two reasons they gave, or the last reason they gave, the state believes the death penalty is warranted in this case. We've never wavered in that. However, they talked about how people can remain on death row for 30 or 40 years, which has happened in Idaho. There would be appeals, and that this would just drag on and on for the families. Ashley?
Mark Garagos, Brian Enton just listed out some very strong reasons for why a plea deal is a great idea. If you're Steve Gonzalez, the state had this guy. They had him dead to rights. They had overwhelming bad facts that, I mean, I don't know that Ann Taylor could have climbed that Everest with every tool in the toolbox. Why a plea deal for a case that looked this rock solid?
You know, it shows you how jaded I suppose I am. I didn't understand why they took the plea deal, the defense. I don't get it. This is somebody, that was my first reaction. I know that may not be a popular reaction, but what's the advantage of him taking a plea deal to life without and no chance of appeal when it's a circumstantial case? Number one. Number two, the reasons the prosecutor gave here are compelling. I don't know. I've never had a trial where both the victims and the accused families hasn't said, how do you do this for a living? How do you go through a trial like this? Trials are not easy. Trials are some of the most stressful, unbelievably nerve-wracking things you could ever go through. And the idea of having a defendant get up, plead guilty, accept responsibility, say, I'm not going to appeal, waive my right to appeal, and all he gets is he's not going to sit on death row for 30 years or until such time as the death penalty may be eliminated, as it is in many states. I get the raw emotion. I get that, and I understand nobody. Nobody's going to second guess anybody who's had the unthinkable happen to them. So I understand that.
Yeah.
At the same time, please, why go through this just to have a jury say the same thing and then have to listen? Let me tell you what would end up happening. You get to a guilty verdict in that phase. You then get to a penalty phase, and you have to listen to mitigation evidence. If you're the victim at that point, and that's a legal conclusion, the victim, because somebody's been found guilty, you don't want to hear a litany of mitigation evidence about somebody who has been found guilty of killing your loved one. I can't think of anything worse. I don't want to hear about all the good things or all the problems or this or that. I just want the person gone. And I think there is some closure with somebody standing up and taking responsibility. And I think that with some hindsight and I remember, Ashley, you tell me, when we first talked about this, some of the victims' families were on your show saying that they were not supportive of the death penalty. So I'll leave it at that.
There are some who said it did not matter to the level it did to others. It seemed with victims' family members that there were more that did. But Mark, I'm so appreciative of you jumping on with me last minute for the breaking news. Thank you. I want to call you again on this because this is definitely not over. And Brian Enton, I'm going to ask you to stay because there's still lots of work I have ahead, questions I have for you as well. There's this notion after the break that I'm going to dig into the protocols because I want to know if he's got to stand up in court and tell us what happened. What did you do to those kids? Tell us, because we've been under gag order all these years. Is it time for Bryan Kohberger to not just say he's guilty, but what he did and why he did it? I'm going to find out if the law demands that in Idaho. The expert in Idaho protocols is coming up in just a moment. But also, Stacy and Jim Chapin are the parents of Ethan Chapin. And Mark Garagos just mentioned they weren't all on board for a death penalty. Here's part of the interview that I did with them many months ago.
For us in our family, personally, he was kind of the comedian. He could lighten any family situation.
Yeah, he was good.
He was funny. He was kind.
Yeah.
He just kept us all moving forward. I don't know. He
loved his family, his
Yeah.
friends. He
Yeah.
just loved to be with everybody and just have a good time.
Yeah.
I mean, he's pretty easygoing. He just loved life.
There are likely some defensive wounds, but no, there just were a lot of stab wounds. And so, I mean, it was late at night or early in the morning. So it seems likely that maybe they were sleeping.
That was an interview that shocked me. Shortly after the murders of 4 University of Idaho students, I spoke with the coroner who told me about the depth of the stab wounds, who told me about details it was just sort of bone chilling to hear what had happened to those 4 kids. She won't be testifying. Nobody will be. No one will be testifying, but I sure hope that Bryan Kohberger has to stand up and make an allocution explaining to us why. What did you do to these 4 kids and why? Not every state operates the same way. I've seen allocutions before, like Dennis Rader's that, rose the hair on the back of my neck. But others, Chris Watts, he said a few things about the kids that he killed, his own kids, his wife, but not all the details, not all of them. I want to bring in Edwina Alcock. She is an attorney in Idaho. She knows the protocols in that state. That is her state, and this is a state case. And Brian Enton is still here with me as well to fill in a lot of the gaps. I've got you still here, Brian. I know it's breaking news, and I'm sorry to keep you, but I'm going to ask you a question in a moment. Edwina, can you tell me about the protocol for a circumstance like this? Start with Wednesday, the day that the plea is going to be changed from not guilty to guilty. What should we expect to see happen on Wednesday? What will we hear from Bryan Kohberger on that day?
Sure. Thank you, Ashley. I think that what we can anticipate in this case is the judge is not going to accept any type of skirting around the elements of this crime. Unfortunately, what is going to be required is Mr. Kohberger pleading guilty to the elements of the murders of each of these 4 kids. And I hate to use the words kids because they're obviously adults, but we know that they're just, university students on the cusp of their life. And I think the court is going to require and not accept anything other than Mr. Kohberger telling the court exactly what happened in this case.
But I don't expect that Wednesday. Do you expect that much of an allocution on Wednesday, or do you expect to hear those kinds of details during sentencing at the end of July?
If the court is going to accept a guilty plea on Wednesday, Bryan Kohberger is going to have to tell the court exactly what he did to be guilty of this crime. So I do expect that on Wednesday. Unless there was an Alford plea, which I cannot anticipate the state agreeing to in this case. But if the court is going to accept a plea, he's going to have to tell the court what he did.
And Brian Enton, if you could just weigh in very quickly, this has all been very last minute for the families as well. And so they haven't even got 48 hours at this point to put together their statements, their victims' impact statements. I mean, where did they tell you they were at with this process? Even arriving, even going to the hearing on Wednesday.
Well, and just to respond to what Edwina said, I have been told that the prosecution said that they would not accept an Alford plea. And what an Alford plea is, and Edwina can correct me if I'm wrong, she's the lawyer here, but the way I understand it, an Alford plea would have been a plea where he would have pled guilty, gotten life, but he wouldn't have actually admitted to committing the murders. And I am told that the prosecution would not accept that kind of a plea. It needed to be just a flat out, I did it, I'm taking full responsibility plea. So I don't think Alford plea is on the table, but I guess we'll find out for sure on Wednesday. In terms of the timing, I mean, I think these families were getting ready for a trial in August and emotionally gearing up for that. And now to know that they have to figure out a way to get to Boise in 2 days and face the man who is admitting to killing their kids And I told you this earlier, Ashley. One family member told me, and this just like really hit me the way she described it. You know, that she had been working for 2.5 years to get her power back, like to take the power away from Bryan Kohberger and to feel empowered again. And that she felt like when the prosecution gave Kohberger the option of either taking the plea or going to trial, that he somehow had all the power again now. And that was the most devastating thing for her. And I think that just gives you an eye into sort of how these families are processing this right now.
I can't even imagine what it's like to walk in their shoes. Edwina Elcox, thank you for stepping in last minute on this breaking news. Brian Entin, as always, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your work, and it is just stellar. You are among the giants, I believe, in this industry. Thank you for that. In just a moment, Brian's going to come back, and I'm going to give you the lowdown, the schedule, not just Wednesday, but the sentencing schedule. And then I'm going to remember the 4 most important people in this story, the 4 kids who lost their lives. That's next. I'm still trying to get my head around it, but in a matter of 2 days, Bryan Kohberger is going to stand up in an Idaho courtroom and tell us all what we all pretty much thought all this time, that he did it, that he's guilty of murdering 4 kids in Idaho. And I call them kids because they were university kids in the prime of their lives. Brian Entin is back with me now. Brian, I was hoping you could give me the schedule. Give me an outlook for Wednesday, for this, plea change, and then for the sentencing at the end of July.
Yeah, so we know the plea hearing is going to be Wednesday morning at 11 a.m. exactly. I heard what Edwina said, which I thought was interesting, that she thinks we might get like a really detailed confession. I don't know that. I don't know if it's going to be sort of procedural or if there'll be a lot of information that comes out. I don't know, but it's Wednesday, 11 a.m. And then the sentencing, I'm told, will be later in July. What's interesting, though, which is no surprise, just sort of the way this case has gone, is the official docket hasn't been updated yet. The court hasn't sent anything out. This is all information we're still getting through sources close to the trial that we have. So I'm still waiting on the official sort of docket change, which hasn't happened yet.
Brian, thank you. You're going to join me in the next hour. I'm going to end this hour by showing the 4 pictures of the people who matter most in this case. And those are the victims of who Bryan Kohberger will say he's guilty of murdering: Ethan, Madison, Xana, and Kaylee. I'll be back with you in just minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to our breaking news coverage. I'm Ashley Banfield, and yes, it is late. It is not normal for me to be on at this hour, but there is such a seismic shift in the true crime community because Bryan Kohberger has agreed to plead guilty after more than 2.5 years of us waiting and wondering, did he do it? If he did do it, why did he do it? The murder of 4 innocent University of Idaho students murdered in their beds. Again, almost 3 years ago now. We've been waiting under gag order for the most part for answers. And those answers were supposed to come during a trial that was set to get underway in just a month. Why did these 4 innocent kids lose their lives? Who is this guy to them? Why would he choose them if he did it? And why on earth would anyone break into a home of sleeping innocent kids and knife them to death in their beds? All of these answers were supposed to be coming to us at the end of this month and beginning of August. Now, I'm not so sure. I wish I could come on the air tonight and tell you exactly what's going to happen. Best guess, after almost 40 years of doing this job, is that, yeah, you're going to get some answers. Bryan Kohberger doesn't just get to say, all right, I did it, now leave me alone. It doesn't work that way. He has to do something called an allocution. That's typically what happens when somebody agrees that they're guilty. They have to tell us why. They have to tell us what they did. A couple things are about to happen. On Wednesday of this week, Kohberger is going to be marched into court, more than likely in an orange jumpsuit, because there's no verdict now that's going to be rendered on him from a jury of dispassionate citizens, right? Now it doesn't matter if you see him looking guilty in an orange jumpsuit or in his fancy little suit and tie. That's my guess. My guess is that he will come into court in an orange jumpsuit, and he will be asked to stand in front of Judge Hippler and plead guilty to each and every one of the murders, as well as the burglary. And he will have to answer to what he did to each of these kids and why he's guilty of it. As for the details, the very perplexing details as to why he chose these 4, that I can't promise you will happen on Wednesday. That I'm not sure will happen on Wednesday. At some point, we will hear more details. My thought is it would be likely better reserved until sentencing, when there's a more formal process, when, family members can actually book tickets and hotels to be in this jurisdiction and be present for it. It's 48 hours away, for Pete's sake, not even. They barely even heard about this before they suddenly have to scramble to be present for it. So Wednesday is the change in plea, where he will formally admit to stringing us all along for almost 3 years. And he will admit that he's guilty of these 4 murders. Whether he allocutes and tells us more details, I don't know. But then there will be the sentencing at the end of July. And at that point, I believe we're going to learn a lot more. And at that point, you will hear that Brian Kohberger has agreed to this deal. And in return, he will go to prison for life with 4 consecutive life sentences. Why 4 consecutive? You die after 1. Why do you need the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in a row? Well, in case something falls through. Maybe there's a hitch. Maybe something goes wrong in one of the murders. Doubtful, but you still have the next one and 3 after that. So he will do 4 consecutive life sentences. He will not have the ability to get parole ever. It's called toe tag parole in my line of work. It means you come out of that prison in a pine box with a tag on your toe, and you do not come out of that prison any other way. Toe tag parole for him. He also has to waive the right to an appeal, which means you cannot bother us anymore with your excuses. You cannot make any more excuses for this. You cannot tie up the courts. You cannot tie up the emotions of the victims' family members who were left behind. You need to go away and die at your own rate in a cell. This is the agreement he's made. Brian Kohberger will go to prison for life with no opportunity for parole, with no opportunity to ever appeal this. And for that, he doesn't face the firing squad or an electric chair or a needle. More than likely the firing squad, because that's what Idaho has been working towards. It's seismic. I told you it's seismic, because the families, they really didn't know this was coming. They were part of the process, but only for the last few days. And that's where Brian Enton comes in. My colleague, News Nation's national correspondent, Brian Enton, you broke this story. You have been monitoring this all the way along. And even though it's happening, it's still really hard to process.
It is, and I've said it over and over again all day. I never thought that there would be a plea deal. People would ask me all the time. I never thought. I thought there was going to be a trial. That was the indication I always got from the prosecution. That was the feeling I got from being at pretty much every single court hearing. But that started to change on Friday, when there was a meeting with the victims' families, and for the first time that I knew of, there was this talk of, what would you think about a plea deal? And then over the weekend, more chatter, and they actually the prosecution extended the offer to the defense on Sunday night, so last night, and then the defense accepted it and said, we will take this deal. Death is now off the table, life in prison, no opportunity for parole, no opportunity to appeal. But it all happened very, very fast, Ashley.
And overwhelming for many of the surviving family members. And let's not also forget, Brian, there are 2 surviving roommates who were there. Extraordinarily traumatizing for them to not only have lived through these last 2.5+ years. But the advent of having to get up on the stand in a very public trial in front of the eyes of the world and tell their traumatic experiences, they also more than likely had a say in this process. But the family members were not all in lockstep. I dare say the majority of them very much against a plea deal.
Yes, I mean, there are some that we know of who have been open to a plea deal in life behind bars, but for the most part, the conversations that I have had, people, the families wanted to see this through. They wanted to see the prosecution take this to the end. They felt that Bryan Kohberger deserved the death penalty, and they feel like there has been this negotiation between the defense and the prosecution happening almost in secret. Like the fact that this all took this turn over the weekend and the families didn't know that this was brewing before Friday. And I was just thinking about something else, Ashley, this court date of Wednesday. So now on Wednesday of this week, there is this official court date that the families were told about when the plea will happen in court. To me, that shows that the judge is in on it. I mean, it hasn't officially been it showed up on the court like system on the computer, but if the judge has set the court date, he's obviously been a part of these conversations and acknowledged that there's a deal on the table.
With something this high profile, I cannot imagine that it didn't go before the judge already. They can formally put it on the record on Wednesday, but why set this all up to fail on Wednesday and devastate everybody all over again? And when I say everybody, I mean the victims' family members all over again. So I'm not surprised that the judge wouldn't sort of be involved and say, all right, let's go ahead with this. Let's make it formal. Let's have him confess in court and tell us that he did it to each one of these kids. He's got 4 charges, one for each of them, and each of them is just as important as the other. Real quickly, did you tell me that Bryan Kohberger's family has never visited him in prison these 2.5 years that he's been in Idaho? They're all the way over in Pennsylvania. Have they never seen him?
Yeah, unless it was a recent visit, my reporting has always been based on sources that I have that they have not visited him in person in Idaho, that there have been phone calls and letters, but never an in-person visit. They have never been at any of the, I've been at, I think every hearing. They've not been to any of the hearings in Idaho. They were there. The one time I've seen Bryan Kohberger's parents were right after his arrest in Pennsylvania. They came to his first hearing there and sort of like shuffled in, and then they brought them out the back. But no, they have never been to Idaho.
Well, he can get used to not having them visit even more because he's going to do that time in Idaho. And unless they move across the country, he will not be seeing his family. If they haven't seen him in the last 2.5, I can't imagine in 4 consecutive life sentences that they'll be regular visitors. Bryan, don't go away. I wanted to let our viewers know that in the last hour, if you were watching, I had the opportunity to do the first national interview with Steve Gonsalves, who has been a vocal opponent to any kind of plea deal. He and his wife, Christy, and their kids have been steadfast in their desire to see Bryan Kohberger, if found guilty, face a firing squad for the murders of these 4 kids. I had a chance to speak with him and his attorney, Shannon Gray, in the last hour. I want to replay that for you. Steve Gonsalves. He is the father of Kaylee Gonsalves. His attorney is Shannon Gray, who has stood by him steadfast from the beginning. Steve, you know, I don't know what to say. You're the first person I thought of when I heard this news today. I reached out to you right away, first to tell you how sorry I was, because I know how this is landing, at least I think I do. But I wanted you to have your say. I wanted you to be able to say out loud for everyone to hear what this means to you and your family.
This is anything but justice. This is the opposite of our will. There was no majority believing that this was acceptable. I want to honor all the police officers, the FBI, and all the people that work their tail off. The failure is at the court level, 100%. But the men in the boots on the ground and the women that were out there working, I want to honor everything that they did for our children, 100%. The fault is in leadership and the people that you place this evidence upon. They week, they decided to play God and decide what this man's decision should be.
Very wild out there in response to this. People are angry. They are.
Was she ready? Was Ann Taylor ready for trial? Maybe not. Maybe she got her butt handed to her with a few of the rulings last week where she wasn't allowed to point to anybody else and raise them as possible killers. Maybe that was the straw that broke the camel's back for her. In any case, the internet was on fire. And there are two people who know well what the mood was like out there. Annie Elise is host of the podcast Serialously with Annie Elise, and Justin Shepard is host of the TikTok Just in the Nick of Crime. They are both with me now. Annie, I'll start with you. Wow. The comments have lit up.
Yeah, it has definitely been very wild out there in response to this. People are angry. They are outraged. I mean, the fact that this plea deal happened without all of the families coming together and signing off on it, it's really upset the public, because a lot of this is also sparking confusion too. Like, how is somebody who is facing quadruple murder charges even being offered a plea deal? If this is not what justice looks like, and arguably it could be construed as re-victimizing these victims all over again.
Yeah, that's what Steve Gonzalez told me. He is livid. He said that the majority of the families are in lockstep with him. Justin, what are you seeing from a lot of your followers?
So I can echo those same sentiments. People are unhappy about it. You know, there's a lot of people who have been following this case we're now getting on 3 years, and they've wanted to see justice. They've wanted to see the evidence. Not that is necessarily any of their business, but at the same time, the families are the biggest issue here. The fact that they weren't consulted, that they weren't brought in on this, that they found out via letter, you know, that's just not the way these things should go. And the other thing, which is kind of a pretty common sentiment, is at the end of the day, you know, we don't know what would have happened in this trial, whether he would have gotten the death penalty or not. But the way this sits right now is, if Kohberger's family wants to pick up a phone and call, if they want to visit him, they still have the ability to do that if he's sitting in prison for the rest of his life. However, Maddie, Xana, Ethan, and Kaylee's family, they're never going to have that opportunity again. And it just really doesn't seem that fair.
You know, is there any, I'll get you to answer this one. Is there any talk in the social media world right now about demanding answers? At the very least, if this is going to happen, the families deserve, the people of Idaho deserve to know why. Why did you do it? And why these four?
I think that is the biggest point of contention, Ashley, because this is now robbing the families and the public of the full truth. Without the trial, a trial would have forced every detail, every timeline inaccuracy, any possible error to come to light. Now that's not happening. And if there is an allocution, we don't know how detailed that is going to be. And the public and the family, everybody wants answers. Nobody deserves it more than the family, but what was the motive? Why did this happen? And the questions go so far below the line as well, into everybody wanted to know, is there a link to the Papa Rogers account? What was he really doing? We know obviously now he wasn't stargazing as he had claimed to be doing. So there's just so many questions left unanswered. And I personally think that one of the biggest pieces of this too are the roommates, Dylan and Bethany. They now don't get their say in court. They don't get to face him. And there has been so much rumor and speculation about them over the last few years. And I would imagine now, with things shut down, without all of that discovery out, the rumors are going to continue flying. They're not going to be shut down.
It's a really good point. Justin, the gag order has been suffocating for people who are in the business of transparency. That's us, the media. This is the public process that we cherish in America. Other countries I have visited as a war correspondent, they don't have this. It's secret justice. It's hooded justice. It's gulag justice. We don't do that. The gag order will be lifted. How much of it do you expect to learn, Justin? And how much of it do you expect will always be a secret?
You know, that's a great question. And unfortunately, we don't know what we don't know. I'm hoping that a lot will come out because, you know, as we're talking about, the public wants to know. They want to know why he chose these four people. Why did he go to the house? What was he doing? Why did he plan it? If that's what he did, you know, what was the reason and methodology behind all of it? And hopefully that comes out. The other thing that I'm kind of hoping to come out is You know, when you go back to the very beginning of this and you look at that no-knock warrant that was signed off by a judge in Pennsylvania, to get a warrant like that takes some incredibly compelling evidence. And usually you don't have that many things listed on the description of it. And when we saw that warrant, it was pretty lengthy. And so if that was just a portion of what they knew then and everything they found out since then, I'm hoping that we kind of get a little bit more of an idea of what all was out there that led them to track him down in the first place.
Amen to that. I'll be with you guys as we look to.
All right, y'all, I'm going to play this thing from Ethan's family. Like, Coffindorfer's coming on next. I don't think anybody in here cares to hear what she has to say. We can guess. So give me 1 second.
Thank you for everybody that has joined us and is sticking around and watching this with us.
We are back with our GMA cover story. More on the Idaho college murders case after Brian Koberger agreed to plead guilty to all counts. Shortly before we learned of the plea deal, Kana Whitworth sat down with the family of one of the victims, Ethan Chapin. I want to go back to Kana in Boise. Good morning, Kana.
Yeah, George, good morning. So the last time that Jim and Stacy Chapin saw their son Ethan alive, it was Parents' Weekend at the University of Idaho. They told me they left full of pride. Their 3 children, their triplets, were living their best lives. But that feeling was short-lived. It wasn't long after they learned that Ethan had been murdered in a quadruple homicide that thrust the town of Moscow into chaos. And this morning, for the first time, the Chapin family tells the story of how they stayed afloat.
We just decided maybe it was best to tell our story of Ethan literally one time. He deserves it. He deserves our story of him.
This morning, as the Idaho murder suspect prepares to accept a plea deal, the family of Ethan Chapin speaking publicly together for the first time since Ethan, his girlfriend Xana Kernodle, and her roommates Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez were brutally murdered in an off-campus home at the University of Idaho.
I miss him every day. When you lose your son at 20, you know, it's different. It's a different loss. And I miss him every single day. And I always will.
Ethan, a triplet with his siblings, Hunter and Maisie, all attending the University of Idaho together. Hunter and Maisie and their parents, Jim and Stacy, now telling their story in a new Prime Video docuseries, One Night in Idaho, The College Murders, remembering their 6'4", larger-than-life brother and son.
We played every sport together. Every time we went in the car, it was together, partied together. There was never a dull moment.
The night before Ethan was killed, Maisie brought him to her sorority formal. She now cherishes the text he sent her before bed.
So he started off by texting me. I think he said, "Dog, come hang out. We all want you here." And I said, "I'm going to bed." And then he said, "Love you." And I didn't even respond to that. I think I was asleep by then.
And the "I love you" kind of stood out, though.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Hunter, who pledged Sigma Chi with Ethan, says the next morning, a friend at the fraternity woke him up saying the police were at Xana's house.
Hunter Johnson came up to me and said, I was like, "Where's Ethan and Xana?" And he's like, "They're not here anymore." So, "What do you mean they're not here anymore?" He's like, "I think they were murdered last night."
Hunter was forced to call his family with the news, his parents in disbelief.
It drives me crazy because I've always wanted to protect my family. And there's really nothing there that I could have done. You know, instantly he was taken.
A suspect, Brian Koberger, arrested nearly 7 weeks later. With a bit of relief, the Chapins shifting their focus to their son's legacy, getting tattoos to honor him.
We all benefited from having Ethan in our lives for 20 years. It's a tremendous loss.
Now, the Chapins told me that they brought Ethan's ashes and his red Jeep home to one of their favorite places in Priest Lake, Idaho, where they live like Ethan every day to honor his legacy. For more on their story, you can catch One Night in Idaho, the college murders. It premieres on July 11th on Prime Video. George.
Okay, Canna, thanks very much.
So Hunter Johnson got around that day, right? Because he was the one that found them. He was the one that told Ethan's brother, and his sister was crying, y'all. I think they hold back a lot of their tears on camera. There are a lot of people that don't want to be on national TV just squalling. It doesn't mean you don't love somebody, but his sister was crying, but she probably rehearsed that a million times. It's okay. I'm not being mean. I try not to judge how these people feel, because he was a triplet. There's a difference in that, I believe. I mean, it's taken them a long time to speak publicly, but Hunter Johnson was why is he the one that tells everybody? And how are you just going to tell his brother he's not here anymore? Maybe I shouldn't judge that part, but I'm just like, why is he the one that went in the house and how is he everywhere? Like, I'm really a little confused about this. Yeah, as far as Dylan and Bethany not getting to tell their side, I don't think either one of them wanted to get up on the court. So, I mean, I think they're happy because they didn't ever want to do this anyway. I don't care. Dylan walked by Xana laying in the damn floor. Okay. She fucking saw Xana laying in the floor, and she did not call she saw a masked man and she didn't call 911. They may have been able to be saved, or at least they may have been able to be alive long enough to tell somebody something. So that with Dylan and Bethany didn't unalive anyone. I don't even want to hear that shit. We've done seen the documents saying that they were on the phone. Dylan was on the phone. That's stupid as shit. I don't care. She knows to call 911. Yada, yada, yada. Her and her daddy done deleted texts they were sending to each other. So, yeah, I don't give a shit whether she was drunk and passed out. You didn't go check on your friend, but you saw a masked man. Okay, if she didn't see nothing else but her laying on the floor, maybe. But she saw a damn masked man and she was scared. But there's no reason to do anything except lock yourself in a room. Get the hell out of here. I can't even do that. I can't go there. I'm sorry. And I cannot. Sorry.
I have a problem with that too. I just can't. I don't know. I mean, I know drunk and everything else, and they're young girls, so okay. But if I seen my friend laying on the floor, and I just seen a masked man in my house, and I heard her crying before this, and nobody's answering their phone, I might have ran past for a minute and went down and got Bethany and made her go back up with me. But my butt would have been over there checking. I just don't understand that part.
I don't think they were that drunk. I don't think Dylan was that drunk. I mean, I don't, because if she's able to text like that and everything else, and she can call 911, the issue is for 8 hours, and then she calls somebody else over to the house. It's not me judging. If it was a couple hours, if they would have called somebody to the house then, if it would have been 2 hours, I am sorry. I am sorry. I am sorry. There is absolutely no excuse. If Dylan was scared then why is Xana laying on the damn floor? Okay, you're scared. Xana's on the floor. You're scared about something. No, I'm not buying that.
No, I'm not either with that.
I mean, I just don't. I've never, and I don't think everything I get in my readings are right, but I got about what Dylan did. You know, I don't know that, I don't think she yielded a weapon, but I think they waited to make sure everybody wasn't going to be able to be saved completely before they called. And that might have been this is the thing. It may have been they were being threatened. They may be threatened now. Okay. And that's something serious if they are. But her and her dad having text messages that are deleted, and that's in documents, and Taylor said that. So also, I don't buy that shit of all of them being up in Kaylee's room socializing, because there's 3 different stories, which some of that stuff is not Dylan's fault because she cannot help what they put in the PCA. She cannot help that she told them that she didn't know if she was dreaming or if it was real, and they didn't, you know, admit her statement because she don't even know what was going on. I'm not blaming her for any of that. My issue is she saw Xana on the floor. She saw a masked man and she is scared. She calls them and nobody answers. We're not waiting till 8 hours late. I mean, what the hell? I'm sorry. No, they're 19 and 20. Listen to me. A 5-year-old knows better. I don't care. And you don't stay that drunk, honey. You see a masked man, like, that's like seeing blue lights in your rearview mirror. You become undrunk or unscrewed up real quick, like. And for them not to want to testify, like, those are supposed to be your friends. Why would you not want to testify unless they're being threatened? But if they were being threatened, I would think that their lawyers would keep them from, I mean, it would have to go further than this. I'm not saying they're not being threatened. I'm saying somebody needs to figure out what's going on. Well, I don't know who unalived them, but that person isn't blamed. But damn it, there's somebody in the house, dude. I mean, what if they could have saved, if one of them could have lived long enough, even if they wouldn't have lived, I mean, I hate saying it like this, so trigger warning, forever like now, but what if one of them could have said or most anything? Like, okay, let me ask you a question. All these people saying this. And I want you to think about if you have a kid. Okay, make sure you're thinking about your kid. And they have freaking roommates. They've called every fucking body else, dude. But they were scared because a masked man. That makes I don't understand what the hell, because if it was y'all's kids, it would not be doing like this. Like, that's just not. I can't do it. Oh, sorry, Rock Hog. I'm an idiot. I did that.
I was gonna say that's on her.
sorry.
I'll blame Trisha.
Wait a minute. Where's my? Hang on.
Well, that's just me.
I know. Hang on. There we go. Sorry, y'all. Okay. So, yeah, I just can't. I don't know. I mean, I'm not blaming them for it happening. I don't think that Dylan planned. Like, I do think she knew something was going to happen. I don't know that she knew that was going to happen. That happened, but I just.
No, that who's talking is Trisha from Echoes of Clarity.
Yeah, I have a southern draw. I live in Alabama.
Yeah, no, I don't have that.
Not that you can tell.
That's funny. Hold on, I got to answer my phone real quick. You go.
What I do know for sure is that they were texting. What I do know for sure is she said she saw a masked man more than once. What I do know for sure is she said she was scared. What I do know for sure is they called and didn't get an answer. So, and they knew to call somebody to come over and look for them at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, whatever time it was. Hey, TMI, I'm just like, I'm not being mean. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just being real. I mean, Ethan's parents are not happy with Dylan and Beth. And I mean, I know they're not happy with Dylan. That it's been expressed. They don't even want to testify. Like, I can't. I don't know. You know. Yeah. And I said, honestly, I hoped I was wrong about Dylan. I would rather her not have to deal with this. And I don't even blame her, because if her dad is deleting text with her, like, who's taught her? Like, there's something wrong with this. We weren't there, but all we can go by is what the hell they're saying and what it looks like. And like, you don't say you're scared. There's a masked man. Xana's laying on the floor. You can't get in touch with anybody. Well, it's not. Well, yeah, I mean, it is all hearsay except the documents, which some of them I don't even know some of them. But I'm just saying, like, you can't. It's just a lot, and it's a lot for Dylan to have to carry if that's what happened. You know what I mean? That's a whole lot for her to carry. Yeah, and I don't know that was in any of the documents. So nothing Bethany said was in any of the documents. So I'm not sure whether Bethany really said that or who said what or what with that. But what I'm saying is, we know that Dylan was scared. We know that she ran to Bethany's room. We know they were awake. We know they didn't get in touch with anybody. So, I mean, at least call the kid's parents. Hey, your kid's not answering shit, anything. I mean, if you're not calling the police, I get it. I don't know what's going on with the police. I'm not saying they're suspicious or not. I don't know. I am not there. But I know that call somebody. And for Hunter Johnson to get a knife before he goes to the room to check on them, well, I thought he thought they were passed out drunk. What does he need a knife for? How suspicious? And that's in a document. So
yeah, that don't make sense. It just don't make sense on why. I mean, for the fact that when you reach the top of the stairs and you got to go all the way over to the kitchen to get the knife when the room's right there, like, that just don't make sense to me. And sorry, my granddaughter showed up. So that's what's in the background.
I told you, background noise is life. We're not in the movies. Well, this is our real life. So, and I can't hear that much, and it sounds cute to me. So,
oh yeah, she's full of it today. But
I mean, if they're being threatened, you know what I mean? Like, if their life is being threatened and it was being threatened and they didn't have a choice but to not call 911, then I you know what I mean? No, I can't blame them, because they are young, and like, if you're being threatened, what the hell are you going to do? They know that they just did that to 4 people in the house. If that's the deal, then no, I'm not upset with them, because I mean, I can't be, because that's crazy. But I mean, I don't know that that's what went on. That's what I'm saying. That's why somebody needs to know, because I don't want to blame them if Dylan was being threatened with her life, her family being threatened, and she was scared to death. Because what do? You know that they just went through and did that to 4 people, and it's not a GUN. This is personal, like up close and personal. It doesn't have to be. I know a lot of people think it's got to be an ex-boyfriend or something, but y'all, gangs and stuff, or hired hitmen do this kind of stuff. They do this kind of stuff. That's what they do. So, I don't think Brian Kohberger went in that house Ethan was 6'4". I don't care if Ethan fought every day or not. I don't give a shit. He was 6'4". There's no way Brian Kohberger attacked Xana and Ethan's just I mean, what the fuck? That's not even logical. It's not logical. It's stupid. It's stupid. And I can't. So, like, if he had something to do with this, he was not alone. And I don't think he was jealous and some whatever, because there's 2 people alive. And in this case, there's a reason that 2 people are alive, in my opinion. So I'm just saying. That's my opinion, though. And I'm not getting mad at people that don't think that. I'm just saying, I cannot deal with poor Dylan. Bethany, I can't. If I know that they're being threatened and whatever, then yeah, I can go there. But not the stuff that's played out in these documents.
Yeah, I like it. I don't know. If there's text messages that Steve G says there is, that, you know, Dylan said, did it sound like they were being unalived upstairs? If that's true, then yeah, what the hell? Why would you not have called 911? If you can write that in a text message, then you know something is wrong upstairs.
I'm not blaming Dylan and Bethany, okay? That's not what I'm doing. I'm not blaming them for the murders. I'm blaming them for nobody calling 911, and they're scared. They're scared. There's a masked man in the house. Dylan sees Xana on the floor. If she wouldn't have saw a masked man and she wouldn't have said she was scared, seeing Xana on the floor thinking she's drunk, oh, Ethan's got it's fine. But what the fuck? She saw a masked man. They called them. They could not get in touch with them. So you're going to sit there for 8 hours? I can't. I'm sorry.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I cannot. Sorry.
Yeah. Nope, I can't either with that one. Oh.
Even if she didn't call 911, call somebody. If she was going to call Hunter Johnson, call him over then. You can't get in touch with these people. You're freaking out about it, but there's no reason to do anything for 8 hours. I don't understand how that makes sense. I'm sorry. I just can't.
No, and you seen the interview with Hunter and Emily and Josie, and Emily said that she joked around with Dylan when Dylan called them. Like, made a joke in that about stuff.
Whose hero is Brian? Because I know, but if he's innocent, then why? I mean, what the fuck is the point in him going to jail? The people are still out there, and he's not the only one. This is bigger than this. This has got to do with a lot more than just what Brian Kohberger, for goodness sakes. It has to do with more than Brian Kohberger. And if you don't think that, I'm sure you don't think P. Diddy's guilty, or Hollywood has tunnels, or they abuse kids, or anything else that goes on. That really goes on. And that's the reality you live in. I've had to go down a long road of a reality that really goes on. So, you know, it is what it is. And those fraternities are mini Masons. And if you look at them, that's who they were funded by.
I agree with you, Daddy.
What's the same?
I agree with Kane's comment. Because I call him Rat Daddy. They are out full force. Nobody's saying we're.
How do you know Brian Kohberger's guilty? I mean, you know what I mean? He could be being threatened. His family could be being threatened. You know what I mean? Where's the evidence? If they show me the evidence that shows that he's guilty, okay, I'm fine. Like, I cannot stand people say, "Oh, he's your hero." Hero for what? I don't know that man. If he did the shit, then he needs to be in trouble. But I want everybody. I don't want one. I want them all, because that's what those kids deserve, is that kind of justice.
Yeah.
And I don't think that they've been done correctly. I think they've been disrespected with a fucking clown show that's been going on. And I am very much for these victims getting justice, because they were very young to not be here, and they've died in a horror movie that, I mean, it scares the shit out of me. Like, it's horrible. No, who in the hell wants somebody to walk free? But who wants the innocent person to go to jail and the guilty people be running the damn streets? I mean, come on. We got to, and I'm not saying he's innocent. I was not, I mean, look, it's possible anything, but I don't think it's possible he just did that by himself. No. I mean, what if Brian just knows something?
Yeah.
And like, you know, there's no other thing except that he knows something. And so, you know, Ethan is 6'4". He was not a pencil. He's not just letting somebody attack Xana. I don't care if he's drunk or not. Guess what? He fight or fight. I mean, I'm telling y'all. You have blue lights behind you. You ever smoke some weed and drive down the road, your ass is sober, more sober than anything. You see blue lights, especially behind you. You become real sober. I mean, you know, you still ain't gonna pass no alcohol test if you got that much alcohol in you. But I'm saying though, like, something happens. So
And Arthur Cat,
no more info come out. We are just discussing
Yeah, I don't think Dylan and Bethany had anything to do with the
why
crime.
Dylan and Bethany are not guilty of the crime,
Yeah,
but are guilty
no.
of something. They're guilty of not fucking calling anybody for help. Dana's on the floor. Dylan's scared. She runs to Bethany's room, but we have people in here going, well, I don't understand why it's their fault. I didn't say it was their fault there, but I am saying that the fuck, you're scared. You're not calling nobody. Like, we're just going to sit here and fucking wait 8 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, so I don't get it. So yeah, that's what we're doing. We're arguing with people.
No.
We're not really arguing. That's what we're doing.
No.
They're supposed to have court tomorrow, right? At 10 Mountain Time, Christy? Somebody?
Yes.
Anybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
11.
So that's 10 your time, Shaggy.
Yeah. Hey, Shaggy. But I got to call it an end here. Got grandkid and daughter here. My other daughter's coming, and we're going to chill for a little bit.
We've been on here for like, I don't know how long. For
2 hours and 10 minutes. So, but I
so
want to
let's
thank
say
you.
Idaho time. Oh, well.
Yeah.
I thought it was 10. So, well.
Okay.
So let's.
Wait a minute. What Birdie say? Hi, Birdie. Thank you for joining us. Plans to take the plea and not guilty. It's a hostage video with paperwork.
I don't know. I don't even know if he's going to plead because, like, I can't remember who said it in here, but it may be. I don't know. I don't believe nothing until it happens. So, at all, period. Show me. That's my whole.
Yeah.
Event to life. So, I don't know. I know my head hurts. This case drives me crazy, but.
Yeah.
If he does plead guilty, either it is whatever Birdie just said, or they have something on him. But Kane, I am live. What do you mean go live?
Because I said I was getting off. I think I can get off and you can still stay on.
Okay, I'm gonna go live and your ass is gonna come up here and talk because I'm tired of talking.
Yes, I agree. You get up early. So, but
Dude,
everybody.
If you're sleepy, Kane, Mr. 2 o'clock in the fucking morning, or
Yeah, my phone's ringing at 11 o'clock at night I'm like, oh, thanks. But now I'm going to call it an end. I want to thank you all for being here and showing up. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, share, all that. And tomorrow for this hearing, I'm sure we'll be live and see what comes out of this and what we learn, and hopefully we can figure out a little more info and find out what's going on. But I don't know if I can leave, and are you going to stay on if I leave, or do we have to both shut down? Trisha? Well, maybe. I guess I'm the only one here. She already left, so I don't know. But I'm going to end the stream, and I again want to thank you all, and I will see you later. If she goes live, I'll be in chat. If not, we'll be live tomorrow for the hearing. Oh, are you back?
Hang on, y'all. Yeah, I hit the damn plug again, so I really should fucking call an electrician to get them to fix this plug so I can quit hitting this extension cord. Kane, I mean, you gonna talk, Kane? I'm not playing. You talking?
Thank you, Rock. Thank you, Shaggy, everybody in here, but I do got to call. Do I end it or what? On my end? Do I just leave studio? Does that end it for me?
Yeah, I'm just gonna end it too. We sound like we ended our lives here, but I'm fixing to end this. Kane text me or something. You're doing a hearing tomorrow with Mama Dude. Who the hell is that? I don't know who that is. But Kane text me, and I mean, I'm tired of talking. Damn it! Are you gonna get up here and talk? Because if you are, then I'll stay live. Christy, you can exit if you need to, because I know your granddaughter's there. Love you. I will see you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
Oh, hell. What is my channel? I don't even know my thing. See, Christy has the links. I don't ever do the links. Y'all can stay in Christy's. Like, I do this for Christy's thing. I don't care, y'all. Like, I really don't care. But hang on. I don't know the link to my channel. Kane, do your damn job. You tell me to do mine. Well, come the fuck on. Oh, we got to put my link in there because no, I forgot Christy just got off. Shit. Oh, Kane, you got me all kind of fuckered up here. Swear to God. Hang on a minute, y'all. I should have told Christy to put my link in first. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Okay, yeah, you got to hurry up. I got to pee. What in the fuck is going on with this? Hang on. Oh, I'm sure somebody's going to get mad because I'm saying fuck, and I'm going to say it a million more times too because that's what I say. I don't care. Suck it. Sure enough. I can't deal with all that kind of bullshit, isn't it? Oh my God, I'm a dumbass. That's not how I do that. The story of my life. Okay. Kane, hang on. I'm going to get you a link. I can't do everything at once. I got confused. Kane's fixing to come up here. He's got to have a link first. I'm getting it. Sorry. One thing I can do, but one thing at a time. I just posted my. There you go. Christy posted. Yeah. Now I'll take you straight to this live, y'all. Okay. Keep on filling his head full of shiznit. Okay. Kane. Come on now. Oh, are you? Well, shit. What? I gotta boot you. I don't want to, Chrissy. Okay, I will. Let me pin this first. I don't think I pinned it. I don't. Hang on, Christy. Jesus Christ. Why is that? Okay, I don't know. It ain't pinning it, but okay. The link's in chat. It should stay on chat. Christy's chat will stay up anyway. That's not what I want to do. Christy, go on YouTube. Go to your YouTube. Go to my mind went blank. Go to YouTube Studio on YouTube and end it on YouTube. That's what you have to do. It's a pain in the ass. Sorry. Kane, what the fuck are you doing? You want to stream this on your channel too, Kane? Because it's probably going to ask you that. What in the hell is he doing? All right, hang on. Let me mute this so I can help Christy. Talk, Kane, because I got to help Christy.
I got it. Go ahead, go Pete. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Welcome to the Purge. I'm Kane B, the Rat Daddy. I'll be taking care of you the rest of the way here. while Trish takes care of her business. Nice to see everybody in the chat. It is Lana's live just ended, and can you guys hear me okay? Everything good? Let me make sure it's muted over here. I'll pause this shit. All right. Welcome. We got Angel D, Hillary Mansfield, Joey Aguilera. Is that who did I see? Fire? Is that Swifferfly? Is Firefly? I don't even know because everybody's names be changing all the time. So thanks for coming over here. Fuck this fucking thing. This is bullshit. And the thing is, so if this does turn out to be that he does, please say the words guilty. It's because one of three things, and I think we've already talked about it in the chat here already, and the main thing being, I feel like I'm not. Am I loud? You guys hear me okay? Put a 17,802 in the chat if you can hear me all right. Where the heck is the thing? Let me change this here. And it's one of three things. And thanks, Angie. Either possibly that there is some kind of irrefutable evidence that he was there. I forgot the other two. Damn. You're putting me on the spot here, Trisha. Or he knows that there is no chance that he's going to get a fair trial in Idaho, and there's no way he can win because every time that she says, I think Lana said it, when Ann Taylor says the sky is blue, Hippler says it's gray, it's green, it's yellow, and she's constantly being interrupted by him now. Willie was also saying that what was Willie saying? I forgot everything. I'm all kerfuffled.
I'm back at a piece, sorry.
You get yours? All right. And either he knows he's not going to get a fair trial, something came up, or I think it was somebody over there in Lana's chat saying that he's entering a plea deal, and I believe that you have time after you enter a plea to change the plea, so it may be a way to buy time since that Hippler wouldn't give you the continuance. And I'm quoting somebody here again. I would rather sit in a prison cell the rest of my life than plead guilty to a crime I didn't commit. And regardless of all the non-facts that they've given to us, Twids, why don't you come up here, bro? Help me out. The fact of the matter is, we know that there ain't no way that he pulled up to this house and did this crime by himself. I just, in a million years, I can't see it. And what the fact of the matter is, on Wednesday, tomorrow, if this trial or hearing is broadcast, they'll eventually release the gag order. And so if nothing else, if we don't get all of the redacted stuff, ever down the line and all this, people like Cy Ray will finally be able to talk. And I believe, Twiz, correct me if I'm wrong, if he has promised us that, the social club there that they have, he'll tell us what's going on. And there's no way that Cy Ray is going to go up here and say, oh, he's guilty after he said that what they had is bullshit. So, dance, do your little dance right now, guilters. Have your day in the sun. because this is not over by a damn sight, and it's got a long way to go. And then there's also the chance that Hitler doesn't accept the plea deal for whatever reason. We never know what this clown's going to do. Allegedly a clown. But I feel strongly that I have to agree, honestly, and so many things with Ann Taylor have made me question exactly her tactics. I've said many times that I think that of course the freaking long guy starts right now. That she is a meek mouse, and one of the key points of this trial, I feel like from the get, and I like I said, I'm not a lawyer, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night, and I feel like the most important critical thing of this, if they think they have evidence on him with that knife sheet, is that the house was contaminated. The crime scene was contaminated by their account hours and hours before any law enforcement arrived. So you had people in and out of that house, and you have the only circumstantial, hopefully you guys can still hear me, the only circumstantial evidence is on a movable object. And for some reason, they focused on these 70 picos of skin cell DNA and overlooked bloody gloves and blood on a handrail that were related to the crime, but they said that the people that they're related to or whatever are friends of theirs and they live within walking. Like he just turns everything she said around. So it could have very well been that Ann Taylor's like, I can't fight this. I don't have the time. I don't have the resources. If you want to sit in prison the rest of your life and not be unalived, then you're going to have to take a plea, as sad as that case may be. And now mainstream media is literally doubling down on their Koberger's family never showed up for the hearing. I only saw him when he was brought over from Pennsylvania. Listen, dude, people don't have the money to be flying and staying in hotels for these hearings, especially when I think they thought their son was going to get exonerated on this, which he should have been. And so it sounds trippy to me, H. That's why I was asking. What do you mean? Let's go, Trish. Are you cloning me, bro? Or maybe
What? No, I'm not cloning you. I don't know nothing about that.
Let me. Oh, you know what? One of the settings on the audio. Let me check this shit. Okay, here we go. Okay, I had the. Oh, I know why. Hold on. It took over my computer. Hang on a second. My bad. It's me. Not.
I mean, you're loud.
Do I sound okay, Trish? Do I sound pretty?
Oh God, yeah, you sound beautiful.
No, the thing is that here. Okay, so going back 3 days now, going back this whole business. I was looking back at my lives. Let me go look at my lives right now. Hold on. Hold on. Cane Bee's the Purge. All right. I'll even look at not Cane Bees. I don't care. All right. Let's see here. All right. So going back to Cali, you have. I started with Jage doing the show around. Let's see here.
Angel, you were a mod. Hang on.
Is Angel seeking attention again? All right, looks like I teamed up. Yeah, there it is. February 16th with Jage. Okay? And we had been at that point, and I'm not correlating the partnership with this, but up to that time on what I say was February 16th. And here's the first live if you guys want to see it at your leisure that I did with JJ. All right, here it is right here, and we had not heard from law enforcement in 2 years. We were as dried up as a Death Valley Gulch on information and any releases of new information up till that point. Now let me get to where I was thinking about last night. Hold on. I'm a little bit road worn, so I'm sorry if my voice sounds funny. Does it sound better now, Angie? There's one I can review right here. Hold on, these sons of. Oh, they hit me on limited ad revenue again. License added.
Twiz, I put the link in there. Kane wants you to come up here.
All right. Let's see here. So, up there. Red Rome University. Turn to Rockford's was March 3rd. So we have. That's around March 3rd is when we started to see some weird stuff. I forgot. Let's watch one of my lives together real quick, you guys. Trish, I'm going to put a link. Click on the link.
What?
Hold on. Show my show. Here, let me.
Okay, hang on. Put the link in there.
All right, hold on. I don't know if I want to do Labracadabra. Tell me why it was a damn good live. That's April though. Hold on, that's too far. Yep. Okay, so here, right here. This is it right here. And the title in the description is just like kibbles and bits. For real. Like that's literally what I put. Welcome in, Yvonne Poole. It's nice to see you. I'm glad you're here with us today. Lana's taking a little break. We're going to do like just a little intermittent live here to keep things rolling for the day. Tomorrow, I'm going to have my mom up. She's coming to see the place for the first time. It's been a long year. A lot of work for me to get here. And finally, my mom gets to come and chill in my new house. So I'm real excited. So we're going to do the hearing. I'm going to do a prelim live with moms. And so I hope y'all enjoyed that. Now, let's take a look at this here. And I'm going to just shut up for a second. Roll that clip, lady.
Where do you want me to start it? Why the hell did I do that? Hang on.
Start at the beginning.
There.
And then I got another
Okay.
one. JJ's running a little bit late. I sent him the link. Here, I'll drop it in the chat just in case you missed it, bro. And welcome in, everybody. What a day. What a day, huh? Oh, my Lord. It's all out there now, isn't it? Man, my mind is blown right now. Let's see what we got going on here. Let's get it started. And these are them. That's the picture. That's old news now, isn't it? Okay, so there's that. Play, will you? It's working today. I'm on my 3rd Celsius right now. That's here. I'll drop. Have we seen?
The best place to buy kids furniture? A furniture store just for kids. That's Rooms to Go Kids. And right now during the anniversary sale, see.
At least we're getting the video. Okay, so here you go. If what up, Rod?
Like this and this.
We're looking for JJ. JJ, that's for you.
Are exclusive brands like
and
Disney
Celsius.
Princess, Star
Number
Wars.
3.
And
Oh,
now,
yeah.
Marvel's Spider-Man. Shop today, save today, and get fast delivery in
Oh,
a
yeah.
setup. Rooms
Okay.
to Go Kids, the only furniture
I got my
store
mouse
just
back
for kids.
and the rat is gone. How do you like that?
Suspected Idaho killer Brian Koberger is due back in court this morning for the second day of a critical pretrial hearing, and his defense is now pushing for nearly all of the evidence against him to be thrown out, potentially derailing the prosecution's case ahead of the trial that is in August. Kayla Gonzalez was one of the 4 students who lost their lives in the 2022 attack. Her father, Steve Gonzalez, joins us right now. Good morning, Steve. It's been a while since we spoke. How are you holding up?
One day at a time, but I'm feeling good. Getting close to the trial is it's a nice change.
Yeah. Steve, we've been waiting for justice for your daughter and her 3 friends for a while.
Sparkling
What do you make of
watermelon.
this procedural move by Brian Koberger and his attorney to get the evidence thrown out? Because without that evidence,
it's too white, I think. I don't
it's
know.
like a slam dunk for his
It's got white
defense.
guilt.
That's exactly how we feel. I've talked to my legal counsel, and this is their last hurrah. This is their last go for it. They got to challenge everything.
They definitely have to challenge everything, don't they, at this point? So let's keep moving here. I think Jules so far has nailed it the best. I don't know why this one.
Things kicked out.
There we go.
Nobody wants to go to court.
Okay, Steve, sure. This is a nice little tidbit. 3 Moscow officers honored themselves for saving some guy from a heart attack, I guess. Cardiac event. Let's see what happened there. Okay, and who was it? I wonder. Oscar, you can't make this up. Ossifer Sneeve. I don't know if he was in the original Grinch or not. And Officer Lane. And there's a third one in there. Oh, 2 of them. Okay. I guess this is Mallory giving it away. All right. Here we go. Pause that real quick for me, Trish, please. Can you guys hear me? Put me back up on the screen, all right? All right, and so the history of the Purge is the history of this case, just like the history with any other channel. It's its own take in every angle, and you can see, like I was saying earlier, Angel D, that up till this point, we were the thirstiest vultures out there in the desert, and so we finally got something, right? All right, and so now let's look at the next one now here. And so anyway, my point being with this whole thing is that all of a sudden now we're in July now, so you going back June, whatever month before June, and then the month before that, and so what happened? It started 3 months ago, and I'll show you right here. Hold on. There you go. You don't believe me? All right. So let's see. It's March, April, June. So it started in March. We got our first little taste. They wet our beak, right? And so, this was a really good live. Play the beginning of this one now here, Trish. Please, let me put that link up there for you.
Did you put the link in the chat?
There it is right here.
Okay.
And play
Hang
the
on.
beginning of that one. Play the beginning of that.
Don't get fooled by phone scammers. ReversePhone.com can help you see who's behind that number.
Yo, 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 yo. What is up? You have a nice view of my sconces. right now. I don't have my headphones on yet, so I can't hear you. If you're yelling at me for being late, I apologize for the delay, guys. I got sent to BFE. If you missed my try to explain it live on the phone there, I did a quick vertical live. Hopefully, Mousy and Stormy still here. Mittens, hello. If there's just a few of you, that's fine. We do our thing anyway. Operation GCD just wound it down over there. They were doing a Iran-Contra, and it ended up being an Idaho 4. Hey, thanks for waiting, Stormy. I appreciate it. I got sent on the Uber delivery from hell, and I'll never again. I learned my lesson on that one. It's so funny that they're just so intent on making so much money and screwing over their own employees. But that's a whole nother thing. I'm back home. It is yellow drink time. I haven't had a yellow drink. It's been a while, I think, since I had a yellow drink. So we're going to get this party started. And we get it going. I got a backup one if I need it. That shit, what's going on? Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I didn't mean to complain so much in you guys' ear holes, but somebody had to listen. And then you had that guy in the moped was driving me nuts. Like, dude, please don't give a fuck. What's up? Is Meg P here? Meg P's here. Cool. I get detention. All right, I'll take it. I get 4 demerits, and I'll go in the back room with Dobby and that chick that lives in the bathroom, and we can say Leviosa. It's Olivia. Well, now this won't close. Okay, now blood pressure. I don't have a blood pressure problem as far as I know. Oh, it's a blood fat problem. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Kane B. I'll be your host tonight of this magical journey through niceness, kindness, and wonderfulness that is Idaho. The joy we have found through this channel alone, not to mention Lana and Bella. I love Bella. I never see Bella anymore. She's such a sweetheart. I'm excited to meet her in August on the road to Moscow. I figured I'd pick up the guitar and finger pick you a tune. You know? So I could play pieces of songs and then they won't strike me. All right, pause it right there, Trish. Please. Trish is peeing.
Hang on.
It could be the bird. I don't know.
Okay.
All right, so the yellow drink. Rewind that again. Play that from the beginning real quick, just a second. So
From the beginning?
Nah, that's fine. This is when the whole. This is literally the episode when the whole Idaho Contra thing started, right, Trish?
Do what?
This is when the Idaho Contra started because they were starting.
Oh yeah,
They were talking about Iran Contra on Jade's show, and it kind of just all of a sudden melded into this whole thing with where we're at now. And so still now let me go to the next Purge live here. Let me see which one I'm thinking of. I think Twiz. Wow. If Twiz was on Jersey Shore, he'd have been Twiz. Wow. Okay, yeah, clean up on aisle 4. I think that now this one's not even monetized, so we want to get a commercial here. So here, run this sucker right here real quick. It wasn't a Red Bull. It was a Monster. I'm pretty sure it was a Monster. Meanie Weenie. Yeah, I'm about to bust into my. I have 2 Monsters left in the fridge right now. So yeah, if you don't mind playing that one, sir, thank you. Are we live? I got my glasses. Can't see without my glasses. How you doing, folks? Welcome in, everybody. It's very nice to see you. Thank you, Leanne Lund, for joining the Twiz level, which is the only level now. The memberships are at a value May price in support of my trip to Idaho. Hey, Jen, what's up? I sent all the links in the email. Let me turn myself so you can actually hear me. All right, there we go. That's better. Oh, that's too loud. I got the AC on, so it's hard to tell. Official, Yvonne Sky Blue, the Wild Sky Blue. We have a place called Clear Skies. I would call it Clear Blue Skies. I don't know why, but anyway, I have a confession. I'm not going to start with a confession today. That's how it's going. Let's just shut up, kid. All right, I'm getting right into it. Well, you know what? Rowie, what's up? I'll let everybody kind of gather in here for a second. Let them see I'm live, and we'll get started here. Tony's here. I still have not. I did a sweep. Portugal in the house. What's up, Joey? How much longer are you in Portugal for? Of the couch. And I did not recover the hat, but I did. If you remember. Still here. Is it backwards? Am I backwards? I'm backwards, dude. I'm backwards myself. Why'd be backwards? We have. I meant to put it in the title that Echoes of Clarity is going to join us today. I was getting on my drinks. I got a Prime, and I'm going to open it. It's the powder kind. It's much more convenient. And there it is. And then I have my coffee. Joey, I know you're going to ask about my coffee. Here it is. There's Trish. Hi, Trish. Yeah, it's pretty. I don't know. It tastes funny, though. I'm spoiled ever since I made that Nespresso error. If you guys, I put the Nespresso thing, thinking, oh, I can pull it off in the Keurig, and it's not broken. I brought it back to life somehow. What else is going on? The Twiz is watching, and I have a pretty good reel for you. It's a little bit longer than. Yeah. It was only a day away, Jen. Tomorrow's just a day away. Let's get some art going here. Sweetie, what's up? How you doing? Nice to see you. We're gonna look at some documents today. Of course, you know I'm not gonna read them. Why would I do that? Miss Potts did that for me. And where is Miss Potts? Is she late again? Is she lurking? Miss Potts. She's been working hard with the computer. This one sounds better. This is more bluesy. I have too much coffee. 8:20. All right. Well, we started just in time for Portugal and England. I want to see some England in here. Represent England. And let's see. I have this. It's the flashy thing. You're gonna forget everything I just told you now. Did it work? Okay. So yeah, I've ended the MK and Ultra backward name project. It's done. It's run its course, of course. And Donna San, let me hand it to you. Hello, Donna San, let me hand it. Very good to see you. Where else do you get your own inflection and accent on your name other than here? Somebody go pull Miss Potts out of the pits. I want her here. We're gonna let her do the reading anyway. There's no new documents really. There's just interpretations of documents. Like my shirt, it's not pink, it's salmon. I'm sure Rockford's upset. He only wears black, so he always asks me if I'm not wearing. Yeah, it's going to be about 15 minutes of fun here on the reel. So I won't make you wait any longer. I know you're here, JJ. Nah, nah. Here we go. So I don't know if you noticed lately, I can do this. I don't know when the last time you were here. You do the hokey pokey and you spin cane around. That's what it's all about. It's midday and we're purging. We're doing midday purges now in the hopes of keeping all of you sane that stay with me have been with me for so long. You noticed, hey, what's up? I can't even talk. I'm gonna let JJ do all the talking today. I sent you an email, JJ. So here we go, about 15 minutes in, and we will get right to it. I got 2-3 great guest hosts with me today, as usual, and let's play the video game.
You know, honey, it's really nice.
God, this child is covering the fucking mirror, dummy. How the fuck can you see my face, bro? Hello? Yo. How the fuck can you see me, bro?
Hi, Tamara.
I'm not trying to get that.
Do not touch it again. Okay.
Right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Okay. We're just riding our bike. We just wanted to tell you something. Yeah. We want somebody to play with us. Do you have any girls? Or like 5 years old? Or like a big kid like me? I'm 5 years old. And me too. And here's Ashley over here with me, and I'm Zoe. And Arya's at home. Yeah, Arya's at home watching TV. She's not doing something. Why is not looking? Because she doesn't want to. She's sick.
This footage shows my client Brian being arrested at a West Virginia traffic stop for not rolling down his window the entire way.
Go ahead and roll your window down for me. It's all right. Go ahead and roll your window down for me. What do you need it down for? Because I said roll the window down and you go to jail. Why are you being like that? Roll the window down now. Sorry, man. I was arresting a guy for being a goddamn sucker. I love it.
After I posted this footage to YouTube almost 2 years ago, the criminal charges were dropped, the officer was fired, and a federal civil rights lawsuit was filed.
Hey. Drop my wallet.
I don't know why, and I don't know where she is right now, but this video for some reason reminded me of Meg P in the morning. Oh, poor Meg P. Okay, I'm just teasing you, Meg P. But, while we're in the middle of my reel, Meg P actually sent me a really good documentary, and I'll post the link to it maybe later. It's on Tubi. So if you have the computer or you have the if you have the Tubi on the Roku, you can watch it. And it's about, man, this is a trip, dude. I have a couple things, and that's why I had to bring Trish up here today. Not because I need a reason, but love her to death. But what do you call it? What was I talking about? Oh, The Machine. And we did watch, if you remember, what was her name? Oh gosh, I can't believe I'm pulling up a blank. Man, this is a nice chat. This is good. I love this chat right now. If it was just the 5 of us, 10 of us, I'd be tickled pink. Hi, Leslie and Billy. Very nice to see you. Hi, good to have you. Anyway, it's about the fraternity, but it's not a fraternity at the University of Alabama. Now, some of you, hi, Snell Ray from New Zealand, my favorite Kiwis here. And Tonka's here. Cool. And hi, Meg P. I'll replay the clip that reminded me of you. Actually, I could start the whole thing over. I will play that last clip with the 2 little girls. That one is I played it. I had Trish play it on her show yesterday, and anyway, so yeah, my sister went to the University of Alabama in Birmingham, and she was there when Bear Bryant was the coach. So it was a legendary time, and they had she was in, I'm not sure if she was in Chi Omega there. I don't know. She was in a sorority. And they would go to the homecoming and wear the fancy gowns and the whole. But she left there early. And so, I don't know. She'll never talk about it. Something happened. And The Machine is a politically driven frat that is known for cover-ups. And anyway, I'll post the link later. You can check it out. But then, she went to Chi Omega the year after Bundy at Florida State University, which was, I don't know if she knew that going, but I think it was just easier with that because she was already a sister at University of Alabama, and then she just went to Florida State and finished out her degree. She's always been successful, still my sister. Yeah, I finally watched it today, Megs, and I gave you credit for sending it. So I'm not gonna whip it out, Donna. I know no matter how many ones I get in the chat, I'm not. That wouldn't be good. That's what brought JLR down. That's why his channel's gone though. I was eating a Cliff Bar. It's called the Z Bar. If you ever go to the Z Bar, it's a little healthier snack than the peanut butter. I can't do type 2 diabetes every day. Okay. If anybody knows where Miss Potts is, I was really hoping she would see that kid clip. But if she doesn't love me anymore, that's fine, Willie. And she's got to work. So I need a computer. Anyway, so you notice in this, I'll play it again. The lawyer guy, the West Virginia cop, he calls in. He's like, "Yeah, I busted somebody for being a jackass." And the guy on the other end of the radio is like, "Yeah, love it." I'm like, man, there is a lawsuit right there, and it looks like they never even found it. What's up, Jeff H? Bar. Yeah, it's a Z Bar. At least somebody got it. I'll break you off a piece. Maybe we'll relive the excitement of Dago's show with Willie versus Jeff H. Jeff H, you were very you almost lost it at one point, but you were very gentlemanly. You're still as stubborn as a rock, and you don't make no sense. But I don't know. It was fun yesterday. If you guys saw it, I got on there, and it is what it is. But we all make our own way. All right, so let's rewind that one for. Wait, where's the one with Meg? Meg, before you got here. I was saying the reason I put this clip in was, well, I'm just going to play it from here because this one is too funny. I don't want you to miss it. So I'll just start it over since everybody's here now. Yeah, you guys are great together, though, Jeff. That was fun. All right. So I was like, I'm not even getting up there because this is just too entertaining. So I'll play this, and then you'll see the clip, Megs, that is the family trying to get in the van that I said reminded me of what possibly was like when your kids were younger at your house.
You know, honey, it's really nice coming home to a slender wife again.
Thank you, Weight Loss Clinic.
I'll raise some eyebrows.
911, what's your emergency? Yeah, my wife got attacked by a warthog real bad, and I need someone to come up with an ambulance and pick her up. Okay, sir. Can you give me your address? Yeah, we're at 1825 Eucalyptus Drive. Okay, could you spell that for me, sir? I'm going to drag her on over to Oak Street, and you can pick her up there.
Mommy Ball, hello, welcome in.
Please, baby, please, I will suck your dick. Please, just let me out. Please, babe, I will suck your dick. Like, leave me alone. Let me go. Even louder.
And then you're going to shush me, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna shush you, yeah.
Come. In 5, 4, 3, 2.
So that's it. Shh. The grump needs. Shit. Sorry. Instead of bad words, $5. $5.
You're going to be a rich Muppet at the end of this day.
Thanks for stopping over that table. You know I'm recording.
Look at my drip gone. Oh my God! Oh my God! Get it out, brother. Man, I want my fucking grave gone. All my all money I put it in that shit. That motherfucker was fucking bleeding. Why you cannot run safe, man? Why?
Poor guy.
Come on, don't stop. You can see me in the mirror?
Yes, bro.
How the fuck can you see me? No, for real. Come on, answer the questions.
I can see you.
How the fuck can you see? No, can you see my face?
No, not in the mirror, no.
You can't see me.
This, man, I seen this shit. I seen this shit.
Move over. Look on the mirror. No, with the camera.
I can see you.
You can see my face? You can see my face? How the fuck can you see my face, kid? Fuck out! His towel is covering the fucking mirror, dummy. How the fuck can you see my face, bro? Hello? Yo. How the fuck can you see me, bro?
It's just the angle.
I'm not trying to.
Do not touch it again. Okay.
Right now, but if you'd like to leave a message, you can do it now.
Okay. We're just riding our bike. We just wanted to tell you something. Yeah. We want somebody to play with us. Do you have any girls? Or like 5 years old? Or like a big kid like me? I'm 5 years old. And me too. And here's Ashley over here with me, and I'm Zoe. And Ari's at home. Yeah, Ari's at home watching TV. She's not doing something. Why? Why's not looking? Because she doesn't want it. She's sick.
This footage shows my client Brian being arrested at a West Virginia traffic stop for not rolling down his window the entire way.
Go ahead and roll your window down for me. It's all right. Go ahead and roll your window down for me. What do you need it down for? Because I said roll the window down or you go to jail. Why are you being like that? Roll the window down now. Sorry, man. I was arresting my guy for being a guy sucker.
After I posted this footage to YouTube almost 2 years ago, the criminal charges were dropped. The officer was fired, and a federal civil rights lawsuit was filed.
Hey! Got my wallet. Right. What just happened?
Kyrie Irving is trending. All he did was repost an Alex Jones video on his Instagram story. This is the video he shared. You have to watch it.
The facts and common sense are in. Yes, there have been corrupt empires. Yes, they manipulate. Yes, there are secret societies. Yes, there have been oligarchies throughout history. And yes, today in 2002, there is a tyrannical organization calling itself the New World Order, pushing for worldwide government.
What is incorrect in that video? That was in 2002. The caption on this is Alex Jones tried to warn us. Yes, he did. We might not call this the New World Order anymore, but you really have to have your head in the sand if you have not educated yourself about the World Economic Forum, about the Great Reset. This is not a conspiracy theory.
Did a husband cross the line when he left his wife at the airport? The husband explained they had about 15 minutes until boarding started, and his wife insisted on going to Starbucks, which was on a different terminal. He told her she didn't have time, but she didn't listen. He waited as long as possible, but when the gate agent was about to close the door, he decided to get on the plane, and the wife did not make the connection.
Your girlfriend is just like every other bitch.
And how are you so different?
I play video games, dumbass.
On today's episode of Brutally Honest, we meet Emily, a self-proclaimed gamer girl.
Yeah, I play a lot of video games, but I don't make it my whole personality.
Stop her, Brian.
No.
Don't you want a girl you can play Overwatch with?
No.
Emily thinks this type of behavior is attractive. It's not.
Guys understand that too much video game talk will scare the hoes away. But what Emily doesn't understand is it'll also scare the bros away.
As a last-ditch effort to help her, Emily's family sent her to controversial therapist Dr. Victor Blade.
I'm not like other girls, Dr. Blaine. I play video games. That's not common.
And what are some of these uncommon games you play?
How about Fortnite? Ever heard of it?
Fortnite? It's like the most popular game ever.
Yeah, but I bet everyone in the audience can tell who on this stage knows more about Fortnite.
You know what? You are so right. Hey, guys.
Baby, I got you. I got you. I'm coming. Oh my God. You're okay. You're okay. You're okay. I'm okay. Get it up. I'm trying, Katie. You don't have a tugger. It's hard. It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm messing up your race. It's okay, Katie. It's okay, Katie. Can you move? Oh, can you move, Katie? You're okay. You're okay. Okay, get your bike, Katie. Just hold your bike for a sec. Okay. You're okay. You're okay. Thank you. No worries.
Never my wildest dreams.
Woo!
Sky Blue writes, will you be looking into the Idaho 4 case? Yes. I know this is off topic, but I can't believe what I'm seeing. Your perspective would be valuable. Yep. I have done probably thus far 6 hours of research. It is very scary. Potential military operation, I don't know. I know that I have never believed the official story that was given to us. None of it made any sense. And I am wondering if more people were involved. I didn't immediately go deep down the rabbit hole of that story, despite expressing my views publicly that I thought something was very wrong and something was very sinister, because there were students involved, and I just felt like it was more appropriate to allow those families to mourn. But now that some time has passed, and of course still understanding that you are still going to be mourning over that, we do need to get to the truth of that, because it happened on a college campus and the media was not honest about other elements of this case. And I think that I think there's something very dark happened there, and the government is trying to cover a lot of it up, which is evident by how much they're locking down in the court cases alone.
Oh, guys. I'm not fucking. Are they okay?
What's happening?
I'm already giving you some. A lot, all day. That's all you've been doing is begging for treats. Because they're in there. Someone left the cupboard open. You can see them all. What?
I have no idea what this thing is. I just wanted to put it in here because it looked cool. I guess he said this guy was in a Hellcat was following him.
Casual, Thursday morning armed robbery, something that happens lots of times in Chicago. Like, this is so smooth. We go into the car while people are sitting in it. Very fast, literally 40 seconds, and they're out.
Yeah.
Like, it's so casual. Now they're just getting back in their car and driving away. Because it's Chicago. And then for something that's a tad more exciting. Cool man. Oh my God, she's in the front seat.
It's a naked crackhead in the car.
That is a naked crackhead rolling around the street and then finding the river. Oh my God! I didn't even see that part. Holy crap!
He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up.
When a man attending a wedding in Kenya decided to hitch a ride on a departing helicopter, video posted to social media shows the thrill-seeking father of two begging to be let on board the chopper, being ushered away by a security guard, only to return and grab hold as it took off. Now, remarkably, he survived, the pilot noticing just in time and landing safely in a nearby field.
That guy must have dropped like 50 feet. He was messed up so bad. They just sold 1 million of these. It's just a regular prop plane,
truth will just disappear in the air. Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's
Oh
get a
man,
little
it's so
smooth,
cool.
but don't forget, I'm bringing humor. I'm bringing the sound. This case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth is hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the
Wait, I was still trying to figure out. Heather, you think that unknown DNA is Brian's on the? I'm confused.
Can you hear me? All right.
Yeah,
So
we can now.
that's the thing that I forgot. I was saying that one of three things is happening is that either this is some type of workaround for them to delay the trial since they didn't get the continuance, or whatever else I said, and then, or they have some kind of huge damning evidence, which was revealed, and so with the blood on the knife sheet, that would make sense if they identified that as Brian's. And I was waiting for Lucy to come in here and share that because I couldn't remember. And so, what's the other thing? Or it's the fact that Brian, it's impossible for him to get a fair trial, guilty or innocent. And I think that regardless of what you think, there is no way that he did this crime or did this crime by himself. It seems highly unlikely. What this is okay. So with the whole point of playing all this history of the purge is to show you here we are. This is I think the beginning of May 5th, and so. At this point, we're still dry as a gulch, waiting for anything. 2 years. All of us just been like clamoring, checking every day. And then here we are 2 months later now. Right after this, everything started accelerating. Like, this is like May 15th-ish is when they started all of a sudden dropping documents. And it just became old news. Like, new news was just, another thing that's, and it was just more confusing, to where we now have added the Molly McMichael, we've added the Dateline release, and looking back now to the most recent events with all these things being let out, it makes you wonder if this hadn't been decided or discussed over weeks ago, and they were like, all right, just go ahead and start letting stuff out there to either make him look guilty or to this is what we have and these type of things. And now I think it's and so they just let everything out, and then they acted like he's pouting. You know, Judge Hippler's so upset about the leak when they never were. They were as upset about the leak as they did an investigation of the crime scene. And so now it's accelerated ever since these body cam footages. You have Chief Fry yesterday being appointed the police chief in a Washington town. If you missed that, I'm sure you guys saw it. And then you have this fireman shooting a mile away from a Nazi compound in Idaho. You have, first of all, you got to rewind. And I think it's Lucy that keeps asking the question, who's paying Hurwitz? He invited himself to this party. He had no reason that I could see clearly to step in. And I don't know if you want to take the devil's advocate side of it, you could say Hurwitz brought something to the table, or emphasize something, but it's like I say back in summary, in conclusion, would be that I would rather sit in a prison innocent or whatever for the rest of my life than to admit to do something that I know I'm not guilty of. And, you know, you say, yeah, well, the death penalty is on the table without it. So maybe he doesn't want to die. He wants to just get on with it. There's a long history. Yeah, well, something along those lines is, yeah, no, I guess we did know that it was not Brian's, and for whatever reason, Hitler defended that the other DNAs as being people they were familiar with, people that lived close to them, so she flips ands or words around against her once again, and it's like at that point you can see the direction that the trial is going to go. I mean, it's you have a judge and a media that are just pummeling the public with untruths and misinformation, doubling down on lies, and just continuing to feed the fire on it. Where Ann's just like, you know, he's not giving us a continuance. He didn't take the all suspects. He didn't, you know, nothing gets through this brick wall Hitler. And she's like, look, Brian, you can decide, because this is the way it's going down. You can spend the rest of your life in appeals, sitting in jail or in prison. You can go to prison, and maybe you'll get a pardon from Trump or something. Who knows? Because he hates her, was a great point that Trish made. And or you can go to trial, or you can go, and possibly, more than likely, face the DP. And
well, I was wrong though, because Trump can't do that. It's not a federal case. I think the governor would have to.
Yeah, and the governor definitely is not going to do that in this case. You're right, Trish. That's right. But you know, you could get a presidential pardon. They pardoned 3 people that were on death row when Trump took office. So it doesn't matter. I don't know if they were federal prisoners, but a president has state power. I don't know who said that. That's not a fact, because I remember cases of them doing it just recently. So, yeah, I think this was decided on weeks ago, and that's why you have this whirlwind of stuff happening, and it's all covering something up. There's something just, I mean, tell me that you feel right about this. Like, somebody was like, oh, at last, I'm sick of hearing this case. You know, people be trolling all over the place today, and thankfully it's us in here and whatever, you know, so it's a safe zone for now. Over in Miss Christy Nevada's chat, you know, people keep bumping in there, and it's a whole different thing. Now, also, the interview with Emily and Hunter Johnson, and let's address the 800-pound gorilla in the room there. She looked amazing. She looked very healthy, very comfortable, and he did kind of correct her, like over talk her at one point, when she said there will never be justice. He kind of turned it, did a turn of phrase on it. Yeah, because we lost the victim. She was saying there'll never be justice. I would like to hear what hit the cutting room floor with the rest of that interview. But he looks atrocious, you know, allegedly. I mean, compared to the Hunter of yesteryear, they stopped feeding him over there or something. You know, and I guess I can understand he's been through a lot. But he, you know, talk about looking sickly and who gave him that bowl cut? I mean, you're going to go on TV. Maybe he just got a bad haircut before he went on TV. Some lady who didn't know did it. I don't know. But shit wasn't adding up there. Oh, what else was that? Steve G's interview today with full makeup. He looked like a Robert the Doll today, and he did have a different hat on. Another message for us. It was a red hat. I didn't. If Trish, if you want to run that Steve G interview again for me, I've been trying to figure out because he's always sending us a message, isn't he?
What do you want me to run?
It was on News Nation. Steve G interview. Please.
From recent, right now, or?
It was from yesterday. Yeah, if you haven't seen it
Okay.
yet, it's.
Hang on.
And so I think it's from this morning. Again, he stressed the fact that we can't let these outsiders come to Idaho and do these things. And then and so it's like, dude, you're not from Idaho. You're as much an outsider as he is. What difference does that even make? It's a horrible crime. If whoever did it needs to be punished. What difference does it make if they're from the island of Aruba, or they're from Idaho or Pennsylvania? It's something that he just keeps hashing out. Like he's okay. He did say, I'll take a jury of my peers 18 days out of the week and twice on Sunday because I trust my peers. We're good people here in Idaho. You're not from Idaho, bro. Your daughter was living at home, allegedly. If Brian lived at home when he went to the sales, it doesn't make him a loser. One more thing, Trisha, and then he went on about what privileges, once again, is people get in prison. They get cable TV. They get air conditioning. They get internet access. They get 3 free meals. They get vision care. They get dental care. It ain't like that. It ain't like that. It's not like you're sick and you go see your I don't know. From what I understand, jail's very different. If you're sick in jail, you get an aspirin if you're lucky. If you break your leg, you get an aspirin. In prison, there's departments dedicated to it, but you have these large prisons with one infirmary. So it's not like you're just making an appointment on Monday and going to see the dentist on Thursday. So, making it sound like it's luxury and it's costing the taxpayers money, arguing for the death penalty. And I have one more thing, but play it for us, please, Trisha, and I'll let it do the talking for us.
Okay, 1 second.
Thank you.
Steve Gonzalez. He is the father of Kaylee Gonzalez. His attorney is Shannon Gray, who has stood by him steadfast from the beginning. Steve, I don't know what to say. You're the first person I thought of when I heard this news today. I reached out to you right away, first to tell you how sorry I was, because I know how this is landing. At least I think I do. But I wanted you to have your say. I wanted you to be able to say out loud for everyone to hear what this means to you and your family.
This is anything but justice. This is the opposite of our will. There was no majority believing that this was acceptable. I want to honor all the police officers, the FBI, and all the people that work their tail off. The failure is at the court level, 100%. But the men in the boots on the ground and the women that were out there working, I want to honor everything that they did for our children, 100%. The fault is in leadership and the people that you place this evidence upon. They were weak. They decided to play God and decide what this man's decision should be, and not a jury, not a peers, not his peers, they, so that's where we are today.
Walk me through what happened. Brian Enton, did some really great reporting at the top of this show here, but tell me from your perspective how the last 3 days have played out.
I would say ever since Hitler has demanded an independent investigation, they couldn't get away from this case fast enough. They've done everything to make this case go away. So I don't know what that entails, but he said he was going to have an independent investigator, and all of a sudden we seemed like we were on rails to get rid of this case and make a plea deal. I mean, he's guilty. We all know he's guilty. There's more than enough evidence, but it's tough. It's tough to put a community through this, and it could be bad for reputations and business identities, and there's fallout. But this isn't the will of the victims. This is just one person making a decision, and it doesn't reflect what we were asking for.
Steve, did anybody ever call you from the prosecutor's office to just personally discuss this with you? Did anybody offer to meet with you in person to go over this potential plan?
We have meetings all the time on, particularly a lot of times on Friday. No. We had this regular meeting that we have to try basically do an update of what's going on, where things are at, because Idaho is actually an amazing state where it really does care about people. We just get one or two, people who just don't care about the victims and don't care about justice. And it's easy to take the weight out. It's easy to make an excuse and say, I'm doing this for the victims, even though I've never interviewed the victims. I've never really talked to them to find out what their true feelings are. So here we are. We're stuck, and we can't get out of it. I ask your audience if anybody knows Judge Hitler, reach out to him and ask him to put his foot down and not accept this offer. It doesn't reflect anything in Idaho. This is not justice. We had an outsider come to our community, kill our kids in their sleep while they're getting a college education, doing everything that they should do, and we don't have the courage to hold him accountable. No plea deal. Let's go for this guy. 100%. Let's do it. And that's how this family stands.
Steve, I know that, it's no secret your daughter Kaylee was so close with Maddie Mogan, best of friends. And I know that you got to know the Mogan family as well. Have you spoken with the Mogan family, and do you know what their reaction is to this plea decision?
Good 12 has helped a lot with my ADHD because I'm in an area where I feel like
we actually just had a meeting with the prosecution and just tore into it and made it clear that we were not in support of this, but we also invited other families into that, and I'll let them speak on their own that were a part of that meeting, but we are in no way alone on this. Multiple families believe the same as we do, but I want to honor their abilities to speak independently and as their child. So I don't want to cross that line, but all I will say is there was no majority for this decision at all. And if they're not working for us, they're working against us, guys. I mean, we have to wake up to this. I mean, we have to hold people accountable. Coeur d'Alene just had a shooting where we attacked our firemen. People need to stand up to these monsters and stop freaking bowing down to them and giving them child care. I mean, prison is nothing but adult child care. You get free vision, you get free dental, you get free meals, you get AC, room and board, cable TV, internet access. It's ridiculous what we give our prisoners. Better than what we treat our vets. Our vets coming back from war with missing limbs. This is unacceptable.
Shannon Gray, I'm going to ask you to step in as well. Judge Hippler, Steve just mentioned Judge Hippler in this case. I have to ask you as a matter of law, would Judge Hippler have been fully integrated into this deal plan? Meaning, this is not a surprise to Judge Hippler. Is he going to have to weigh this and then rule from the bench as to whether he'll accept it or not? Or is it?
Heather, I think they said the state won't accept the Alford plea.
All right, sorry, I just grabbed my drink real quick. So yeah, you heard him right there. Hi, Megs. Good to see you, Mama. I forgot I drank 3 Monsters last night. I'm out of control. You guys gotta regulate me here. So if you're not familiar, everybody here knows about the Alford plea, and I'm saying, but you see there how he has the same platform or the same soapbox about how well the prisoners are treated. And the only question I can ask is that how you want it to be for your brother, who's a convicted on a ladder? So you speak out of one side of the mouth, and then speak out of the other. Anybody, Trish, will you please rewind it to the beginning so maybe we can get a shot of that hat? Maybe make it big screen for the big boys in the back.
Rewind it to the beginning.
Just when Steve starts talking, I'm sure he dipped his hat enough to get the message out there. There's no way he's wearing a new hat and it don't say something. It's in there. Unless they cut it out. Right, that looks good. Just make that bigger, please. The full screen deal on the right. Yes, ma'am, bigger. That's what she said.
So I don't want to cross that line, but all I will say is there was no majority for this decision at all. And
anybody see it?
If they're not looking for us, they're working against us, guys.
Here, pause it there,
we have
Trish,
to wake
please.
up to this. I mean, we have to hold people.
Yeah. Click that, yeah. All right, play it a little more. Please.
Abilities to speak independently and as their child.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
So I don't want to cross that line, but
all right. So that's I don't know if they made him point his webcam at a low camera angle, but I guarantee you that there was something just like he has no problem putting his message out there. He said it himself. And apparently, he went into the courtroom with those death penalty shirts they had made for them, custom. And apparently, they went into the courtroom wearing the T-shirts. And I believe that that's where the whole families in the courtroom thing came from. I don't know if that ended up being Koberg's family, whatever. I want to say that initially we thought that. Anyway. There was some to do about that, and today's show brought to you by. This is my 4th one. The first monster of the day is always the best. Always. So okay. Let it roll, please, Trish. From there, that's fine. Thank you.
All I will say is there was no majority for this decision at all. And if they're not working for us, they're working against us, guys. I mean, we have to wake up to this. I mean, we have to hold people accountable. Coeur d'Alene just had a shooting where we attacked our firemen. People need to stand up to these monsters and stop freaking bowing down to them and giving them childcare. I mean, prison is nothing but adult childcare. You get free vision, you get free dental, you get free meals, you get AC. room and board, cable TV, internet access. It's ridiculous what we give our prisoners. Better than what we treat our vets. Our vets coming back from war with missing limbs. This is unacceptable.
Shannon Gray, I'm going to ask you to step in as well. Judge Hippler, Steve just mentioned Judge Hippler in this case. I have to ask you as a matter of law, would Judge Hippler have been fully integrated into this deal plan? Meaning, this is not a surprise to Judge Hippler. Is he going to have to weigh this and then rule from the bench as to whether he'll accept it or not? Or is it a fait accompli by the time they get this far down the road that the judge will accept it?
Well, I think a few weeks ago, Judge Hippler, talked about had there been an offer at all on this case. I think he mentioned it in the courtroom, and maybe that sparked something with the defense and the prosecution. I'm not sure. That being said, with a plea like this, it's with the life sentences and it's agreed upon by the state and the defense. There's small modifications sometimes that they can make to the sentencing regarding, restitution, some other things like that. But if the state presents sufficient facts to the judge or a plea of guilty to the counts, normally judges will accept that, and they'll let the defense know if they're not going to accept that ahead of time. So I would suspect that the plea will go through on Wednesday, and then they'll set over sentencing for a few weeks, and so the victims can be present to read victims' impact statements, etc.
So, Steve, I covered a case where the defendant was so overwhelmingly guilty according to the evidence, and it was a death penalty case in Arizona, and that jury voted guilty, and they did not vote for death penalty. So that defendant, Jodi Arias, sits in a prison in Arizona as we speak, and she had multiple access to appeals. I wonder if there's any solace at all in knowing that this can't happen to him at this point. There can be no appeal. There can be not one squeak from Brian Kohberger after he accepts that sentence at the end of this month, unlike what happened in Arizona, where there is always a chance the jury does not choose death. Is there any solace in the fact that you will at least have him silenced and there will be no appeals?
Absolutely zero. None. Could be no farther than how we believe. I want my community support. I want that jury to make the decision, not Thompson, not some old man who's 70 freaking years old deciding how my daughter's life weighs in a courtroom. That is not justice. That is not justice at all. I'll take my juries, I'll take my peers all day long. I'm sick of one man deciding or one woman deciding what a life's worth. So that's how I stand on that.
I fully understand how you feel. And none of us can understand what you're going through. None of us is walking in your shoes. And I'm just glad to give you this platform to be able to say these things publicly. And I'm also glad that you got the support of Shannon Gray, who's just been a rock for you. Thank you to the both of you. Steve, please give Christy and your kids our love. We will still be here. We'll be here Wednesday.
All right, shut
we'll
up,
be here at the end of the
Ashley.
month.
Please
and we'll
stop
be
it,
here
Trish.
for
I
you
can't
after that
listen
as well.
What anymore?
Well, thank you. And you've always been.
Thank you. So, yeah, you heard it right there from the man himself. What was the thing that he said there? Somebody said in the chat, I'm looking. What's up, Scotty? Doesn't know. Oh, the Drunk Churchy Show merch. Wow. Okay, I see. Where was it? What was it he said, you guys? Remind me. Somebody remind me. Manifest? Manifesting. So that's a good point too also as well. Hold on, I'm trying to finish with oh wait yeah, he turns literally on Bill Thompson. It's all Bill Thompson's fault. And we saw that, he basically, now I couldn't sit at the big kids table, right? According to JJ. And then Bill got pushed to the side, was basically doodling on his paper. There didn't seem to be any discourse between him and Hurwitz. Hurwitz taking over. And he mentioned that it felt like ever since all this stuff that this case has been on rails, that the prosecution has been doing everything they can to throw it away or whatever. Now, when you start talking about manifest, what was it again? Nance, injustice, and misrepresentation or whatever by the lawyer. Now, Trish, there's another interview. Did you see the one with Maddie's dad or Xana's dad or whatever it was?
Hang on, and I'll get it.
It's on Creme 2, just so you know. Thank you. And that one was so opposite spectrum of this. Now, okay, so with as far addressing his hat, he probably had that displayed clearly, eye level, whatever that hat says. The only thing I can say about it, because I was watching that in full screen, is that it was blood red. So whatever that had on it, I can only imagine whatever more Drunk Turkey Show merchandise. And has anybody seen? Did they go live yet? Or he go live, or she, whatever he, she, but he, she, he, she. I'm looking right now. Let me see.
All right, here it is.
Okay, yeah, run that, please, sir. It looks like they got a live coming up at 9 p.m. tonight, just so you know.
We are tracking major developments this morning in the Musco murders case. We have learned that the suspect, Brian Kohberger, plans to take a plea deal that would take the death penalty off the table.
Creme 2's Christian Garza joins us this morning with reaction to this decision, including from a family of one of the 4 victims who is not happy with how this turned out. Christian?
We are expecting that Brian Kohberger will change his plea in court tomorrow. Families of the 4 University of Idaho students tell us they were sent an email with a letter attached saying he's agreed to plead guilty on all 4 counts of first-degree murder. Kohberger is charged with murdering Kaylee Gonsalves, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, and Madison Mogan in their off-campus home 2.5 years ago. The plea deal comes just 2 months before the trial was originally scheduled to start. In exchange for pleading guilty, Kohberger will receive 4 consecutive life sentences. Prosecutors had been seeking the death penalty if he were found guilty. This plea also has Kohberger waiving his right to appeal. Benjamin Mogan, Madison's father, sat down with CBS News to talk about this new development in his daughter's murder case and what it means not just for the victims' families moving forward, but Brian Kohberger as well.
Yeah, it's going to be nothing nice to go through for the rest of your life. And he'll have to think about that every day, all the terrible things that he allegedly did. And, yeah, you know, there's pros and cons to everything. But if you get a quick death sentence, then, you know, you don't have to spend decades thinking about how terrible you made the world. Yeah, I think it's justice when you don't have to torture families that have been already through the most horrific thing they could ever imagine, you know.
After the decision to take the plea deal was made, another family of one of the 4 victims, Kaylee Gonsalves, sent a strong statement about the plea deal, saying in part, the Latah County Prosecutor's Office's treatment of our family during this process is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. We weren't even called about the plea. We received an email with a letter attached. That's how Latah County's Prosecutor's Office treats murder victims' families. Our family is frustrated right now, and that will subside, and we will come together as always and deal with the reality that we face moving forward. We have that full statement from the Gonzalez family up on our website, creme.com. Details for this new development in this case are still limited, but we are keeping an eye on what you at home can expect from tomorrow's court hearing. In studio, Christian Garza, Creme 2 News.
And our Amanda Rowley will be in Boise.
All right. So, like I said, it's a opposite end spectrum of Steve G's take on it. He's just a grieving family member. The whole thing is hard to assimilate. He's not offering biased opinions, and he definitely isn't tearing anybody apart. It's a heartbreaking thing to watch. But at the same time, when you see interviews like this and you hear other family members speak, does anybody else see it? I'm not trying to victim shame or anything, any of these families, but you seem to have a high level, if not a good percentage here of people that are very. I'm not saying they're crackheads. I'm saying they're crackheadish. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
so
it hadn't released yet.
what, Trish?
What? Oh, sorry.
Saying?
I was talking to Jenny. Sorry, I thought I was on mute. Sorry.
Put Jenny on. I want to see Jenny.
Jenny don't want to be on camera, and I don't even have my camera hooked up.
Come on, we need views. Tell her topless.
Oh my God, no.
I'm playing. Those are just for me. All right. When you look at that aspect of it, it offers another odd element to it, right? And shit, now Trish fucked me up. I'm not sure where I'm going. There's a lot of variables still left where it's clearly demonstrated that a lot of people in prison have pleaded guilty to crimes they didn't commit just to take the plea deal. This is as extreme of a plea deal as I could even imagine. You're not. If her goal now, she is very good. Ann Taylor represented Skylar Meade, right? Got the death penalty removed for that son of a bitch, and that guy, if anybody deserved it, it was him. And there was, I'm sure the families are upset, but there was no public outcry that the death penalty was removed. It goes to back up my theory that even when they go to extremes, public defenders are always going to take the path of least resistance and the easiest way, and so here's what they tell the client: if we can get one win out of this, it's to remove the death penalty. They are hard driven to convict you. They have bullshit circumstantial evidence that is going to be enough to convince a jury. You already have a judge discrediting all of our expert witnesses, very reliable witnesses, calling them conspiracy theories. This is only going to continue at the trial, and the jury is going to have to decide who to believe. It becomes a beauty contest, and they finally put a face worth looking at in this beauty contest with Hurwitz, so to speak, right? And so, what was I saying? It's an uphill climb. In her opinion, it's a losing battle. Now, Willie was saying in Lana's chat earlier that he has a big social experience. They're all alive. They never existed. It'd be crazy, Lucy. The vid. But anyway, what was I saying? Damn. Lucy, why do you make me think words things all the time? 22 are people. Well, That's definitely. Was there? All right, play that other clip about the thing and the thing, Trish. Are you still there?
What
You talking to
thing?
Jen? The one where the News Nation
What
with Vinny.
legal analyst thing?
It's News Nation, and they were Vinny was talking about the plea deal, and you can see there's already mixed in with whatever the facts are right now, lies on top of everything else. They have no shame in the game. So
It's News Nation. What now?
Vinny Peloton,
Okay, hang on.
Peloton, melatonin. But okay, so I guess I have to keep talking to keep the thing up. Are you gonna go tomorrow? Twiz ain't going down there for that. I don't think. Here's another thing I noticed about it. And Lucy, you might be able to help out with this one if you answer questions today. The what up, Tonks? If you look at, I don't know, and me and Trish were discussing it last night. Is you have, what is it? July 3rd, 4th, and 5th. There's now at least 5 hearings scheduled. Is that correct, Lucy? Is the one on Wednesday the only new one? Were they planning on doing all these other hearings? I don't believe they were. As far as I understood, up until last week, the only thing we had was one right before the jury selection. And so if this is a eat 'em and smile, wash your hands of the whole thing plea deal, why do they need 5 hearings going all the way up to, I believe, August 31st to get this to happen? So I can understand that maybe the first meeting you get together, and which I think the terms already agreed to, but you discuss the terms, and then say you have a whole second hearing just to sign the papers and get his plea. I don't know that he'll plead tomorrow. I wonder if there'll still be arguments. And then one more sec, Trish. I need 7 minutes. Yes, the dates have. What do you mean? No, had. They. I know they have been. Were they previously scheduled before this? Because they're back to backers. So anyway, after that, after he's made his plea, then I could understand a plea deal. And he said the word. I'm not gonna believe anything until I hear the words guilty come out of his mouth from the man himself. And so after the 3rd hearing, why do you need 2 more? Are they just like mandatory closure for the whole thing and no more appeals? It seems excessive for something that is going to be an open and shut. All right, and so that I question the validity of everything. I think there's still arguments to be made, negotiations to be made. Here's the problem: is that if he did say that he would strike a plea deal and not say he's guilty, take the Alford plea and do the punishment for the crime that he says he didn't commit, it either way, whether he says guilty or not, it bodes badly if this is some type of continuance situation, trying to work around Judge Hippler's kibosh of the continuance. And so in a trial, now if you're going to use this a continuance thing, that is going to be another big bada boom that they're going to bring up constantly about, well, he had a plea deal, he's pretty much admitted he was guilty, let's just walk through this like we did with the crime scene, and then we'll tear it all down. It never happened. Things like this don't happen in Idaho, and that's not weird. All right. So yeah, roll the tape, please, Darren. Thank you.
All right. I don't know if this is one you're talking about, but they just come out with this one, so we're gonna do this one first.
It is the top of the hour. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I'm Nicole Burley, live at our News Nation headquarters here in Chicago. We do begin this hour with those shocking developments out of Idaho. You heard it first right here on News Nation. This man, the man accused of murdering 4 university students, is expected to take a plea deal. This coming only weeks before Brian Kohberger was expected to face trial for the murders of 4 friends at their home near the University of Idaho back in November 2022. As part of this deal, Kohberger will have to admit in court to the killings at the house. Sources say the deal would allow him to avoid the death penalty. So we want to get out to correspondent Alex Capriello. He is live for us there in Moscow, Idaho. Alex, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, look, this news came as a massive shock to the entire country, but most certainly for the people here in Moscow, Idaho, who have been living this nightmare for the last 2.5 years, believe it or not. I was actually right here on the streets downtown within a few hours of this news breaking, and people were still pretty much processing it one of 2 ways. The first one is that this plea deal comes as a relief that the end of this saga is near and that they don't have to sit through a months-long traumatic and detailed trial about heinous murders. But then the second and the mostly overwhelming opinion is a sense of disappointment that they won't get to see the legal process play out. Many of the people I spoke to say they actually do believe Kohberger was guilty, and they were in favor of him receiving the death penalty, with some of those folks saying things like, "I thought that they brought back the firing squad in Idaho for Kohberger. I wanted to see him eat a bullet," and the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, is more interested in stats than justice. I've reached out to Prosecutor Thompson multiple times for comment. He has not responded. Here's what one man told me about this breaking news. Take a listen.
I hope that the families of the victims and everything can get some kind of relief from this verdict or, from this plea. But I don't think they will. And, I hope that they can at least get some kind of, relief knowing that he's not getting out.
The victims' families seem mostly dissatisfied with this outcome. Steve Gonsalves, the father of Kaylee Gonsalves, spoke to Ashley Banfield about it last night.
This is not justice. We had an outsider come to our community, kill our kids in their sleep while they're getting a college education, doing everything that they should do, and we don't have the courage to hold him accountable. No plea deal. Let's go for this guy. 100%. Let's do it. And that's how this family stands.
And according to a letter sent to the families and obtained by News Nation, the state actually outlined the reasons why they were offering a plea deal to Kohberger, saying that, number one, this ensures that he is convicted guilty. Number two, that he spends the rest of his life in prison. And then number three, that the families of these victims won't have to suffer through decades-long post-convictions appeals process. And they hope that the families eventually one day come to the realization that this is in the best interest of justice.
Yeah, Alex, this really was such a shock to so many, but it's not necessarily a completely done deal. What more can you tell us about tomorrow's hearing?
Yeah, that's right. Tomorrow's hearing in Boise, Idaho is ever important. That's where we would see Kohberger officially change his plea to guilty, moving this process forward. Of course, I should also mention the judge also technically has a role in this, and they can decide whether or not to accept or deny that plea deal. But if it is accepted, then the next step would be the sentencing phase. That would come in a few weeks, allowing the family time to actually write out victim impact statements that they would give during that sentencing hearing.
All right, Alex Capriello, live for us there in Moscow, Idaho. Thank you.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your phone, and you will get fact-based, unbiased news for all Americans.
Kane, where did you go? I don't know where Kane is at all. Oh, there he is. What happened? Your mic went away.
I unplugged it. It's back on now. All right, so it's very interesting. You have to listen to the pronoun that Steve G uses first of all. Second of all, it's very interesting that on the one hand, he has nothing but the highest of praise for these officers that they were out there taking 365,000 terabytes of dick pics. And the work they did and all the effort and all the evidence and all this stuff that they brought to the prosecution. They're the angels in this case. You've got good guy, good cop, bad cop. Where at the same time he literally calls this 70-year-old man, Bill Thompson, attacks him personally for not being able to handle what he was given and drive it home with that. And so you have this personal attack against Bill Thompson, saying that they dropped the ball. Okay? So clearly, we're not the only ones that saw that this case was falling apart. Right? And so when you have Steve G himself saying it begs the question, how on earth then is Brian going to turn around and cow? Because you got to think that they wanted this DP for it. If any case ever in the history of Idaho, they wanted a DP for this thing. And if they did have this big bombshell evidence that they've been promising all along that makes them look guilty, and we keep never getting it, and then all of a sudden they've unloaded it, why wouldn't they just go to trial with it? Why 11th hour out? So I don't know. I forgot exactly what my thought was as far as why he's praising the police on the one and attacking the prosecutor. It's literally like saying, here, we gave you this ball of shit, literally a wound up ball of poop. Sorry, kids go to bed. How, and you didn't spin it, that ball of poop into gold. How dare you, sir? It's an insult to me and everything I stand for and my brother Idahoans. When you're not even from Idaho, dude, how is that even a talking point of yours? How are you spewing that out of your mouth when you know that was a lie? Have you read, seen, or heard that you're not from Idaho? Bro, what are you talking about? Just because you live there doesn't make you a fifth generation. Like, because you care so much about your daughter, but you don't give a shit about Timmy Reed getting beat up by these athletes, and that was covered up. They didn't even release or investigate the people that were responsible for it. And Viviana can come up here and say, fuck around and find out all she fucking wants. But that still didn't make it right, even if that was the truth. So literally, Bill is getting blamed, and maybe aesthetically, they bring in Hurwitz to that who's paying him, that he was not brought in by the state, he stepped in to or whatever it was to give the appearance that they were making an effort with Hurwitz. And so, yeah, on the one, the police are angels. They did their jobs. They were tremendous with presenting lies. You were unable to turn the lies into the truth. And so now the big fail is that we lose the death penalty. This guy is guilty 100%. He had a porn search history. He had Amazon clicks. He took selfies. The evidence in this case is that there is no evidence. So clearly he's guilty. There's no blood in the car. And Trish, what do you say about that car?
If he had anything to do with this, he didn't have his car or his phone with him. And
There
his
was no
phone
car.
would go to Huawei, whatever park, because that's where he usually goes. So that's why I just said, I mean, I think Saray is right tracking his phone, but is he sure that Brian was with his phone? Because if Brian's going to do anything, have any part of this, he don't have his phone or his car, and his phone is going where he normally goes at night, which is to that park or that way. I mean, I'm not saying he did it. I'm just saying he's smart enough. I said that from the beginning when they said what he did. I busted out laughing. I said, well, one, there's more than one person. Two, he didn't take his effing phone or his car. They're stupid. They married him to that, but that's just stupid.
So there's probably no car involved in this, and she tried to name who did it. He broke it down and said that because they lived in close proximity and had social contact with the victims, that made them not guilty. In every other case, what do they do? And we've said it since the beginning, is they go inside the inner circle. Now, when you watch the Banfield and you see Euphoric, great work, Euphoric, clean that up, that we can almost make out the hair color and what they're doing of those four people running from behind the cops, behind the body cam, while the four guys were getting fakely interrogated on Banfield. Here's what I want to know. And Lucy, you might be the best candidate, or Twiz actually, to figure out if I'm pretty sure that the times match up between when the body cam caught those four people running back from 1122 area to the direction of 1119, I believe, or whatever, that this is when the stick figures appear in that house at 1119, looking out from 1112, which is David Loach's house. And I've said it myself, and I think a lot of you believe it, is that all the truth we've been told, the real story we know, we've heard it over and over and over and over and over. And the distraction is to make you not believe the truth, to give you the truth, but it's like the devil saying God doesn't exist. If you believe in the devil, then how do you not believe in God? And so it's the same. The greatest trick the devil ever pulled was to convince the world that he didn't exist. And so it's the same thing. Whatever the answer is, it's right there in our noses, under our noses, and our hearts and our guts tell us that. And 100%, we know for a fact that something ain't right here. And whether you wanna we purging and say that Yayo Bob Evans and the strong military presence, Montana, Idaho, Pacific Northwest, retirees, all kinds of three-letter people, and then you also have the strong presence of the right-wing militias. And you can't call it a coinkydink that everything is happening within the course of 3 days. And I've been saying, I know you guys know, that people are going to start pointing their fingers and things will start to come to the surface. Because eventually you can lie all you want, but light is going to shine on the darkness. and it's slowly doing it. It's just we cannot paint the picture yet because we can't clearly see the subject, and there's more to it than meets the eye. We all know that. So I almost have the feeling that we're walking into some kind of trap, and the case itself is a trap. And you want to talk about something that could be a distraction? Look how much time. I almost feel like we got stuck here during COVID, and the rest of the world's moved on, and we're still in COVID mode with this case. Just sheltered in place, trying to figure out who, what, where, when, and why. And we've exposed the lies that they never talk about in the mainstream media partners. The mainstream media partners. So back to Steve G, tearing apart the prosecution, not being able to spin gold from poop. And yet, why all of a sudden are these a miracle law enforcement people on a pedestal? When in the beginning, Heather, give me that link for that. Don't make me be or I'll play it off one of my old purges. Don't make me be the alpha. That was not praising law enforcement. So he is a fair weather friend, Steve G. Whoever happens to be in charge of running stuff, it's never enough for him, and they're going to be attacked. And you can't ever be like, oh, well, things are starting to look like this might not be the guy or the only guy. Let's take this to the next level. Why would you all of a sudden be satisfied with a case that doesn't make any sense, and once this guy is punished, I can move on? And yesterday we showed Kara Kernodle is now on IMDb, and maybe I made more out of that than it is, because I think once you start appearing on news programs as a regular guest, or and they're nationally syndicated, they have a per diem that they have to pay. So I never said that anybody was being greedy by taking money from these organizations, because it's just kind of the standard modus operandi. That's the way things work. And so but there is a continuing backpacking and promotion of Steve G on News Nation, on now he's doing Good Morning America, and these types of things. So he's leveling up, and I agree with Sarge. One of the few things he said was intelligent. Just kidding, Sarge. Is that his agenda is to be that guy, to be that John Walsh, FBI's Most Wanted host, and have the country that is sympathetic with him and his kind, his people. He trusts his people. Listen, that's actually a scary statement to hear him say, is that I trust my people will make the right decision, and let's take this to trial, right? And so that's scary on two parts, because A, he is creating a bond that is technically not even there. They're not your people. You just happen to live there. You moved there. You're not a native. Secondly, it shows that he's pretty confident that that jury now, despite, and you'll never hear it in the mainstream media, you only hear it here on the Purge Echoes of Clarity Live, is that despite there being lack of evidence, they can push this through and get a guilty plea in Idaho. And anyway, roll the clip, Spirit. Thank you.
Good evening, America, and welcome to this special edition of Cross Country in Moscow, Idaho. Tonight, we are in front of the Moscow Police Department, and you may be asking why. It's been about 3 weeks since the horrific stabbing death of 4 college students at the University of Idaho. 3 weeks since we lost Zayna, Maddie, Kaylee, and Ethan. 3 weeks, and still the police have no suspect or person of interest. The community has been left in limbo, left with more confusion and more questions. We are on the hunt for answers for them. Moscow deserves answers. The students of the university deserve answers. These 4 young, innocent victims deserve answers, and so do their families. So let's start there. Joining me now on set, the parents of Kaylee Gonzalez, Christy and Steve Gonzalez. Thank y'all so much for being with me. You guys have been so transparent and strong for the public. Christy, you called the person that did this the boogeyman.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's literally like what nightmares are made of. Like when you're a little kid and you think of the boogeyman, that's just how I feel. Like that's just the horrific details of everything. Them just having a good time, going home and going to bed, and that's happening to them.
Your best friend crawling into bed.
Just crawling in bed.
Every
and
girl
the
in
boogeyman
America
comes.
knows what that's
The
like.
boogeyman doesn't, meet you at McDonald's. I mean, the boogeyman comes and snatches you out of your bedroom.
Steve, we've been talking. I've been talking to folks in the community. You said something that stuck with me. You said, until this person is caught, you can't sleep in your bed.
No, I can't just lay in my bed and do nothing. That's not the way I raised my family. That's not the way I raised my girls and my son. You don't be a victim. You stand up for yourself and you do everything in your power to make sure people hear you. And they're gonna hear Kaylee. They're gonna hear Maddie. They're gonna hear these.
The other 2 as well.
Yes.
All of them.
I'm careful saying anything about them because I need to be careful because I can't speak on somebody else's child. But these 2 girls, I'm not trying to be a glory hound, but these 2 girls, I'm going to do what I can do. And we're not being victims. We're going to fight. We're going to figure out how to make sure that we hold everybody, accountable, and we keep eyes and attention on this and get this thing resolved.
Steve, you have made it very clear to our audience that you are supportive of law enforcement. You support the investigation. But recently, I've been watching and talking with you, and you're getting frustrated. What does that frustration come from, sir?
They put certain people between you and the officers that are making things happen. And those people are like lawyers and they don't want to say anything. And they don't have the guts to come up and be alpha and be like leaders and say, hey, we might say something that's wrong. We're going to take that hit. So the officers, they look me straight in their eyes. The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can. But somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out there. Like, don't do that. Yeah, I get it. Your town doesn't want to have reward posters posted all over when you come and you do your rush. You're not going to get a lot of students if they see those things. But this community is not going to heal until this guy's pulled off the streets. It ain't going to happen. Think it through. It's not going to happen. He has to be off the streets. We all are working for the same thing.
When was the last time y'all heard from the police?
Thursday,
we looked at our phone records. We want to be accurate. We don't want to sell anyone out.
about 3 o'clock on Thursday.
And did y'all get an update from the police about the investigation?
There was nothing. We have no updates for you.
There was no update. They needed me to sign a waiver form so that they could investigate something.
Some mail.
That was mail related. So we're working with them. We're not selling them out. We love our law support.
The FBI, everybody that's here. We just have no information as family, and it's tough day after day after day. I mean, every day you just wake up and think today's the day. We're going to hear something, and you see these, oh, there's a break in the case, and it'll just be something stupid.
The sixth person on the lease that was never there. Stop playing games. This is serious. These are people's lives, and this is the future of this community. There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't. So be serious.
I had the opportunity to speak to some of my sources, and I've been told that there were differences in the way that the victims were killed. Some were more severe than the other. And this week we heard the target attack walk back and then reverse it back to it being a target attack. What can you tell us about the targeted attack?
They have told us that it was targeted, but they told us they can't tell who. We asked specifically, and they said, we'll try to get that information to you. And they got back to us a day or so later, and they said, we're sorry, we can't give you that information. But then a day later, we saw in the news that it was not targeted, or they think the whole house was targeted. But
I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's
They don't.
and Kaylee's cause of death, it does not match based on the autopsy report.
They don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to
may
go
been
up the
the target.
steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it. Wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
I was also told from sources that are closer to an investigation, because there was a lot of roommates in there. And this was horrific for those roommates that were there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The preservation of this crime scene. Witnesses tell me that it may have well been preserved because the phone was passed around between one of the fraternity members and the girls. One of them unfortunately witnessed the death, the body there. Can you confirm that?
We cannot actually. We know.
So that would be Maddie. I mean, God bless America. That would be Dylan seeing Xana. And I'm just now realizing that. Also, did y'all know that Hunter Johnson is the one that found the bodies? But he is also the one that told Ethan's brother that him and Xana were no longer here, is what he told Ethan's brother. His brother was a little confused. But why is Hunter Johnson the one? I mean, he was everywhere, wasn't he? I'm just saying, he looks horrible too. Like, I don't know what's going on with him, but he looks awful. So
He did not look well.
that tells a lot.
Nope. And there's more to it. Listen. There's more to it than meets the eye. Because listen right here, even with what Steve G said. Don't tell me that I'm a leaker. I understand that you don't want it to infect your enrollment. Don't make me step up and be the alpha. That's ambiguous. There's a message behind that we don't get. That's not intended for us. It's a message to law enforcement, and he's literally trying to give understanding to the university at the same time as coupling them with the law enforcement and criticizing them here, and then he backpedals in the previous interview there. Now,
I mean, I can understand there. To me, this was him truly upset, and he's trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, but it's his kid. So this right here, to me, was his true emotion. Like, you can see it. He's like, look, don't tell me I can't know. You know, I this is my kid. And this right here is the Steve G that, like, was, you know what I mean? Like, it was a different situation, and you don't just change like that overnight. So something is up with this. And I'm not even saying it's all his fault. Like, he's got other kids. That's what I'm saying. I think there's more stuff going on in the background, and you can tell Steve G. I know that his daughter died and he's aged because of that, but like, it's more than just that. It's other stresses, and it's almost like he has to say stuff to, I don't know if it's to keep his other family safe. I mean, you know what I mean? Like what? That's what I'm saying with Dylan, and that's why I was telling the people that were getting mad at me earlier. If Dylan is being threatened and her family's being threatened, then no, I mean, what do you do? Like, I don't expect her to, I mean, if they're scared, there's a difference in that, but there has to be something more than just Brian Kohberger for all of this to be going on. If it was just Brian Kohberger, all this wouldn't be going on. What would need to be so secret about it? If Brian Kohberger was just a mass murderer or psycho that just wanted to go and take out some people because he was jealous, then this would not be going on like this. I mean, that's, to me, is common sense. You don't have to hide everything whenever it's that cut and dry, but it's not. So again, Ethan is 6'4". I didn't realize he was 6'4". I mean, that's taller than Brian. There's no way Brian can take Ethan and Xana at the same. There, y'all, I cannot. There's no effing way. And if somebody's going to tell me Ethan didn't do nothing, or no, I don't think he could. I think he was being held back. Otherwise, it wouldn't have went down like that. I mean, there's no way. So, yeah, matters of national security. What the fuck? If he was just a normal, whatever these serial killers are, that not the ones that are mind, well, they probably are all mind fucked, but anyways, brainwashed. But if it was just that cut and dry, it wouldn't be like this. And Steve G wouldn't have to be so secretive. That's what I'm trying not to judge, because I don't know what they're doing, if they're threatening his other kids or not, because what the fuck do you do if they are? You know what I mean? Like, screw your security, but you've got other kids. You've got one that wants to go off to college, and you've got to worry about that. So I just try to be careful of the situations, because we don't really know everything that's going on. And you're going to do whatever to protect your kid. Like, you know what I mean?
I agree. I think that a lot of people underestimate when you say they can put pressure on you, what that means to your security, to your way of life. You know, people don't want things to change. If things are going well, they don't want to have the rug pulled out from under them, and by any means, whether it's you're threatening your life or your livelihood. And so, do me a favor though, real quick, Trish, if you don't mind, play that clip that I presented there if you can. The reading.
Yes, this rainbow thing. Hang on.
Yeah, play that.
Oh God.
Hang on. My duet surprise.
Play it again. This is Muppetese. For anyone new to the percher.
Such a way. Say since self-it from my duet surprise.
If you guys excuse me of skipping pages again, I'm gonna come down. I'm not even gonna address that to us. One more time, Trish, please, for Carla.
Such a way. Say since self-it from my duet surprise.
Do I look like the Rock in that one? I gotta make my face wider. All right, look like maybe a little.
Hey, there's a green Elmo or whatever that is.
Just the reaction of the baby Muppets is absolutely hilarious.
Oh, they're baby Muppets. I've never seen baby Muppets. So now that's
they
cute.
Had the Muppet Babies. They had the Muppet Babies, but it was a cartoon show. It wasn't like this. Anyway, roll it again.
They didn't have a green one.
I don't know. Twiz would know.
I mean, they had Kermit, but he wasn't one of them. He was a frog.
Push that button. Right there. Push.
What do you want me to do? Mash play?
Such a way. Say since self-it from my duet surprise.
See, I still have the nerds. Is Angel D still here? Angel D is just kind of like Twiz, does whatever she wants lately. I demand that she comes back and sees the nerd box. I even have the flashy thing, even though it doesn't work no more. Somewhere right here. So yeah, if you're new to the Purge, tomorrow I'll have my mom on in the afternoon. We're gonna try, if the hearing is gonna be televised, we're gonna run it on the Purge. So if you want to join us there, or Miss Spots or whatever, my mom will be doing a monologue with me in the beginning. To be her first time coming to see the house, which has been a year and a half now. So it tells you she only lives half hour away. How hard the road's been to get here. So it's another big day, you know, like with the car, when we got the car, and then we started driving, and then, you know, got it all fixed up and stuff. Now we finally, and, well, you know, what's up, Chick Bait?
Hey, Chick Bait. Okay, now the people that are in here, everybody tell Kane that he's not going anywhere. This case is not the only true crime case. There's plenty that will come up that's going to be
I'm not
just as
breaking
thick.
up with anybody. I'm just saying if this does. Now, Lucy brings up a good point, and I'm going to read something that she sent me here from the Gonzalez. I don't know what it says. I've only read the first couple lines. But this was a Gonzalez family statement. And I quote, "The death penalty is merely an illusion in the criminal justice system. When available, it serves as a bargaining tool for the state. And when rarely applied, it's never enforced due to a highly inefficient appellate process. The notion that someone can plead guilty to a crime and still face years of appellate delays reveals a systematic failure. The Latah County Prosecutor's Office treatment of our family during this process is something I wouldn't wish upon anyone. We questioned decisions early in investigation. Why was the mayor, wow, brings up the mayor, commenting on the case? Of course he's going to comment on the case. Why was he revealing details that we weren't supposed to know is a better question. That I think is the underlying question from Steve G's here. Why was the coroner speaking to families? From Steve G. Why was an officer with less than 2 years experience leading the investigation? All of these questions we've been asking ourselves. Yet we're on different ends of the spectrum with the same viewpoints that we have, expressing them clearly and openly. Why was the university permitted to write a book about the incident? Wow, this is terrific, Lucy. While others were silenced under an overly broad order. As a result, we branded adversaries. That's interesting. Guilters, pro-burgers. It's interesting. Wow. I take some of it back. Maybe that dog's not all the brains. So it was no shock how Latah County Prosecutor's Office mishandled the plea deal. So it comes down to the plea deal now. They vaguely mentioned a possible plea on Friday without seeking our input and presented the plea on Sunday. Interesting. On Sunday. Latah County should be ashamed of its prosecutor's office. 4 wonderful young people lost their lives, yet the victims' families were treated as opponents from the outset. Lucy, please tell us when this must have just been within the last few hours that he released this. Great find. Wow. You heard it first here on Echoes the Spurge. They vaguely mentioned a possible plea on Friday without seeking our input and presented the plea on Sunday. Latah County victims' families were treated as opponents from the outset. Very important. We weren't even called about the plea. We received an email with a letter attached. That's how Latah County prosecutors treat unalivers' victims' families. Ha! Adding insult to injury, they're rushing the plea, giving families just 1 day to coordinate and appear at the courthouse for a plea on July 2nd. Tomorrow. who do they think they are? After more than 2 years, this is how it concludes, with a secretive deal and a hurried effort to close the case without any input from the victims' families on the plea deals. Our family is frustrated right now, and that will be subside, and we will come together as always and deal with the reality that that we face moving forward. Once again, we thank everyone for their thoughts and prayer. And he signed in C for Gonzalo. I don't know. All right. Here's a link, please, Trish. If you don't mind rolling that one for me, I appreciate it. And if Carl is still here, and if you guys know the answer, don't shout it out. But do you know why melons cantaloupe? Oh shit! I ruined it. I'm bad at telling jokes. I'm not like a joke. I don't know that I can do stand up unless it was like that Lucy Darling lady does, where she just, hello dear, what's your name? Peter. Oh, like the member. I don't know. Is that okay? That's a good point, Thomas. There's no transparency whatsoever, and reading from Steve G again there, from the outset, what did he say exactly? Our family has been treated as, I mean, it's just strikingly odd. This is only a 2-minute one, Lucy. Please roll that for us real quick, please, Trish. Thank you. And then we'll do Heather. Oh wait, okay, stop. That's enough. Thank you. Sorry. I thought it was a documentary. This is Cold Fact, the Rodriguez story that JH is going to do on an upcoming show. This was a musician that exposes how the music industry works. He had this hit song in South Africa, and he never received a dime for it. They went searching for him and found him, and he was like a bricklayer, never got $1 for this song that was like bigger than Crazy Train in South Africa. So it'll be an interesting. Sorry about that, Trish. I wasn't trying to get you copyrighted. The Weeble Wobbles will be in the dollhouse. So yeah, if you don't mind, please click on Heather's. I don't know what she's offered. That first one was great. She's really earning respect in the community today.
Which one?
She clicked. She posted a link a few posts back there, darling. Sweet.
This Ada account thing.
I think so. The Ada County ID Gov
Yep.
judicial thing.
Okay, hang on.
Oh, a plea advisory. Interesting. Here it is. Okay. Zoom that up for me.
Wait a minute. I just clicking. Okay, hang on.
Oh, do we get to play Mad Libs, you guys? You want to play Mad Libs today? Okay. Yeah, I just the
thing.
bottom part stuff. Okay, so this is the form. I see. So this must be off the website. Thanks. Statement of constitutional rights. Please initial response. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to say anything about the crime you are accused of committing. If you elect to have a trial, the state may not call you as a witness or ask you any questions. If you decide to testify, the state will be permitted to ask you questions, and anything you say can be used as evidence against you in court, which is basically where Miranda. And scroll back up to the top so I can read what the document is, please. In the district court, guilty plea advisory felony to be filled out by the defendant. This is Idaho Criminal Rule 11E, Idaho versus plaintiff, and that would be, in this case, Brian Kober. Okay, so yeah, please scroll down back in. And then they sign. And then the waiver of your right, wait, stop. Back up, please. Thank you. The waiver of your right to remain silent applies to your plea of guilty to the crime. In this case, unless otherwise stated in your plea agreement, even after pleading guilty, you still have the right to refuse to answer any questions or to provide any information that might tend to show you committed some other crime. Unless otherwise stated in your plea agreement, you can also refuse to answer or provide any information that might lend to increase the punishment for the crime. By checking here, I understand that by pleading guilty to the crime in this case, I still have the right to remain silent, and with respect to any other crimes, and with respect to answering questions or providing information that may increase my sentence. Okay, please scroll down. So the next one, I understand that as a term of my plea agreement, I have waived my right to remain silent with respect to any other crime or crimes, and with respect to, it's okay, so let me stop right there. What was I thinking? Like, go back up a second. I'm sorry, just a little bit. I forgot his name. Okay, yeah. If he is to appear on TV tomorrow and we're able to purge it live. Yeah, go ahead and scroll down, please. If I hear him and he has the right to remain silent, there's a contradiction. Go back up again, please, sir. All the way up to the top. So, not that far. The very first thing it says, you have the right to remain silent. You do not have to say anything about the crime you are accused of committing. If you elect to have a trial, the state may not call you as a witness or ask you any questions. If you decide to testify, the state will be permitted to ask you questions. Anything you say, that's the Miranda. That's the first thing that they say you have the right to remain silent. The waiver of your right to remain silent applies to your plea of guilty to the crime in this case unless otherwise stated in your plea agreement. Even after pleading guilty, you still have the right to refuse to answer any question. Now, please scroll down. And I understand that as a term of my plea agreement, I have waived my right to remain silent. So here's what it would take for me to even consider accepting this as any kind of reality, is for him to offer a motive only after the word guilty comes from his own mouth. If I hear Bryan Kohberger say, I did this crime because, it's going to be hard to defend him when he's himself said it. Now, if it is that Alford plea where he's literally proclaiming himself innocent and taking the punishment for the crimes, you wonder if that will open up some type of misrepresentation or some type of extreme prejudice that was offered at the trial. All right, so you are presumed to be innocent, and they forgot that part. You'll be found guilty if you plead guilty in front of the judge, or you are found guilty at a jury trial. So it's going to be a tense moment if they get that plea out of him, and because he has the right to not answer questions. Literally, the only commitment they have from him is that he pleads guilty. So beyond that, if he offers a motive and a means just to fill in the blanks or whatever, because he's not required to do it, from what I understand from this document, then the questions continue. If he just gets up there and said, I'm guilty, and then steps down and remains quiet like he's been through this whole thing, I'm still going to be like, well, what the hell's happening? Because you have a lot of people, Vic Barlow, Bassett, and Taylor, Jason, everybody that believed in you and stood by you, and now here you are turning it on them when I'm sure for whatever reason to save the death. Are you that afraid of being shot that you're willing to risk sitting in prison, or to accept sitting in prison with no chance of anything ever for the rest of your life? But it's like Steve G says, it's an illusion. The death penalty is an illusion. So it's cutting, in his own words, cutting decades off the entire process. And he's literally calling this, he's saying everything. He's not saying one contradictory thing to Lana or me or any other creator. I put myself up there with Lana. You guys like, you see what I did there? And so the same thing we're saying, the same opinions. It's just the difference being that guilty or questionable at the very least. Okay, I'm sorry, Trish. Let me see. You have the right to a speedy and public jury trial before 12 persons. A jury trial is a court hearing to determine whether you are guilty or not guilty of the charges brought against you. In a jury trial, you have the right to present evidence in your defense and to testify in your defense. You are not required to do so. However, the state must convince all of the jurors of your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Sign here. You have the right to confront the witnesses testifying against you. This occurs during a jury trial. At trial, the state must prove its case by calling witnesses to testify under the oath in front of you. At trial, the state must prove its case by calling witnesses to testify under oath in front of you, the jury, and your attorney. Your attorney could then cross-examine each witness. You could also call witnesses of your choosing to testify on your behalf. If you do not have funds to bring those witnesses to court, the state will pay for the cost of bringing your witness to court and will compel their attendance by the use of the subpoena power of the court. I'm a real document reader. The state has burden of proving you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. I understand that by pleading guilty, I'm waiving my right to require the state to prove my guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Interesting. Questions regarding ability to enter plea. Standard form, I guess, here. If you do not understand a question, consult an attorney. Do you read and write English? If not, what is your true and legal name? What is the highest grade of school? If you're not completed high school, are you currently under the care of a mental health professional? Have you ever been diagnosed with a mental health disorder? So when you check yes, what's the difference? Why ask that question? Is that a possible loophole? Good call again, Liz. Number 6. If so, what was the diagnosis and when was it made? Are you currently prescribed any medication? If yes, what ones? Have you taken those medications within the last 24 hours? Have you taken any medication in the last 48 hours? Are you under the influence of anything? Are you capable of understanding these proceedings? All right, right there, number 10. That is the stopping point that JH had last night, between I don't know if it was GH, but Hinckley, who the guy who shot Reagan, and that's where the Brady bill comes from. Hinckley, they ended up doing this real quick federal trial, convicting him, and it was kind of after that kind of left the public eye, just faded out into infinity. They have all kinds of other headlines that pop up as distractions. You forget all about it. Well, he wound up in a mental institution because allegedly he didn't have the capability to understand what he did. And they are capable of understanding these proceedings. Do you claim that you are mentally incapable of understanding these proceedings? So they asked the question twice. Is there anything going on in your life that affects your ability to enter a voluntary? Yeah, my cellmate makes paper footballs all day long. Are you having any difficulty in understanding what you are doing by filling out this form? So this is 4 times in a row with the understanding. So I guess that the repetition verifies it. Is there any other reason that you cannot make a reasoned and informed decision in this case? If yes, what is the reason? Fill in the blank. 5 in a row. There's a little more, isn't there, Trish? Is your guilty plea the result of a plea agreement? Here we get down to business. If so, what are the terms? I plead guilty, I can only assume here. If a written plea agreement was done, have you read the plea agreement? Do you understand your plea agreement? There are 2 types of plea agreements. Please initial the 1 paragraph which describes the plea agreement. And so I guess, okay, let's read the 2 choices. A or B. I understand that my plea agreement is non-binding plea agreement. This means that the court is not bound by the agreement or any sentencing recommendation. Now, if he checks box A, that's a win because now he's given over all the power to the court, said he's guilty, and there's no obligation by, I would only assume, the judge in this case to honor the agreement, and this could be a ploy, and that they backstab him and give him the death penalty anyway. Despite the agreement. I understand that my plea agreement is non-binding, so that there's no way he's checking box A. There's no way. The court is not bound by the agreement. If the district court, they're telling you right here, we don't have to do shit that we say we do. No, we don't honor anything that was agreed upon by the prosecution. We're a whole different entity. We do whatever we want. We're Twizzes. The court is not bound by the agreement. If the district court chooses not to follow the agreement, I will not have the right to withdraw my guilty plea. So despite the fact that we screw you over, you can't change your plea. I understand I do not have the right to withdraw my guilty plea. They repeat it. If the court chooses not to follow the agreement. You bastards. Why would you sign that? I understand that my choice B, I understand that my plea agreement is a binding plea agreement. This means that I will not be allowed to withdraw my plea of guilty and proceed to a jury trial. Now they don't. A B doesn't sound like all that great of a choice as A. They don't say anything about them having to honor the agreement, do they? I understand that my plea agreement is a binding plea agreement. This means that I will not be allowed to withdraw my plea of guilty and proceed to a jury trial. They don't say anything about the prosecution or the judge honoring the agreement. It's a lose-lose. Has your attorney or anyone else forced or coerced you in any way into accepting this plea agreement? Yes for check, yes for no. Have any other promises been made to you that have influenced your decision? Now that's weird because it's a yes or no. They don't give you the fill in the blank. Has anyone told you what your sentence will be? If so, what has been promised? Now, you can break a promise. If you're the state, apparently you can break an agreement. And you know that I don't know that this is standard across the United States or if this is an Idaho thing. It would not surprise me one bit that they can just dishonor their agreement with the defendants. Has anyone told you your sentence will be? If so, as promised, Appellate writes, is this a conditional guilty plea in which you are reserving your right to appeal any specific adverse ruling? So that's where the appellate things come in. Is this a conditional guilty plea in which you are reserving your right to appeal any specific adverse ruling? What rulings have you reversed the right to appeal? Fill in the blank. Trish? Help a brother out, Trish. If it is not a conditional guilty plea, the conditions are all on the defendant. They can say, you can take the reservation, you just don't keep the reservation. If it is not a conditional guilty plea, do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are waiving your right to appeal? So a conditional guilty plea, waiving the right to appeal any ruling made by the judge prior to entering your guilty plea. If it's not a conditional guilty plea, if it is not a conditional guilty plea, do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are waiving your right to appeal any ruling made by the judge prior to entering your guilty plea? Yes or no? You are waiving your right to appeal any ruling. See, they leave it open-ended for the state. Once again, he might not honor the plea agreement and make his own ruling. And you're waiving your right to appeal that. Not a good bargain. Have you waived your right to appeal your sentence as part of your plea agreement? Yes, sir. Oh, wait. There was one more, Trish. Up. The other way, other up. Darn. What are you doing? Trisha, are you there? This thing on?
Well, where?
What happened?
Where am I at? Where are you at?
You scrolled 4 pages ahead of where I am.
Okay.
What? There you go. Back it up. Okay, right there. Have you waived your right to appeal your sentence as part? So, the conditional part of the guilty plea is your right to appeal any ruling made by the judge. And then they go on to ask, have you waived your right to appeal your sentence? Interesting. Under what condition can you appeal your sentence? So I'm sure this is actually handed to him, filled out, and right there, please. What it will take to strike this deal, if this deal is legit and actually in the works, is for the judge to sign the plea deal and agree that his ruling will match the plea agreement. Wow, this is surreal. This doesn't even feel real today. What do you think, Trish? Trish, can you hold it down for a second? I'm going to throw a sandwich in together. Real quick. Trish?
Yes.
Can you read on for just a moment? I'll be right back.
Yes. Where you're at? Which number?
What happened?
25?
Number
Yeah.
number 25. Yep. Yes, ma'am.
That's what I thought. Okay.
All right, BRB.
Okay, if you pled guilty to more than one crime, do you understand that your sentence for each crime could be ordered to be served either concurrently at the same time or consecutively, one after another? Do you understand that if you plead guilty and you commit crimes in the future, your conviction could be considered in the future case and could cause more severe penalty in the future case? You don't have to worry about that. Are you currently on probation or parole? If so, do you understand that a plea of guilty in this case could be the basis of violation? You don't have to worry about that neither. Are you aware that if you are not a citizen, you don't have to worry about that neither. They can boot your ass out of the United States. Does a crime which you plead guilty require you to register as a sex offender? Are you aware that if you plead guilty, you may be required to pay restitution in this case? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out where they think they're getting money from him. Like, if he, that, anyway, okay. Are you pleading guilty to a crime for which you may be required to pay the cost of prosecution and investigation? If so, have you and the state agreed upon the amount of this reimbursement? If you have, what is the amount? Have you agreed to pay restitution as a condition of your plea agreement? Whoops, sorry, y'all. Do you understand that you cannot withdraw your guilty plea even if the restitution amount is determined to be higher than you thought it might be or should be? Is a license suspension required as a result of your guilty plea in this case? Do you understand that if you plead guilty, you will be required to submit a DNA sample? Hadn't you already done that? And right thumbprint impression to the state. Okay. Are you pleading guilty to a crime for which the court could impose a civil penalty for a crime of violence up to $5,000 payable to the victim of the crime? Do you understand that if you plead guilty to a felony, you will lose your right to vote in Idaho during the period of your sentence? Okay. Do you understand that if you plead guilty to a felony, you will lose your right to hold public office in Idaho during the period of your sentence? Do you understand that if you plead guilty to a felony, you will lose your right to perform jury service in Idaho during the period of your sentence? Do you understand that if you plead guilty to a felony and or to a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence, you will lose your right to purchase, possess, or carry firearms? Do you understand that, whoops, sorry, y'all. Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, you run the risk that if you have new felony charges in the future, you could be charged as a persistent violator? Relationship with your attorney. That's nice. Have you had sufficient time to discuss your case with your attorney? Oh, hell. Have you had adequate time to fill out this form? Have you had adequate access to your attorney's assistance in filling out this form? Your attorney can obtain various items from the prosecutor relating to your case. This may include police reports, witness statements, tape recordings, photographs, reports of scientific testing, etc. This is called discovery. Have you had, oh hell, have you had the opportunity to review discovery provided by your attorney? Those might get a little fishy or messy or whatever you want to call it. Do you want your attorney to take any further action in this case? If you are not a citizen of the United States, have you talked to your attorney about the impact of your guilty plea on deportation? You don't have to worry about that either. Do you understand that no one, including your attorney, can force you to plead guilty in this case? Really? Anyway, are you satisfied with your attorney's representation? If not, please state why you're dissatisfied. Are you back, Kane?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay. So the burden is on the state, right? So it's interesting that they are so willing, with all this evidence that they have, to make a plea deal to zip out of this whole situation. And you can only imagine that they've been throwing a plea deal at Sergeant Carter, Brian Koberger, the entire course of this investigation. And when one, I think that it's possible that when one tactic doesn't work, they move on to the next one, and then after they've worn out the latest tactic against him that didn't succeed in changing his mind to change his plea, they released that one to the public. Now it's interesting that the state is willing to take this plea deal when you have Steve G at the same time saying that they're just railroading out, trying to push it away, trying to get rid of it, make it go away, and really just let me hold on. Let me small this real quick. Let me read that one more time. Attacking the Latah County Prosecutor's Office over it. That's how Latah County Prosecutor's Office treats unalivers victims' families. Adding insult to injury, they're rushing the plea, giving families just one day to coordinate and appear at the courthouse. Who do they think they are? After more than 2 years, this is how it concludes, with a secretive deal and a hurried effort to close the case without any... Just stop right there. After more than 2 years, this is how it concludes. And we all are echoing the same sentiment, with a secretive deal and a hurried effort to close the case. Never mind that he's trying to make it about the victims. The victims' families have no input in a decision because it's not about the victims. How many times have we heard that? Now, let me look at the chat. Probably missed something here. What was the thing you sent me yesterday, Liz? Ineffective assistance to counsel and so you have to go to Supreme Court to get that one. So that's an even bigger hurdle. I mean, it would be my guess on that, Lucy, ineffective assistance of counsel. And I never finished my thought on what Willie was saying. Is if it had been him, I'd have had. If it had been me, I would have had a private lawyer that would have made it a more effective case. You know, while a plea agreement generally waives the right to appeal the conviction itself, certain grounds for appeal may still exist, such as challenges to the sentence imposed, the validity of the plea, or ineffective assistance of counsel. Okay, so that is a good point, and maybe I'm off base that Ann Taylor is a better lawyer than I might be giving her credit for, because if that is the case, then she is just admitting defeat. You cannot beat this. It's a tainted jury. It's a biased jury, regardless. Even the 6 that you pick and the alternates are going to be, whether they admit it or not, of a skewed opinion, out of the, working with the law of percentages. So what she does is say, okay, battle lost, let's win the war. It's not important. Now, effectively, we've taken the death penalty off the table. We've continued the trial. And now we'll fight it in court. And so she's overruling Hitler's own decision by wow, that's brilliant. That could be a brilliant strategy if the state thinks that their word is gold and that they can literally, first of all, there's the opportunity for them not to honor their agreement. And secondly, if they think that she is going to cow to them, but I would say that if it does eventually go to court, that admitting guilt and saying the words guilty is at least a bad look. when there doesn't seem to be any excessive threat or coercion, even though we know that, like I said, Brian Koberger does not stand a chance in the state of Idaho, whether it be appellate or just regular trial. So that could be a very interesting move. I could see. Like I said, this case is not over by a damn sight, and we're not done here now. Me and Echoes were talking about last night is that once this deal is signed, not only do we have the opportunity to actually still see it go to court to get it's a swerve move on Hitler. He's juking him. She's juking him. She's going to make him look like a dumbass if this is the case. And where's it going? Dead air. What was I saying? Trish, what did I read? What I said?
We were saying that there's still questions that have to be answered. I mean, there's still things that are, even if he was to plead guilty, like there's still things that are not going to come out right away. And
right, yeah. So so if he does plea and this thing is signed, there is a highly likelihood that the gag order will be lifted within a reasonable amount of time and we'll get our answers. Yet, moving forward, we have the chance of a trial. Now, the important thing about that gag order being lifted is, I was saying earlier, is that Cy Ray will now have the opportunity to get on YouTube with us and get on the Social Crime Club or whatever and tell us what's really going on here. Don't you think, Trish?
yeah, I mean, I think he will. He's said when he can talk about the case, he will. But I think the gag order will remain for a little while too. I mean, I just do.
No, it's not going to be overnight or anything, but certainly, the thing is, though, we may or may not see the redacted portions of what we already seen, right? It could just be other discovery, people talking, this and that, and we may never know. And a lot of those things are addresses and names and phone numbers, but there's also a lot of information in there too that we haven't gotten yet. So that'll be something to think about the computer. Let me get back to reading this thing here. Where did you leave off, Darren? At 58? Or
On the
54. Okay, so entry of
Yeah.
plea. Are the answers throughout this form your own answers? Yes or no? Are you entering your plea freely and voluntarily? Are you admitting to all the elements of the crime to which you are pleading guilty? Here's where it gets interesting. Are you pleading guilty because you are entering an outward plea? So, Lucy, if you want to post the definition of that again, it's, I believe, basically proclaiming innocence but accepting the punishment for the charges against you, which is another, honestly, I'll take Steve G's side on this, a slap in the face to the victims' families. Absolutely, 100%. You know, that's, and you can say what you want now, but down the road, that just burns. That burns, and I've seen it before where this is the case. They don't have to plead anything. They don't have to say whatever. That's why I say the only thing that's going to really sway my opinion is to hear him say the word guilty and then follow it up as to why he did it, how he did it, and what he did it with. You know, you just heard the interview with Steve G. According to the coroner, the wounds don't match between two people that were allegedly laying next to each other at the time it happened, but the wounds don't match. So did he have one weapon in one hand, a vacuum cleaner in another, and he's swinging a machete out of his butthole? Or was there also a gun involved? Now, Trish, talk about that gun thing that you were talking about with the Glock.
I mean, didn't he have a Glock? I mean, people, it's legal if he had it registered or whatever, but my brother-in-law was like, somebody like him with that kind of weapon. I mean, I'm not saying he did anything. I'm just saying, like, those are, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. According to my ex-brother-in-law, who may or may not have been hired to do certain things, that is what those type people use. Like, because I don't know why. I don't know that much about them, but that just is what they use. That doesn't mean that he did it or anything. It was just, that is one thing that raised his eyebrow when I was telling him about it. He's like, that's, and I think he had some other, I'm not sure if he had, what else he had. And it could be nothing. I'm just saying that there's just little things, and it doesn't mean he's guilty or anything like that, because people have those and don't do that kind of work. But it's just kind of weird, I guess, for somebody like Brian to have one, sort of, I guess.
He's got a third arm like a fucking Muppet. So, Lucy's saying that, like in Delphi, they'll keep covering their tracks. The gag will remain in place. Sorry, I mean Doritos over here. What else? Hold on. Wait, can we go back to one? It does, at this point, I think, clearly have some type of political connections. And I tried to say to Sarge that the key is to finding out who is involved or who is in the area that is so important for them to go to these lengths to protect. And he couldn't really wrap his mind around that before Hitler turned on him, whatever he says. So that is the key. Yes, there's some kind of political motivation. There's some kind of political agenda. There's some kind of political backstory, side story, main story, whatever the case may be. But what is it? Let me finish reading this.
Yeah, I think it's political. I mean, I think there are political people involved when it comes to this money washing stuff they do. And I think that there's just clearly there's more than one person involved in this. And there are people that don't get their hands dirty involved in this, in my opinion. So, yeah. And Lucy's got something she wants me to play. I'm going to go to the link and have it up and ready.
Real quick, the connection is right there. And JJ's made it over and over again, is the connection to the political answer is Hurwitz himself. He is the golden chalice or the bloodline of, he is clearly, without a doubt, 100% stepped in to represent his constituents. I won't say friends, I won't say partners, I won't say anything like that. I'll say constituents. He was the last minute effort for them to, because they will go clearly to any lengths to make this thing happen, whether it be by hook or by crook. And you cannot deny. And so with JJ, we've been able to make connections from Hurwitz, from his previous position, to now the question JJ asks over and over: who's paying this guy? He just showed up. He just showed up. Where's, that wasn't your job. Where's your salary, dude? Who's paying you? Sorry. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Wheels of the bus go round and round, round and round. I love.
Are you ready for me to play this?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Trish, volume. What up, James? Trisha, no volume. You're muted. No, don't go pee. No, 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 no.
I'm here. Hang on.
Good save. Good save. Rewind it also, please, as well. Thank you. Damn proper Spock and talking people.
Across a wide variety of industries, including financial institutions, sharing information with us about possible criminal activity is something that is fully lawful under current federal law.
May be lawful, but it's not constitutional. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Ray, for being here. I think it's actually sad that the majority is engaging in conspiracy theories and efforts to try and discredit one of the premier law enforcement agencies in the United States in the effort to try and, without really any evidence, make the case that the FBI is somehow opposed to conservative views. In my view, actually, I'm concerned that the FBI has been reluctant to do its job when it comes to the former president. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put in the record an article from the Washington Post. FBI resisted opening probe into Trump's role in January 6th for more than a year.
Without objection.
Director Ray, would you disagree with the premise of this article that the FBI delayed in looking at Mr. Trump himself? The January 6th committee, and I was a member, did find that the ex-president was the center of a wide-ranging conspiracy to overturn the election. Did the FBI start looking right after January 6th at the ex-president?
I'm sorry, I just lost the last part of your question there.
Did the FBI start looking at the ex-president's role in January 6th, starting January 7th or closely to that time?
Well, let me start with, I'm not in the business of kind of commenting or engaging on the truth or falsity of newspaper articles. And in this particular instance, as I'm sure you can appreciate, there is an ongoing, very important ongoing special counsel investigation that's now in court. And so not only do I not want to talk about the ongoing investigation, the internal deliberations related to it are even more sensitive.
I respect that you cannot discuss ongoing investigations. Let me turn to another item. I mean, there's been criticism, and the ranking member went through the scenario leading up to the warrant for the documents at Mar-a-Lago. But I'd like to ask unanimous consent to put an article from the Washington Post. Showdown before the raid, FBI agents and prosecutors argued over Trump.
Objection.
It's pretty clear from this article that there was a resistance on the part of the FBI to actually look at the president or pursue that case vigorously. And although you can't comment on it, the article does suggest that FBI agents want to just close the case because the ex-president made an assertion that a search had been made. Now, we had Mr. D'Antuono in as a witness, and he testified 4 times that the Mar-a-Lago search
Trish,
had adequate
fast
probable
forward
cause.
the
Do you agree
video,
with that
please,
statement?
to 5130 or 5144 here.
The search had probable cause?
Correct.
Thank
Limited
Objection.
limited to data derived from internet advertising. It's since been reported that the FBI has admitted it bought U.S. location data. Is the FBI purchasing location data from commercial sources without a warrant?
This is an area that requires a little more precision and context for me to be able to answer that fully. So let me have my staff follow back up with you so that I make sure that I don't leave something important out.
I'll just close with the FBI had 3.4 million backdoor searches of the FISA database without a warrant in 2021. Can you say whether the FBI is continuing to search the FISA database without a warrant for Americans?
Ah, there it is.
Well, if you're asking about our use of 702 queries,
I am.
those are, there is no warrant requirement under the Fourth Amendment for those queries. It's fairly well settled. The 3.4 million figure that you're talking about, I guess I would say a couple things. One, that's not 3.4 million people. That's 3.4 million search terms or query terms. Second, that's not those are not queries in violation of rules. Those are just queries under
My
the
time has
procedure.
expired, but the committee will look into the warrant requirement later.
Sure will. You sure will. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Yeah.
The American people need to understand what just happened. My
doesn't make it
Democrat
okay,
colleague just asked the
dickhead.
director of the FBI whether or not they are buying information about our fellow Americans. And the answer is, well, we'll just have to get back to you on that. It sounds really complicated, but I have other questions. I'm sitting here with my father. I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father.
Damn.
Sounds like a shakedown, doesn't it, Director?
I'm not going to get into commenting on that.
You seem deeply uncurious about it, don't you? Almost suspiciously uncurious. Are you protecting the Bidens?
Absolutely not. The FBI
Well, you
does
won't
not
answer
and
the
has
question.
no
Hold on.
interest in
You won't answer the
protecting
question
anyone
about whether or not
politically.
that's a shakedown, and everybody knows why you won't answer it. Because to the millions of people who will see this, they know it is. And your inability to acknowledge that is deeply revealing about you. But let's go from the uncurious to the downright nosy. How many illegal FISA queries have occurred under your leadership of the FBI?
How many? Answer it. He
Well,
doesn't
there
have to
are
answer.
reports that have come out with different numbers about compliance incidents.
More than 1 million illegal ones? Because that's what the Inspector General said. The Inspector General said that in the 3.4 million of these queries, more than 1 million were in error. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment by the Inspector General?
I'm not sure actually that's a correct characterization of the Inspector General's findings on that.
The internet will
Avoiding
remind
the
you of that
question.
moments. But let's now go to what the court said. The court said it was over 200,000 that have occurred on your watch. Do you have any basis to disagree with that assessment?
Again, I don't have the numbers as I sit here right now. What I can
Seems
tell
like
you,
a number you should know. How many times the FBI is breaking the law under your watch, especially if it's like over 1 million, to not know that number? And I'm worried about your veracity on the subject as well. Play the video.
letters for
You going to the
investigation
FISA
of
court?
the Capitol.
Or you
I don't
going-
believe FISA is remotely implicated in our investigation.
So there, Senator Lee's asking you whether or not FISA was in any way involved in your January 6th investigation, and you say no. Was that truthful?
I said that I did not believe it was.
Okay, so now let's pull up what the court said, which was something a little different than what you said. So here, Nope, that's not the right one. Yeah, here we go. Right there. It says the government has reported additional significant violations of the querying standard, including several relating to the January 6, 2021 breach of the Capitol. So I guess the question, Director Ray, is did you not know when you were answering these questions that the FBI was engaging in these illegal searches, or did you perjure yourself to Senator Lee?
I certainly didn't perjure myself. At the time that I testified in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I didn't have that piece of information. I will add.
Well, that was a court order. You didn't have that piece of information because the court hadn't yet rendered a judgment. Did you not know when you gave the untruthful answer before Senator Lee that this was going on?
It was a truthful answer. I did not believe FISA had been involved in the January 6th
But it was.
investigation.
So you didn't. The answer is the FBI has broken so bad that people can go and engage in queries that when you come before the Congress to answer questions, you're like blissfully ignorant. You're blissfully ignorant as to the unlawful queries. You're blissfully ignorant as to the Biden shakedown regime. And it just seems like it gets into a kind of a creepy place as well. Go to our next image on what the court said. Just so the American people realize, the court has smacked you down, alleging or ruling FBI personnel apparently conducted queries for improper personal reasons. People were looking themselves up. They were looking their ex-lovers up. Who has been held accountable or fired as a consequence of the FBI using the FISA process as their like creepy personal snoop machine?
Oh, that is nuts.
There have been instances in which individuals have had disciplinary action and who are no longer with it. I can't get into it here, but we can follow back up with
Don't you see that that's kind of the thing, Director Ray, that you preside over the FBI that has the lowest level of trust in the FBI's history? People trusted the FBI more when J. Edgar Hoover was running the place than when you are. And the reason is because you don't give straight answers. You give answers that later a court deems aren't true. And then at the end of the day, you won't criticize an obvious shakedown when it's directly in front of us. And it appears as though you're whitewashing the conduct of corruption.
Respectfully, Congressman,
jump out
in your
of his
home
freaking
state of
chair
Florida,
right
the
now.
number of people applying to come work for us and devote their lives working for us is up over 100%.
We're deeply proud of them, and they deserve better than you.
Time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Chair.
Chish,
Director
right there.
Thank you for
Before you
continuing to
play,
serve with all of these.
before you play Lucy's video there.
Spell your name.
All right, hang on. Tell me what I got to do because I got to do something real quick. I have to make a transfer with my bank. So
Yeah, no,
tell me what
if you
I'm
just
doing.
click this link and play this interview from Good Morning America, please.
Where?
And you'll have a few minutes. It's on the.
You sent me a link. Okay, 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
It won't take me but a second to do this, but I didn't want to miss nothing here, so I was like,
I
okay.
appreciate it.
10
I
things
have
at
no
once.
control back here. So.
I know. I need to. I've got the other thing, and I'm telling you now, I'm not keeping StreamYard. I'm doing the Talk Studio because it's like $9 a month, and it's the same thing except it's a little bit easier to use because I'm not paying $45 a month. Y'all are crazy. This shit messes up all the time. Okay.
OBS is free.
I know that, but it's a pain in the ass when you want to add people to the thing. Like OBS needs to put a collab thing on their stuff.
She knows how to use it. She just panic quits.
Well, it can be a pain in the butt, and it's for people that don't know. Like it's hard to use for people that don't use it a whole lot.
My hope was that when she got a new computer that it would just work itself out. And she was in the chat. And we found out with ChickBait last night that what you have to do is just wait like 20 seconds and then all of a sudden everything kicks in. For some reason, when you add a guest to 2 guests, there's a delay, but it will work. You just have to be patient. And she clicks out before.
She's like me. She's impatient. I am too. I'm just like, this shit ain't working.
But you just gotta wait, and it'll work. So hopefully we can get her back on the show here sooner or later. Yeah, please play this and do your thing. You got, how long is this video? 4 minutes? And I'll hold it down after that. Just put me on the screen.
Oh, that'll give me enough time. 4 minutes gives me enough time to do what I got to do. It won't take me a second.
Excellent. You you want, put me on the screen though, just in case. So.
We are back with our GMA cover story. More on the Idaho College murders case after Brian Koberger agreed to plead guilty to all counts. Shortly before we learned of the plea deal, Kana Whitworth sat down with the family of one of the victims, Ethan Chapin. I want to go back to Kana in Boise. Good morning, Kana.
Yeah, George, good morning. So the last time that Jim and Stacy Chapin saw their son Ethan alive, it was Parents' Weekend at the University of Idaho. They told me they left full of pride. Their 3 children, their triplets, were living their best lives. But that feeling was short-lived. It wasn't long after they learned that Ethan had been murdered in a quadruple homicide that thrust the town of Moscow into chaos. And this morning, for the first time, the Chapin family tells the story of how they stayed afloat.
We just decided maybe it was best to tell our story of Ethan literally one time. He deserves it. He deserves our story of him.
This morning, as the Idaho murder suspect prepares to accept a plea deal, the family of Ethan Chapin speaking publicly together for the first time since Ethan, his girlfriend Xana Kernodle, and her roommates Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez were brutally murdered in an off-campus home at the University of Idaho.
I miss him every day. When you lose your son at 20, it's different. It's a different loss. And I miss him every single day. And I always will.
Ethan, a triplet with his siblings, Hunter and Maisie, all attending the University of Idaho together. Hunter and Maisie and their parents, Jim and Stacy, now telling their story in a new Prime Video docuseries, One Night in Idaho, The College Murders, remembering their 6'4", larger-than-life brother and son.
We played every sport together. Every time we went in the car, it was together, partied together. There was never a dull moment.
The night before Ethan was killed, Maisie brought him to her sorority formal. She now cherishes the text he sent her before bed.
So he started off by texting me, I think he said, "Dog, come hang out. We all want you here." And I said, "I'm going to bed." And then he said, "Love you." And I didn't even respond to that. I think I was asleep by then.
And the I love you kind of stood out, though.
Well, yeah, definitely.
Hunter, who pledged Sigma Chi with Ethan, says the next morning, a friend at the fraternity woke him up saying the police were at Xana's house.
Hunter Johnson came up to me and said, I was like, "Where's Ethan and Xana?" And he's like, "They're not here anymore." So what do you mean they're not here anymore? He's like, "I think they were murdered last night."
Hunter was forced to call his family with the news, his parents in disbelief.
It drives me crazy because I've always wanted to protect my family. And there's really nothing there that I could have done. Instantly he was taken.
A suspect, Brian Koberger, arrested nearly 7 weeks later. With a bit of relief, the Chapins shifting their focus to their son's legacy, getting tattoos to honor him.
We all benefited from having Ethan in our lives for 20 years. It's a tremendous loss.
Now, the Chapins told me that they brought Ethan's ashes and his red Jeep home to one of their favorite places in Priest Lake, Idaho, where they live like Ethan every day to honor his legacy. For more on their story, you can catch One Night in Idaho, the College Murders. It premieres on July 11th on Prime Video. George.
Okay, Kana, thanks very much.
Are you like the millions of Americans who have had their auto insurance rates go way up over the past?
Okay, yeah, take over for a second, Kane. Let me finish this.
I got it. And if you want to put it on the screen, that's fine. If not, that's good. Thank you. All right, so let me see what you're saying here. Yeah, that's a good point. Is that with the footage, we can clearly. Can you guys hear me? Hold on. We can clearly see that they've used selecting with what they presented. They have gone to the extent of covering up the car with some type of super sun ray that we can't make out. What What are you talking about, chick? Gag orders are gone. Enjoy what? Let me look at the thing, whatever. Notice of hearing. We read that already, I believe. So the only other two ones were the jury questionnaire on the 26th or 27th, and then the 30th we had the order sealing. Second notice of filing defendants additions objections to jury questionnaire, and then yesterday we also had the notice of hearing, which is the short document I can't share right now, but signed by Hippler. This was for tomorrow's hearing, Koberger versus Idaho. Okay, so I don't know where we would find the gag order lifted. So that's an interesting comment. What are you saying about Ethan's ashes there, Lucy? Is it okay? Or before he accepts or doesn't accept the plea deal. Yeah, yeah, it will remain. I agree with Lucy on that. Hello, Sarah D. Irish. Welcome in. TikTok. Time is ticking quickly. It's accelerated so much that it's like almost the Twilight Zone. You're right. We went up till you saw I played the Purge History videos there, right up till the beginning of May, where we hadn't been fed a crumb in years, and then you have middle of May, towards the end of May, you start seeing documents coming out so regularly, being declassified or whatever, to the extent that we were just expected them, like last time somebody was saying, usually the documents come out on a Tuesday, so we'll see what happens on Tuesday. Well, today's Tuesday, and we haven't seen anything as of yet. But anyway, it went from famine to feast, like overnight, and just ramped up. And so you had, then obviously you have Dateline, and you have the release of the car video, and these type of things, and then you also had Molly McMichael pop up. What am I missing? And what else is there? I don't know. Is there something that is being left out and omitted from our view that is earth-shattering, groundbreaking? Is it another selfie? What would compel him to accept a plea deal, which I'm sure all along they've been wanting to offer, get this thing off the record, get it off the books, shut it. They would have loved to shut this down from month one. Have this go through the trial, get him guilty, get him in there, and it's done and done. Regardless of whether or not other people are involved, the state clearly doesn't care. Yeah, it's possible. Are you Heather right now again? Did you switch your name back, or? Oh, you're Lucy. Okay, never mind. My bad. Everybody's calling you Heather. I'm like, don't call her Heather. Yeah, in June, and we got it all. And then, coincidentally, again, you have Chief Fry, who was in charge of this investigation in the beginning, now retired, tried to be a sheriff, didn't work out, and now in Washington, suddenly he's the chief of police again, business as usual, follow the curriculum, and you will be paid. Either you get down or you lay down, right? And so he got down, and he got along to get along. And nobody's names are being mentioned. I think all the evidence in this case was handcrafted, and most of it if not all real evidence, was destroyed and never even brought into this case. So we will never know the actual truth ever. That seems to be the common thought here. I can't go back up here. What does that say? Darn it, why won't it go back up? Hold on.
Hey, what are we doing?
The stupidest thing Brian could do is accept a plea deal agreement. Yeah, and you wonder if they'll even honor that agreement. Trish, never mind.
Okay, I was making sure you was all right.
Yeah, I'm here. Did you get everything taken care of, hon?
Yep, finishing it up now.
Let's see. Okay, this says... Darn it, this thing. When alternate suspects notion went away, I'm thinking Ann told Brian, I think they got you, my friend. That's Sherlock. Welcome in, by the way, and that's a great look. There's a link, please, I guess, from Lucy if you'd like to play that. If you're still with us, Trish, just click on that real quick.
Okay, I'm getting it. 1 second.
Yep.
Lucy, what link? Okay, hang on. That's not. That ain't the right one. Hang on, y'all. There it is. What the hell? Where's it? Hang on.
Try the one she just posted there, darn.
I know I'm looking. I don't know why it's not. Okay, I got it. Wait. Is this the testify? Send the link again. I don't know what the fuck this is doing, but that's not what it's supposed to do. And I wish StreamYard would fix this shit to where I could. Okay, okay, I got you. That is what you want me to play. Okay. I wish they'd fix this shit where you could do this. All right, 1 second. Make sure the volume's up. Okay.
Chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. 8 days ago, on July 4th, in the Western District of Louisiana, the court found that the federal government suppressed Americans' First Amendment free speech rights. In his conclusion on page 154, the court said this, the judge said this, plaintiffs are likely to succeed on the merits in establishing that the government has used its power to silence the opposition. Opposition to COVID-19 vaccines, opposition to COVID-19 mask and lockdowns, opposition to the lab leak theory of COVID-19, opposition to the validity of the 2020 election, opposition to President Biden's policies, statements that the Hunter Biden laptop was true, and opposition to policies of the government officials in power. All were suppressed. It is quite telling that each example or category of suppressed speech was conservative in nature. The court further writes, the United States government seems to have assumed a role similar to an Orwellian ministry of truth. Specific to the FBI, the court said this, the FBI's failure to alert social media companies that the Biden laptop story was real and not Russian disinformation is particularly troubling. The FBI had the laptop in their possession since December 2019 and had warned social media companies repeatedly to look out for, quote, hack and dump operation by the Russians prior to the 2020 election. Even after Facebook specifically asked whether the laptop story was Russian disinformation, the FBI refused to comment, resulting in social media companies' suppression of this story, and as a result, millions Millions of our fellow citizens did not hear the story prior to the November 3rd, 2020 election. Additionally, the FBI was included in industry meetings, bilateral meetings, received and forwarded alleged misinformation to social media companies, and actually misled companies in regard to the laptop story. When the court says the FBI misled, that's a nice way of saying they lied. They lied, and as a result, important information was kept from we the people days before the most important election we have, election of President of the United States, election of the Commander-in-Chief. In a survey last fall, 4 out of 5 Americans said they believe there's a two-tiered system of justice in America today. They said that because there is. They said that because of what they've witnessed. Think about what Americans have seen. National School Board Association, left-wing political group, writes the White House and asks them to treat parents at school board meetings as terrorists. And the Garland Justice Department does just that. They put together a memo, set up a dedicated line of threat communication, a snitch line on parents. As a result, parents get investigated by our FBI, get a threat tag associated with their name, 25 of them, because whistleblowers came and told us were investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Americans have seen the FBI's Richmond field office put together a memorandum saying pro-life Catholics are extremists. They've seen 20 FBI agents, SWAT team members, show up at the home of Mark Houck and arrest him in front of his wife and 7 children, even though he had indicated he'd be happy to turn himself in. And what was he arrested for? Him and his 12-year-old son were praying outside an abortion facility. Some guy starts screaming in his son's face, and he did what frankly any dad would do, defended his child. What's interesting is the National School Board Association apologized for the letter, but the Attorney General refuses to rescind his directive. The FBI did rescind, thank goodness, the Richmond Catholic Memorandum, but they refuse to tell Congress who wrote it and who approved it. And Mr. Houck, when he got his day in court, he was acquitted by a jury of his peers. American speech is censored. Parents are called terrorists. Catholics are called radicals. And I haven't even talked about the spying that took place of a presidential campaign or the raiding of a former president's home. But maybe what's more frightening is what happens if you come forward and tell Congress. If you're a whistleblower, come tell the legislature, come tell the Congress what's going on. Look out. You will be retaliated against. Ask Garrett O'Boyle, who told Congress about these issues. Took his clearance, they took his pay, they took his kids' clothes. Ask Gary Shapley, 14-year veteran at the IRS, handled some of the biggest international tax fraud cases at the agency. He comes forward, and the Justice Department kicks him off the case. But here's what's truly unbelievable. Here's what's amazing. With all that history, with all that, the Justice Department and the FBI want the taxpayers they censored, the parents they labeled, the pro-life Catholics they called radical, they want them to pay for a new FBI headquarters. And they want FISA reauthorization of the 702 program in its current form. It's in the director's opening statement. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. There are 204,000 reasons why Republicans will oppose FISA reauthorization in its current form. 204,000 times the FBI improperly searched the 702 database. And unlike the FBI censorship, in the court's opinion, that was focused on conservatives, the FBI's illegal scrutiny wasn't just limited to conservatives. BLM supporters were illegally scrutinized by the FBI as well. And I hope our Democrat friends will join us in opposing reauthorization of Section 702 the way it's currently done. And I think they will. And I hope they will work with us in the appropriations process to stop the weaponization of the government against the American people and end this double standard that exists now in our justice system. With that, I yield to the gentleman from New York for an opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, not that long ago, an oversight hearing of the FBI in this committee would have been a relatively bipartisan exercise. My colleagues on both sides of the aisle would have asked legitimate questions about the functioning and mission of the Bureau. Some of the questions may have been tough. Debate may have gotten a little heated when we discussed important topics like privacy and discrimination. But our questioning would have been grounded in advancing and overseeing the FBI's dual missions of enforcing federal laws and countering national security threats on American soil. In short, despite our disagreements, we would have done our duty as members of the Judiciary Committee. Today, unfortunately, House Republicans will fall well short of that mark. For them, this hearing is little more than performance art. It is an elaborate show designed with only two purposes in mind: to protect Donald Trump from the consequences of his actions and to return him to the White House in the next election. Don't take my word for it. Chairman Jordan announced his plan last August, just days after the FBI searched Mar-a-Lago. He told an audience at CPAC, the Conservative Political Action Conference, that the investigation into Trump's wrongdoing was designed to, quote, help frame up the 2024 race, when I hope and I think President Trump is going to run again. And we need to make sure that he wins. Let me repeat that. We need to make sure that he wins. In pursuit of this goal, Chairman Jordan and committee Republicans have claimed for months that the FBI is corrupt, rotten, politicized,
Okay, Twitch, I will. Hang
my favorite
on.
word, weaponized against the American people. Chairman Jordan has launched an array of baseless investigations into the FBI, most premised on absurd conspiracy theories, some so absurd that the chairman cannot possibly believe them to be true. But this is where the extreme MAGA leadership of this Congress has brought us today. Today, House Republicans will attack the FBI for having had the audacity to treat Donald Trump like any other citizen. The strategy is simple, really. When in doubt, Chairman Jordan investigates the investigators. The FBI dared to hold Trump accountable, so Republicans must discredit the FBI at all costs. You will hear claims today that the FBI's decision to investigate Donald Trump was somehow unfair. You will hear the Republicans attack the indictment of former President Trump on 37 counts related to his gross mishandling of national security information, including information regarding defense and weapons capabilities of both the United States and foreign countries, United States nuclear programs, potential vulnerabilities of the United States and its allies to military attack, and plans for possible retaliation in response to a foreign attack. The facts are made clear in the indictment. Quote, the unauthorized disclosure of these classified documents could put at risk the national security of the United States, foreign relations, the safety of the United States military, and human sources, and the continued viability of sensitive intelligence collection methods, close quote. Indeed, the indictment goes on to describe how the former president made such unauthorized disclosures, with him boasting about and showing his classified documents to numerous individuals without proper security clearance. You will hear claims today that this indictment against Trump was unfair, maybe even that it was unlawful. You'll hear that the FBI should have just asked Trump a little more nicely, one more time, to hand over the documents. You'll hear that the case was a political investigation from the start, orchestrated by a liberal-loving FBI that ensured Trump would be wrongfully vilified at every turn. These claims, of course, are completely untethered from the evidence. Even if you believe, as Chairman Jordan claims, that President Trump has committed no crime, surely we can agree that it is dangerous and profoundly irresponsible to have taken these documents from the White House and left them unsecured in Mar-a-Lago. Again, don't take just my word for it. Trump's Secretary of Defense, Mark Esper, said that the former president's handling of this information put U.S. service members' lives and their national security at risk. And Trump's handpicked Attorney General Bill Barr, with whom I agree on very little, hit the nail on the head when he described the former president's legal troubles as, quote, entirely of his own making. He had no right to those documents. The government tried for over a year, quietly and with respect, to get them back, and he jerked them around. When he faced a subpoena, he didn't raise any legal arguments. He engaged in a course of deceitful conduct. That was a clear crime if those allegations are true, close quote. The former president could have, at any time for months, simply returned the documents and avoided prosecution. But House Republicans do not want to talk about any of that. They seem incapable of assigning any agency or responsibility to Donald Trump for problems that are Trump's and Trump's alone. You might hear today about a man named Stephen D'Antuono, the former special agent in charge of the Washington field office during the investigation into the documents. Last month, committee Republicans brought him in for an interview, and shortly after that, Chairman Jordan released a letter purporting to describe Mr. D'Antuono's testimony. In fact, Chairman Jordan's summary of Mr. D'Antuono's words are a vast mischaracterization of what he actually said. Here's just one example. Chairman Jordan has claimed that Mr. D'Antuono said he had, quote, no idea, unquote, why the Mar-a-Lago investigation was run out of the FBI's Washington field office instead of the Miami field office. What the chairman hides is that just seconds later, Mr. D'Antuono explained that, quote, the venue was here, meaning Washington, D.C., for the classified documents, that it was, quote, not out of the ordinary for Washington to be lead office running the investigation, and said that Washington has, quote, most experience and knowledge in working public corruption cases and are, quote, the experts in classified document investigations. Mr. Jordan did not share the full record with the American public because it does not fit his chosen narrative. My staff has worked to have a minimally redacted version of Mr. D'Antuono's full testimony released, and I urge you to read the words for yourself in their entirety. When you compare his actual words to Mr. Jordan's characterization, you'll understand why I feel like this hearing room has become a theater. And frankly, that goes for many things that we will hear from the Republicans today. You can expect to hear that the FBI is retaliating against its conservative employees and has a deep-seated conspiracy to support liberal candidates and ideology. These claims are based on the words of several individuals, people Republicans are somewhat laughably calling whistleblowers. In fact, evidence shows that these individuals were suspended for violating serious FBI policies. One provided an unauthorized interview to Russian state-owned media. Another leaked information about an ongoing investigation, placing FBI agents and witnesses at risk. And another said that he wanted to use a senior FBI official as, quote, target practice. Chairman Jordan invited some of these so-called whistleblowers to testify before the Weaponization Subcommittee in May. As it turns out, two of the witnesses were ultimately paid $250,000 each for their testimony, money raised in part by former Trump aide Kash Patel and paid via a check whose memo line reads, quote, for holding the line. And yet Republicans today will try to claim that it is the FBI and not these witnesses who are somehow corrupt. Republicans today will also attack President Biden, starting with the IRS investigation into Hunter Biden. They will ignore the fact that U.S. Attorney David Weiss had the authority to bring charges in any district he saw fit and was able to operate fully free of interference. They do not want to acknowledge that despite years of investigations, President Biden has not been found to have engaged in any wrongdoing. Instead, they'll try to convince you that Hunter Biden would have been charged with far more serious crimes had it not been for U.S. Attorney Weiss being blocked by the Biden political machine. Once again, when they do not like the outcome, they investigate the investigators and work to discredit the outcome. And Republicans will make false claims about the FBI's Foreign Influence Task Force, claiming that it is somehow censoring conservatives. In fact, the task force plays a key role in making sure that Russia, China, Iran, and other foreign entities cannot again interfere in our elections. According to committee Republicans, the task force's efforts to track and prevent foreign influence operations amount to attacks on conservative speech, a nonsensical claim considering that the Foreign Influence Task Force has nothing to do with censoring American free speech, and in fact, helps to ensure that American voices are heard by stopping Russian troll farms. Make no mistake, in making these claims, Republicans have all but rolled out the red carpet and begged Russia to once again interfere in our elections because they believe that doing so will get Trump reelected in 2024. And that is the goal of Republicans today. Republican claims that the FBI has been weaponized, their personal attacks on Director Wray, their repeated calls to, quote, defund the FBI, these are not victimless acts. They are a clarion call to anti-government extremists, and that call is being heard. Last year, Director Wray faced multiple credible death threats. FBI employees faced more threats in the months after the Mar-a-Lago search than they had in the entire prior year. The problem has gotten so bad that FBI has had to stand up an entire new unit dedicated to combating threats to FBI agents and staff. It is far past time that Republicans realize the consequences of their actions. Republicans may want to downplay Trump's behavior and blame the FBI for his downfall. But no matter what they say, Trump risks the same.
Okay, Kane, I stopped it.
See me? There I am. Okay. Before you play Twiz's little video there, I want to just and thanks for being with us today, Rochelle and Sherlock Holmes. You said, and you're right. If BK had pleaded out in the beginning, it would have been no big deal. We would have all just, oh, okay, yeah, I guess, you know, whatever, and he took the deal, and we wouldn't have questioned it. But now, after what we've been through, all the effort that we've been through, all the expense and the cost and the time of this attorney, all the time of him sitting in there waiting for anything to go his way, we're going to enter an 11th hour plea. Literally. I mean, you couldn't get any closer. And, you know, hold on, let me see what else. This stupid StreamYard thing. Oh, there we go. I got it now. Yeah, that was a great vid. And more importantly, in going back to this Senate oversight, what they said was that the FBI commonly practiced paying witnesses, like up to $250,000. Am I right on that, Liz? Do the Idaho math. And when you say, Sherlock, that he didn't want to put his family through the pain of a trial, what could be a bigger heartache than to have your son admit to a horrible atrocity like this? So if he didn't do it, I wouldn't suspect that was necessarily the reason. If that was, I think that was Sherlock. Be careful, be safe, Megs. I'm way back in the chat. Hold on.
Keep talking for a second, Kane.
No, I am. I'm looking back to either Sherlock or Rochelle's comment here. I forgot what I was going to say. The cane buddy took over. Where's Kara? Is Kara still here? Hillary Mantel.
What'd you say, me?
What? I didn't say anything.
Okay.
You don't have to yell. All right, let's see here. Darn it, it was way back there. Anyway, yeah, I don't feel that is the case. There was one more thing. I'm sorry, hold on. I definitely want to address the last one. Shoot. We're just watching videos and talking, Miss Mansfield. Just look at all the key points of the I-4 case, then look at same references in a global text. Yep. Where did it go? Did somebody delete it? All right, Trisha, please play Twiz's video for us. Thank you. I'll find it. Seriously. I got this thing to work. Can we straighten out that bent license plate now? What was it? I'm getting to it. Yep, with the plea deal. I hope he doesn't say. Okay, yeah, that was the other thing. Is here's how it could go in the next few days. He could plead guilty, and maybe as part of the plea agreement, or by his own conscience, if that is the case, he apologizes to the families as they do in return for a lighter sentence, such as taking the DP off the table. That would be one of the things that you would think might be involved. That would be the generous, for lack of a better term, thing to do. The selfish thing to do, or the next trial phase move of this thing to do, would be to take the plea deal and not say anything. So you don't give the families the reward of stating your guilt and taking responsibility for it. And so if that is the case, I 100% agree with Lucy that this is just another part of the plan, a part of the magic show, whatever, that it's going to be. Sorry, it's going to be continuous to be continued. I'm going to sneeze here. Hang on. Trish, are you there? Let me text her again. I don't know what she's doing back there. Where was I? So, let me see what else. Yeah. Crap. I just work sometimes and not other times. What? Okay, so you're gonna maintain? These are gonna maintain silence? Do you think? I'm an oversight, Lucy. She can't be left alone anymore. Oh my, Rochelle. This is a good chat. It's a small chat, my favorite. So can we straighten out the bent thing? Truth about intelligence agencies. Even if they say some crazy evidence came out, think of how long they have had to create it. Not sure I'll believe it after seeing all the BS in this case. Absolutely, Rochelle. Thank you. That's a nice picture of you too, by the way. 702 warrantless searches. Looked like I just woke them up. We're waiting on Miss Trish to come back. I texted her, so she should be to play Twitch video. Nadler, blah, 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 this thing is slow. No cats allowed. I would really be building a case against him if he actually did it. Why would they still be turning over evidence and literally still be building a case against him if he actually did it according to the PCA? Should have been a slam dunk. Sure. Yep. Wouldn't need anything beyond it. What happens when the gang gets off and everyone starts talking the truth, though, not the fake BS they were paid to say? Yeah, well, he's made his plea deal. He signed his, if he thinks he has a chance, which he doesn't in an Idaho court, in my opinion, of getting out of there, then this is his chance to do it. Reside in Boise has not yet decided on his future professional plans. Granted. Brian accepts this deal. Take it as a message. Our rights are gone, and the globalists have won. Oh, clearly. I mean, he's not. If he honestly was the first one innocent to go to prison, you wouldn't have things like the Innocence Project, or they do this on a regular basis. This is normal, standard operating procedure. And they're willing to pay people. They're willing to, and on top of it, when you think about it, you have, if they're willing to pay witnesses, would they be willing to pay jurors also as well? So this sort of compiles onto the fact that Ann Taylor sees that in the direction that it's going, here at the last minute, a move's got to be made, because it's not going to get won in that pond. They got to take the fight to a bigger ocean, and that would be the only thing I can assume is the Supreme Court. But it's like I know how to get to Carnegie Hall. You practice, but how do you get to the Supreme Court? Lucy might know the answer to that. Let me try Trish again. Hang on. She's probably dealing with her bills thing or whatever. It's like, I'm doing my show, but I have no control. I'm helpless as a kitten in a tree.
Please leave your message for...
Okay, I don't know what's going on with her. She's on the plop plop machine over there.
Kane, 1 second.
Okay, thank you. You just okay. Yeah. It's not easy being me. I got no respect at all. It's been a lot to digest, and now, whereas time was like this, clickety clack, going down the tracks, time's just flying by. All of a sudden, the whole world has come to a screeching halt, and we're here, and it's almost like we're flying off the face of the earth and just looking down at ourselves. Like, what in the world? Even now, we talked to podcasts with Peterson, and she said that, lawyers in this country are looking at this case and just saying, yeah, he's guilty. He's the one that did it up till now. And so as of yesterday, from what I understand, even the majority of the Bar Association lawyers are now saying that this plea deal makes 0 sense. So we're not the only ones holding this close to this chest, wondering what's in there, what's in the box. That's.
All right, Kane, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. If you could click on Twiz, let me copy and paste it for you.
Okay, 1 second.
Hurry back there. Let's see here. Twiz, are you there? Twiz. Twizzle stick. What is a twizzle stick anyway? Twizzle dicks. Plays Twiz video. Here it is.
Lucy wanted to start. I'm loud, so what the hell? I probably am louder than Kane.
Oh, I thought I wasn't.
Where's
loud
Twiz?
enough.
There it is. Okay.
Yeah. I think I posted it. I'm not sure. Welcome in, Outcast. What's going on, man? You were right, Outcast, about the theme song, the Welcome to the Purge. That's dope, by the way. Really talented shit. And everybody, I got a lot of raving reviews about it. They like that. Which is funny because when I played Douglas Outlaw's song, which is more of a rock tune, I got comments that I made it to the rap song and then I had to get out of there. Which, you know, a lot of people like the Doug song, but anyway, I just thought it was funny that yours was such a big hit, and then they're ripping on Doug. What was I gonna say? But you were right about the copyright thing. It was only I guess, the part from the movie where it says, "This is the annual purge. Everything, including murder, will be legal." That the quote from the movie The Purge, and up to the thing is though, I tested it a little bit more. I can actually play a few seconds of it for whatever reason. Maybe a year down the road they'll hit me again, because for some reason they go, like, for the last 2-3 weeks they've been disabling ad liability on my videos from a year and a half ago. and it's like, okay, you've already gone through the videos once. Why are they going back through everything's in my backlog? It's because they're changing their policies, so they're reviewing everything. So even though that it fit the policy a year ago, now all of a sudden it doesn't qualify. And so it's probably, I had 2 videos literally taken down for let me where is it? Hold on, it takes 1 second. What was their reason? I gotta click a couple pages here. You can
Okay, I'm playing this.
Trish. Yeah, play it. Thank you.
Maynard. And what I'm about to share with you is a personal record, a time capsule of a strange and significant experience in my life. In fall 2022, I took a class called Criminal Justice Processes at Washington State University. It was a weekly course, discussion heavy, intimate. We were in a circle, and mostly made up of criminal justice grad students. I was from the sociology department. That semester, for the majority of classes, I sat next to a student named Brian Koberger. Yes, that Brian Koberger. When I first met Brian, nothing stood out. You know, he looked like a clean-cut, all cop, military-type bushy eyebrows, just another grad student in class, though. He tended to over-explain basic concepts. It often felt like he was lecturing the room, except we were all grad students. One moment that stuck out. Another student called him out for mansplaining. Brian then got into a semantics argument about what mansplaining meant. He was called out for mansplaining the term mansplaining. The student left the class early, leaving their stuff. I did have one longer conversation with Brian, about 30 minutes. We talked about our research, and I learned that I was from Pennsylvania. Near the end, I mentioned that I had to go make dinner for my ex-partner. He seemed confused, almost surprised, and I was happy to spend time with her. He said something like, "Most guys I know can't wait to get some time away from their women." I do remember thinking that was strange. Now it's revealing. After that conversation, we kept our exchanges to brief pleasantry. In class discussions, he often gravitated toward a nature over nurture argument, leaning into psychological explanations, as if some people were just wired to break the law. I didn't think much of it at the time, but in hindsight, it feels more pointed. When the news broke that police had arrested Koberger, I was stunned, to say the least. I'd come out of watching the second Avatar movie. I looked down at my phone and saw the news alerts, many of them. The night of the arrest, I had a discussion with Nicholas of the New York Times and shared my experience under anonymity. The statements in the article that could be attributed to me are shown here. I felt the need to make this video for several reasons. First, I've been asked about this experience many times. This can serve as a time capsule. Second, I've been subpoenaed to be a potential witness in this trial. Therefore, I had prepped this information to be publicly available. Third, as of today, June 30th, 2025, Koberger pled guilty to the charges in an apparent plea deal. My hope is that sharing my interaction with him can serve as a time capsule, and perhaps I can help fill in the gaps in some meaningful capacity. I hope the community is able to heal from this. Thank you and have a wonderful day. Hello, my name is Christian.
Yeah, 100%. If you watch that, because if you've done prompts for AI before, each website is different. If you pay for it or you have a software, the way it's created is in intervals, like 10 seconds, I think, would 5 to 10 second clips here, and then you see it's cuts. And you can hear the expressionless tone of his voice also as well. Another thing is, if he was subpoenaed as a witness, then he's under the gag order and he would not be allowed to do this. He'd be shut the F up. So, yeah, that's AI for sure, bro. No question. What do you think, Trish?
What?
Play the JJ Machine Gun. Play the second video that I have queued up in the thing. I haven't even seen this one. Try the Hitler one after this. Play this one more time. That's funny.
There ain't no damn volume on it.
No, I didn't select to add the audio just because I wasn't sure if they were gonna copyright me on it or whatever. So, which they don't. What's in those bombs? Fertilizer? Try the Hitler one after this. And then the Mick Jagger. The Mick Jagger was.
That's gross.
Hitler at home. Mommy. What is it called? Mick Jagger? Mick Jag? Hold on, I have one more. Let me find it.
I'm sorry, Lucy. I'm back away from my mic too.
There it is, right there. Did it come in? Did it come through? Let me try again.
No, I gotta remove one of these. Hang on.
Oh no, okay. Thank you.
Oops, Kane. I didn't mean to kick you. Hang on. He gonna be mad. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to kick you out.
No, oh, you kicked me out? Okay, I wasn't sure because as soon as I clicked on the present link, the present.
It was always supposed to kick that one video out, and it kicked you and everything out.
Yeah, it all happened so fast. There's
yeah, send me that video again.
There's that one, and then I don't know if there's. I don't think there's audio on that one, and then there's this one. Oh my god, Hitlers just don't understand. This is Twiz's favorite right here. Alright, keep playing that one. I got one more. Hold on. I think this is a video. Yeah, this is the next one. Is Dinky base jumping? I don't know if he's. What's up with his legs?
Okay, if you're putting another one up here, you got to take one of these off. I don't want to kick it over.
Yeah, no, okay, that's fine. I'm just saying, what's up with his legs?
I don't know. You made that.
Play it again, though. I'm laughing my ass off. He's got two sets of legs. Look, right there. He sprouts a set of legs at the back.
That's funny.
Too freaking funny. Here's this one. I don't think it's much. The OJ one there. Then there's GH. And then there's...
That's funny. All right, hang on.
Hold on, I want to get one more too. I should have put audio with the JJ one. Maybe I'll have to redo that one.
Really?
I'll probably have to redo that one to put, because I would be really curious to see what he's saying right there. Right near the cheering Muppets.
You're gonna stand there, owning a fireworks stand, and tell me you don't have no whistling bungholes, no spleen splitters, whisker biscuits, honky lighters, Husker do's, Husker don'ts, cherry bombs, nipsy daisers, with or without the scooter stick, or one single whistling kitty chaser? You're gonna stand there, owning a fireworks stand, and tell me you don't have no whistling bungholes, no spleen splitters, whisker biscuits, honky lighters, Husker do's, Husker don'ts, cherry bombs, nipsy daisers, with or without the scooter stick, or one single whistling
Offie,
kitty chaser?
I've been live for like the last 20 hours, more or less. I slept a little bit in between. Hold on, let me just find another one here. I got one that'll gross you guys out. I'm not gonna play it though. Wait, I think. Wait, here's this.
Thai. Jack can't talk Thai.
Oh, no, Dina, Jack can talk Thai. Jack talked Thai very well. Or how about your little phone call in Thai?
Jack can't talk Thai.
Oh, no, Dina, Jack can talk Thai. Jack talked Thai very well.
That's one of my favorite all times. That's for Jesse Schul out there. Yeah, damn, this would have been a lot of fun had I clicked the audio. Some of them have the audio option, some of them don't. Let's see, I don't know. I think this is a video to try those other ones there. Yeah, this would have been a lot of fun to put the audio to. Darn it, now I'm upset. Let me see. Try the next one. Yeah, there it is. And then this one. Hold on.
27, aging stripper, flexible on hooking if customers don't tip her. Sweetly dancing under the black light. If you got the urge, she'll come home with you tonight. Taking loads, blowing schlong, doing coke, hitting bongs, put pinky in ya. If you wanna blow a schlong, taking loads.
No! No, not 6. I said 7. Nobody's coming up with 6. Who works out in 6 minutes? You won't even get your heart going, not even a mouse on a wheel. 7's the key number here. Think about it. 7 11s? Yeah. 7 dwarfs? 7, man, that's the number. 7 chipmunks twirling on a branch, eating lots of sunflowers on my uncle's ranch. You know that old children's tale from the sea? It's like you're dreaming about gorgonzola cheese when it's clearly brie time, baby. Step into my office.
You're right, Donna.
Because you're fucking fired.
My real passion is my hobby.
Really? What's that?
I work with retards.
Isn't that a little politically, incorrect?
Oh, the hell with that. No one's gonna tell me who I can and can't work with.
This would have been another good one to have some audio to, damn it. I'm pissed. I think that's the same one. I don't know. Try that second one or two real quick. Yeah, that's the same one all the way. My bad. Studio. Sorry, I removed it from the stage by accident. Right here. There it is. Sorry. Did you play the OJ one already?
Yes.
I didn't see it. I was clicking in the back rooms here. Hold on. Wait. This is the last one. I don't know if anybody's seen this last one. Let me get to it. I don't think I could reverse that or whatever. But well, I got a couple more. Oh. How you feeling, Trish? You doing all right? You hanging in there, kiddo?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there. Those are funny.
Let me see what's this one and this one. Just to play a minute of that. See what it is, just real quick.
Where's the one of Meg as a dinosaur or whatever it is? That thing.
The Meg's one right there.
Yeah.
That's just one of them. I have a couple of them. I have one where she's kicking people up in the air. Let me find that one. But play that Christy Gonzalez one just to see real quick what it is.
We got to get Megan a mean face though for that.
Well, there's no mean face Megan unless she's yelling at her kids, probably. This one. Let me see. Please play the Christy one, the first one there.
I want candy. I want candy.
Hey, nobody gives a shit what you want. Shut your mouth. This is a restaurant. These people are trying to eat their lunch.
We flooded.
Ice into water and add rock salt. Salt lowers the temperature below 32 degrees by lowering the freezing point. All right, so here we go. It's still a liquid, no problem at all. Let's hit it. Ready? Here we go. Man, that goes fast.
Hi. In a News Nation Network exclusive, Area 51 veterans chosen by the government for top secret work have something in common other than their service. They're now getting sick with serious issues
They want to see what we're made of. Trish.
Which one? This one?
Try the first one, and then I got another one I'm looking for. Hang on.
This one?
In the shadows, chained by their lies, they cast their verdict under smoke-filled skies. Show me proof my lawyers call, but it's all charades, just whispers and shadows in their crooked crusades. You bulldozed the truth, left the questions to fade, buried the answers in the mess you made. Truth and transparency, letters cutting the wire, striking a match to the house of your fire. You bulldozed the truth, left the questions to fade, buried the answers in the mess you made. Truth and transparency, letters cutting the wire, striking a match to the house of your fire. You can't break what you can't erase. Your lies will burn in the light they face. Truth's a storm that you can't contain. It'll drown your empire in the weight of my pain. Your hollow throne, your gilded disguise will crumble and fall as the reckoning rise. How'd you find him? The question repeats, but the answers are buried beneath deceit. Your evidence bends, your motives bleed. A system that thrives on its twisted greed. Lana's voice is a thunder, breaking the night, shattering the silence, exposing the fight. Justice isn't blind, it's chained and bound.
I'm not sure what that last one there is. That's the one you're looking for there, Trish?
Yeah, that's it.
I think that...
So you can be among family while you were watching the game. If you are on campus, take a lot of photos and then share them on hashtag #VandalHomecoming. Those who enter a number of photos will be eligible for a drawing. We are getting fired up here on campus. We can't wait for you to come and be part of our Vandal family again. Go Vandals.
Trish? Still there?
Did it stop?
That was the end of it, yeah.
Oh.
I have one more up there, though.
Okay, I got it.
I'm not sure what this next one is after that. Oh boy, oh boy. Here's a throwback. My first one. That was the first one I did, that last one. Is that just a picture?
Yes.
Okay, oops. My hand falling asleep. Just eating a giant pork sandwich. There's the first one I ever did.
2 years in the shadows, chained by their lies. They cast their verdict under smoke-filled sky. Show me proof my lawyers call, but it's all charades. Just whispers and shadows in their crooked crusades. You bulldozed the truth, left the questions to fade. Buried the answers in the mess you made.
This one I don't know either.
Whose video is that? Is that mine? Oh my God, I don't want to listen to myself.
It's only part you.
God.
This video was too short.
Okay. Calm down. Well, we'll do it as this damn interview's playing.
I thought you were talking to me. I was like, wait, what'd I do?
And then I'll tell y'all what comes out. Lord have mercy.
You're running an independent campaign, which is always interesting to me because you don't really hear about that except sometimes on the local side of things. What has that experience been like so far?
Well, it's interesting. You know, you're kind of a one-person show. You don't have the party behind you, and you're out doing a lot of stuff on your own. You're putting out your own signs, which, you know, a lot of candidates still do that, but without the help and the backing behind that, it just adds a little bit more maybe stressors on that candidate.
Mm-hmm. And what's been the most stressful part of the campaigning situation so far?
I don't know if there's been a stressful part. You know, obviously funding. You know, when you're backed by a campaign, I think it's probably easier to raise funds and stuff. Where when you're an independent, you're basically going off of trying to convince people that, hey,
Mm-hmm.
you know, support me. So
yeah. One thing that comes off of that is what would motivate, if it's so stressful, what would motivate somebody to go ahead and run an independent campaign? Walk us
This is the
through
most
that thought
awkward,
process.
phoniest
No, I
thing
don't
I've
know.
ever freaking seen in my
Like
life.
for me, it made sense to run independent because I retired April 30th. I didn't have time to get ready for a primary. So I needed the time to be able to get my story out there, to be able to tell people why I was running, which by running independent, that took me straight to
Was that all of it, or is there more? Okay, nobody can hear you. Unmute yourself.
Dinky is live, and I was gonna say I'm gonna step down anyway. Thank you everybody for watching. Let's get on over and watch Dinky's show.
Yeah, let's go. I'm getting off from here. I've been on here 7 hours. I love y'all.
Yep.
Bye.
Okay, bye.